The TV flashes with breaking news. On June 2nd, 2024, a catastrophe strikes Ning City's wildlife park. A monstrous python, 100 meters long, has launched an attack. Wildlife experts are baffled, unable to identify the species. Meanwhile, footage shot by terrified citizens goes viral, showing a colossal, dragon-like beast soaring through the skies north of the city. Adding to the chaos, reports claim a dangerous fugitive is now hiding somewhere within Ning City's walls. The alerts play on a constant loop. But for one young man, the world's problems are far away. He's slumped over a desk, his arm a bloody mess, soaking his sleeve in crimson. His face is pale, twisted in pain. He thinks, this isn't my body. At that moment, the golden-eyed skink on the floor startles, its yellow eyes wide. It glances at a nearby mirror, and pure panic sets in. What in the world is happening? A flick of its head reveals a long tail, and a jolt of shock runs through it. How did I become a golden-eyed skink? His mind flashes back. He remembers coming home, automatically slipping off his shoes, turning the doorknob. This body belongs to Chen Chu, a sophomore at Ning University. He rented a place off campus, hating the dorms. His passion? Raising cold-blooded animals. He was completely captivated by their vibrant, exotic colors. His memory continues, stepping over the shadow of his pet scorpion. He walks towards a glass terrarium, where his newest acquisition, the golden-eyed skink, was sleeping peacefully. The pet shop had just received a rare shipment that day. From the moment he saw it, Chen Chu was mesmerized by the golden-eyed skink. Skinks like this were known to be docile, but the moment he let it out of its box, everything went wrong. It shattered its glass container, leaping out and lunging straight for him. Its teeth sank deep into Chen Chu's arm, its eyes filled with a cold, predatory light. He was holding his phone at the time. On pure instinct, he slammed it down on the skink's head, trying to make it let go. The plan backfired spectacularly. The skink reeled from the blow, its tail thrashing wildly, sending the phone flying right back into Chen Chu's own head. And now, back in the present, his consciousness returns. He cracks open an eye, then both fly wide. Staring right back at him is the golden-eyed skink. The skink awkwardly raises one of its tiny hands, and at the exact same time, Chen Chu raises his own. A shocking thought electrifies his mind. What is happening? I can control the skink's body. The sensation is as natural as moving his own limbs. Chen Chu stares at the small creature, a spark igniting in his eyes. He thinks to himself, could this be it? My golden finger. My cheat ability? So my destiny as a main character can't be hidden after all. The skink rolls onto its back, while Chen Chu is lost in the possibilities. But what can a skink avatar even do? Livestream a reptile with a human soul? Or maybe release it into the ocean to hunt for abalone and sea cucumbers to sell? He scoops up the little skink, a look of despair on his face. Yep, he sighs. I definitely don't have protagonist-level luck. Other people get insane powers. They become heaven-defying villains or evolve into cosmic gods. And what do I get? A tiny lizard. Just as the words leave his mouth, both of their stomachs growl in unison. He glances out the window at the dazzling city lights. The skink looks up at him. A wide grin spreads across his face. Man, I'm starving. I guess I was out for a full day. I wonder what you eat, little guy. He lets it crawl onto his hand. You're a carnivore, right? So meat should be fine, I think. He pulls out some meat and vegetables from the fridge. With skillful knife work, he prepares a tempting meal and gives a proud little wink. The skink couldn't care less about him now. Its eyes are completely fixated on the food. Watching it devour the meal, he remarks, so you are a normal skink, after all. Looks like you eat meat just fine. But then, a holographic screen pops up. Your avatar has gained 5 evolution points from consuming food. Your physique has increased by 0.5. His jaw drops. This is it. Before his very eyes, the screen shifts, displaying his own personal status window. Character level, 0. Physique, 8.5. Spirit, 12. He even lists his inherent traits and skills. Skills, Baji Quan, beginner, 10 pattern fist, beginner, leg sweep, beginner. A second window appears for his avatar, Golden-Eyed Skink, evolution level 0. Evolution points, 5 out of 200. Every detail is laid out in perfect clarity. This system seems to know his body even better than he does. As he finishes reading, the shock hits him. So this is my real golden finger. He raises a hand, deep in thought. His mind drifts back to the past, to his grueling martial arts training. Beside him, a powerfully built man stands with arms crossed, his voice stern. To practice the fist without training your core is a fool's errand, the man barks. Power begins in your stance. It rises from your feet. The waist is the master that commands it all, and it is expressed through your fingertips. This strict teacher was his father. A younger Chen Chu trembles, his eyes watering. Dad, I'm so tired. After I'm done with my stances, can we skip the run? His father's reply is swift and firm. Absolutely not. Only weaklings quit halfway. The boy's words catch in his throat. He clenches his small fists. I am not a weakling. With newfound resolve, he forces his legs to run, his face a mask of exhaustion. He's already at his limit, but his father just stands there, shouting, "Faster. You can go faster." His foot catches on a small rock, sending him tumbling to the ground. He lies there, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. His father walks over, looking down. Get up on your own. In the real world, no one is going to pick you up when you fall. The scene shifts. His father hands him a small box. This is all the money we have.
You have a long road ahead of you now, and from here on out, you walk it alone.
Chen Chu clutches the box, tears welling in his eyes. His father places a hand on his shoulder. And remember, never let your martial arts go to waste. Only when you're strong enough will you truly see the other side of the world. His voice cracking, he choked back tears, asking, "Father, how will I ever find you again?" His father replied, "When you become a Grand Master. But by then, I may already be gone." As his father walked away, he stood frozen, watching helplessly as the door shut behind him. That lone figure faded from view. He looked up at a photo on the wall, one of him and his father. At least, he thought, my choices from now on are my own. The crested skink, its belly full and round, let out a small noise from the table, snapping him out of his thoughts. He cracked a smile. "You sure ate fast, little guy." But then he noticed something on its back, several distinct red stripes. He squinted, confused. Have those markings gotten longer? Chen Suo quickly summoned the system interface with a thought, searching for an explanation. The results were staggering. In less than 5 minutes, his own physique stat had shot up by 10 points, and his current talent was now listed as mental control. At the same time, the crested skink's evolution points had reached 15 out of 200. He was stunned. Just one good meal netted him 15 evolution points. He turned to a mirror, shocked by his own reflection. Lifting his shirt, he saw defined, hard abs. He realized the crested skink's evolution points were directly affecting his own body. Looking at the creature resting on the table, he began to wonder. If it gets enough evolution points, it could complete its first evolution and become the colossal beast I've always dreamed of. An image flashed in his mind, a majestic monster, as powerful as a prehistoric dinosaur. A confident smirk spread across his face, and I can become a true martial arts grandmaster. Later at the market, Chen Suo called out to the butcher, "Hey, little brother, 10 pounds of boneless beef and 20 pounds of lean, boneless pork, please." The owner replied, "It's all packed up for you." "Paying with cash or card?" "Card," Chen Suo answered. The owner pointed to the scanner. Chen Suo tapped his phone, loaded the groceries into his car trunk, and smiled. This should be more than enough, right? He then closed the trunk and drove off under a perfect sky. Back home, he laid out a feast on the table, sitting down with a sigh of relief. Eating like this, he thought, I'm one step closer to becoming a martial arts grandmaster. The crested skink's eyes lit up, practically drooling at the sight of the food. After devouring its meal, it sat with its chin in its hand. Chen Suo figured that to a skink's taste buds, the pork probably wasn't as good as the beef. He stretched, noting he'd used a bit too little curry powder on the beef. He'd have to add more next time. The crested skink crawled over to the window, putting on sunglasses and vibing to some music. The scene changes to a training room, where he stood before a punching bag. Taking a deep breath, his eyes turned sharp as steel. He unleashed a single punch, striking the bag so hard it nearly burst. A system notification popped up. Bajiquan experience plus 5 points. He grinned, satisfied. With his enhanced physique, his training progress was way faster than before. 2 days later, he stretched while looking at the battered punching bag. Wiping sweat from his face, he said aloud, "It feels great, knowing that if I just keep training, I'll keep getting stronger. This is awesome." With a powerful ki, he lunged forward, launching a kick that sent the bag flying off its chain. The system lit up again. His evolution points had soared. In terms of the ancient martial arts realms, he assessed, I must have reached the peak of the Bright Realm. He remembered his father's words. A master at the peak of the Bright Realm can fight 10 men. A master of the Dark Realm can fight 100. And a grandmaster of the Transformation Realm can fight 1,000. A true living legend. His father had told him stories of the spear god Li Xuan, Tai Chi master Sun Lutang, and Wing Chun's Ip Man. Above the Transformation Realm is the Undying sword god. But that's only found in ancient texts. He had asked innocently, "So, father, what realm are you in?" His father looked down. "I briefly touched the Dark Realm once." He had exclaimed with excitement, "You're that amazing, Dad. Why aren't you from a famous family?" His father had sighed. "I came from the dirt, and to the dirt I'll return." Back in the present, he opened the door to his home to see the crested skink drooling on the couch, clearly hungry again. He laughed. "You've gotten this big already." With a hint of pride and anticipation, he declared, "Just one more big meal, and you should evolve. Don't you dare disappoint me." As the creature tore into the meat, Chen Chu closed his eyes and waited. The evolution points climbed steadily. 199. He could feel it. The evolution was close. As the counter hit 200, the system announced, "Crested skink clone has met the evolution requirements." As the evolution began, a circuit of red energy appeared on its ear, startling it. At the same time, a searing pain shot up Chen Chuo's arm. They were both feeling the agony. "Ah, the pain. It hurts," he cried out. As he collapsed to the floor, the scales on the crested skink's back grew and sharpened into horns. Its body began to expand rapidly, thrashing around in pain, destroying everything in the room. And then, finally, the process was over. Chen Chu lay panting on the floor, completely drained. "My God. I had no idea evolution would hurt that much." Glancing over, he struggled to get back on his feet. He walked towards the newly evolved crested skink and smirked. "Let's see what kind of power you have now." Their minds connected as one. As Chen Chu swung his arm, the skink swung its tail in perfect sync, obliterating the punching bag together. He laughed. After evolving, this little skink has some serious power. The system displayed the new requirement for the next evolution, 1,000 points. He noted that after the clone's evolution, his own physique and attributes had completely doubled. He wondered, was this massive growth because his own base level was so low? Or does the host's physique double every single time a clone evolves? A dark red aura swirled around him. He grinned. If it's the latter, then this is going to be terrifying. He stood up, dusting himself off. In terms of the ancient martial realms, he said, "I've just stepped into the dark realm. With this new attribute activated, I can project my fighting aura outwards." It looked incredible. He laughed with excitement. "So I guess I'm a real martial arts master now." His expression then shifted to one of grim authority, his fist clenching as a deadly energy radiated from him. But he knew that gaining 100 skill experience points per day was his limit. As he was lost in thought, a sudden noise echoed through the room. A knock at the door tried to break his focus, but he ignored it, intent on enhancing his body through the sea main. He just discovered his clone could project the main body's aura, but the soft knocking escalated into furious pounding, finally grabbing his attention. Outside, some huge guy was hammering on his door in a rage. The door swung open. He appeared, unleashing a killing intent that made the brute flinch. With ice in his voice, he asked, "What is it?" The man's eyes widened as he trembled, feeling the oppressive weight of a demonic aura. He thought to himself, "What's with this kid? It feels like he could crush my throat in an instant." The once imposing giant suddenly seemed timid, asking, I heard some noise upstairs recently, so I came to check. Are you doing renovations?" His intimidating presence vanished as he replied, "My apologies. No renovations here. I've just been training. I didn't realize I was disturbing you." The man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, what kind of training sounds like an earthquake? He snuck a peek inside and saw a room utterly destroyed, as if a war had just broken out. The blood drained from his face as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. He coughed and backed away. "No problem. Sorry to bother you. But, little brother, could you maybe change your training method? Perhaps something a little quieter?" He stood there, embarrassed. As the man retreated to the elevator, he replied, "No problem at all. My apologies. I'll find a new way to train from now on." The man thanked him just as the elevator doors closed. The sea main clone materialized, and his expression turned cold once more. Standing over the clone, a dark, gloomy aura filled the air. He surveyed the wreckage his sea main had caused, crossing his arms in thought. The sea salamander clone had grown too large. It was no longer possible to keep it in the apartment. It was time to release it into the open sea. The scene shifted to a breathtaking beach. Blue waves crashed on golden sand as night began to fall. Chen Chuo's car pulled up to the shore, the last glimmers of sunlight on the horizon. Inside the car, he murmured, "We're here." He and the sea main opened their doors and stepped out. He closed his eyes, syncing his senses with his clone. He leaned against the hood of the car as the sea main waded into the ocean, diving beneath the waves. In the vastness of the sea, countless marine creatures appeared. Using his thoughts, he activated his sensory perception, covering a 10-meter radius around the clone's body. Through the sea main's eyes, he spotted a strange fish with 5 eyes. He mused, "A fish with 5 eyes. Huh? You'll be my first meal of the day." He shot towards the fish like a torpedo. A fierce struggle erupted, sending bubbles churning to the surface. After a brutal fight, the fish was exhausted. The sea main seized the opportunity, sinking its sharp teeth into its prey. After eating its fill, it leaned back, rubbing its belly. A system notification rang out. Your clone has consumed a mutated fish species. You have received 10 evolution points. Your constitution has increased by 1. He thought to himself that after evolving, eating normal plants only gave him 1 point. He never expected a mutated animal would provide 10. Staring at the leftover fish bones, he grew pensive. Mutated creatures were now appearing in the ocean. Combined with recent news reports, it was clear the world was no longer a peaceful place. After a while, he continued his hunt, devouring more mutated fish. The system announced, your clone has accumulated the maximum of 100 evolution points for today and cannot gain more. Looking out at the teeming ocean life, he realized that, to a human, the deep sea at night is just cold, black emptiness. But to a sea salamander, it was a world bursting with vibrant color. The sea mane puffed its cheeks as it swam through the water. He considered that as an amphibian, it could stay underwater for a long time, but it still needed to surface to breathe. Finding a suitable cave, he guided the sea mane to swim inside. The cave was spacious and dry. He assessed the situation. This place isn't bad. I'll let my clone rest here. Disconnecting from the clone, he sighed in relief and got back in his car. With the sea salamander clone settled, it was time to head back. On the way home, he drove past a remote, isolated house. Glancing over, he wondered, who would live in such a secluded place? From behind a wooden barred door, a desperate cry for help echoed. Help me! His car screeched to a halt on the side of the road. Gripping the steering wheel, he planned his next move. A martial artist must conceal their weapon and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Inside, Hu Tutuo and Ning Fu were eating snacks, peering through a crack in the door to watch his car. Hu Tutuo asked, "Is that car gone yet?" Ning Fu replied, "It's gone." The two walked back inside, and Hu Tutuo clapped Ning Fu on the shoulder. "Good that it's gone." In the corner of the room, one of Hu Tutuo's lackeys was holding a hand over Lin Ruoya's mouth, threatening. "Behave yourself." Hu Tutuo flew into a rage and kicked his underling away. "You're completely useless. Didn't I tell you to watch her?" The gag fell out of her mouth, and you didn't even notice. The goon clutched his side, trying to justify himself. "Boss, it was dark when we dragged her in. How could I see?" Hu Tutuo put a hand on his hip, then grabbed Lin Ruoya's chin, snarling, "You better cooperate with me, or I'll let these guys have their way with you." Outside, Chen Suo silently approached the house. Closing his eyes, he activated his sensory perception, and a clear image of the inside appeared in his mind. Hu Tutuo and his goon were drinking beer. Lin Ruoya was tied up and gagged, trembling in a corner. Ning Fu leaned against a wall, eating snacks and scrolling on his phone. He deduced it was a kidnapping for human trafficking. 3 men, 2 with knives. He had to end this in under a minute. Focusing his power, he unleashed a palm strike at the door. The door burst open in a cloud of white dust. The 2 kidnappers jumped to their feet, startled. Using the smoke as cover, he charged toward the 2 men with knives. He launched a lightning-fast kick at Hu Tutuo's underling, sending him flying backward. The goon slammed into the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. He cried out in agony. Enraged, Hu Tutuo grabbed a knife and charged from behind, screaming like a madman. Sensing the attack, he spun around and threw a powerful punch, striking with internal force. The blow stopped Hu Tutuo cold, sending him staggering back. Ning Fu quickly caught him, saying, "Boss, you should take a break." Ning Fu's expression turned deadly serious, his killing intent flooding the air. He settled into a Tai Chi stance, his voice cold. Yue King Hammer Fist. The hero countered with his own form. Liu Tan 8 extremes. In the suburban home, white smoke began to billow. The 2 masters faced off. Ning Fu lunged with the first strike of the Yue King Hammer, but the hero easily deflected it, catching Ning Fu's fist in his grip. He executed a perfect throw. But Ning Fu was fast, seizing the moment with a swift kick to his leg that put him on the defensive. Ning Fu unleashed his second technique. 2 horses fighting, but he dodged it with masterful skill, leaning back and launching himself forward, catching Ning Fu by surprise. He answered with Ba Jiquan's legendary Iron Mountain Lean, sending Ning Fu flying. He skidded across the floor, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he lay there. "I never thought I'd meet a true master of Liu Tan Ba Ji," he said. "The Iron Mountain Lean lives up to its legend." The hero's reply was cold, but it's a shame. Ning Fu looked up, wiping blood from his lips. A shame about what? The hero stepped closer, his voice laced with disappointment. To think a common thug could master the 3 devastating strikes of the Yue King Hammer Fist. He continued, his tone hardening. It's a tragedy for that sacred art, to be used for such evil deeds. Ning Fu pushed himself to his feet with a strange laugh. "What could you possibly know? You're just a kid, still wet behind the ears. Only after leaving the mountain did I learn how this world really works." But his words were cut short by a sudden, vicious attack. Ning Fu's fingers shot toward his eyes like daggers, but a powerful kick sent him flying once more. He crashed face first into the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. After that surprise attack, he grew more cautious. Watching Ning Fu on the floor, he thought to himself that a true battle between martial artists is always a life-or-death struggle. The pressure from this one man was greater than 10 strong fighters combined. He looked at his own hands, reflecting on the clash. It's a shame. I still lack the skill to fully control my strength. These three are in for a world of hurt. He then turned to Lin Ruoya and began to untie her ropes. She immediately threw her arms around him, sobbing with relief. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seeing how terrified she was, he comforted her. Don't be afraid. It's over now. He handed her a phone and said, All right, stop crying. Wait until I'm gone, then call the police. But can you do one thing for me? He continued. When the police ask what happened, just tell them you couldn't get a clear look at my face, okay? Ruoya nodded firmly. I won't tell them anything. The suburbs fell silent. 10 minutes later, a squad of armed police burst in, shields raised, shouting, Freeze! Hands in the air. Flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing a shocking scene. The officers were stunned. Inside, the kidnappers lay unconscious while Lin Ruoya stood perfectly safe. This was no ordinary kidnapping. Later, at the police headquarters, Guanqing entered an office holding a case file. Deputy Chief, I have the report you asked for. As she closed the door, she reported her findings, noticing a footprint on the door that had been kicked in from a low angle. And based on the cracks, the door was sent flying 3 meters. The force required would be at least 1,000 kilograms. The man behind the desk held up a photo of the kidnappers. 2 of the kidnappers were dead on arrival. The third suffered massive head trauma and is in a vegetative state. According to Lin Ruoya's statement, her rescuer was a masked man, so no one got a clear look at his face. Staring at the crime scene photos on the table, the deputy chief of public security began to theorize. But how is this even possible? The record of the King of Fists, the most powerful person on the Force test machine, is only 800 kilograms. In a real combat situation, exerting that much force should be impossible. Hearing his logical breakdown, Guanqing couldn't help but wonder. This person's strength is inhuman. But lately, strange incidents like this are becoming more and more common. Outside, a flash of lightning split the quiet night sky. Staring out the window behind him, the deputy chief murmured, A storm is brewing. On a suburban hilltop, Chen Chu sat in his car near the woods, watching as a small speedboat approached the shore. The boat docked, and Zhang Changshou stepped onto the pier with his men. As they walked, his underlings started complaining. One of them spoke up. Boss, we just made 100,000. Is it really worth spending it all on some woman from Bald Tiger? Another chimed in, Yeah, seriously. It took us forever to salvage that sunken ship, and we only made over 200,000. Hearing them, Zhang Changshou shot them a look of disdain. You're all so short-sighted. Do you have any idea who this woman is? With her on our side, we can make any amount of money we want. At the mention of money, their eyes lit up with excitement. For real, boss, Zhang Changshou then turned to his subordinate wearing glasses. Are the arrangements complete? The man adjusted his glasses. Don't worry, boss. I've already secured the transport ships over the last 2 days. The office has been leased in a high-rise, just as you asked. He gestured grandly as he described the details. And, as per your other request, I had the agency hire a gorgeous secretary and a receptionist. I guarantee you'll be more than satisfied. Hearing the report, Zhang Changshou stared at his own hand, a confident smirk on his face. With the superpower I've awakened, the ability to breathe underwater. All I have to do is locate those sunken ships, and I can retrieve all the treasures myself. His smile was filled with arrogant ambition. By then, money will be no object. Stick with me, and you'll all live like kings. Just then, a flicker of movement in the bushes was followed by a sudden gust of wind. Zhang Changshou and his men were instantly on alert. His face hardened as he scanned the darkness. Who's there? He roared. Leaning against a large tree on a small hill, Chen Chu appeared. His voice was sharp and laced with sarcasm. I've met a lot of arrogant fools like you. They always talk a big game. A smirk played on his lips as he looked down at the thugs posturing below, their leader radiating a pathetic kind of greed. Zhang Changshou spun around, his voice raw with fury. Someone like you won't live long. He shot forward like an arrow, lunging straight for Chen Suo. Reaching a higher ledge, Zhang Changshou watched in disbelief as Chen Suo kicked off a tree, building up incredible momentum. A split second later, an electrified kick shot towards him. A panicked Zhang Changshou leaped into the air to evade the attack. But as gravity pulled him down, a brutal punch sent a wave of agony through him. His grip loosened, and the knife clattered to the ground. Following up with a devastating aerial kick, Chen Suo slammed him straight into the dirt. His underlings stared in pure shock. How was this possible? Ever since their boss awakened his powers, his strength and speed had doubled. He could take on 5 men with ease. The last goon turned to flee, but it was already too late. A lightning-fast kick descended from above. The 2 men froze in terror, completely helpless to defend themselves. Trembling, Zhang Changshou cowered behind a tree, watching his men get utterly demolished. He stammered, What are you doing?" Chen Suo shook out his arm, his gaze ice-cold as he demanded, "What is your name?" "What am I doing?" A thrill ran through Chen Suo's mind. Time to test out my mind control ability. Locking eyes with Zhang Changshu, a chilling power radiated from Chen Suo. The man's body went rigid, no longer under his own command. He took a shaky step forward, a mask of pure terror on his face, as words began to spill from his mouth. "My name is Zhang Changshou. I own a large smuggling vessel. A month ago, I gained the ability to breathe underwater." Chen Suo smirked inwardly. This mind control was incredible. He was like a puppet on my strings. Still completely under his control, the man continued his confession. "I salvage sunken ships and sell the treasures to the sons of wealthy families." A memory flashed through his mind, his own arrogant voice as his men handed him a briefcase full of cash. "This is the reward for serving me." The moment Chen Suo released his control, Zhang Chengshou's face went slack. He clutched his arm, screaming in agony, "Boss, what happened to my arm?" Chen Suo replied nonchalantly, "You must have fallen and broken it." And Zhang Chengshou actually believed him, his tone now respectful. "Oh, I see. Yes, boss." Chen Suo's voice took on a commanding tone. "Go on ahead to the ship and rest. I'll wake these 2 and join you shortly." Zhang Chengshou answered obediently, "Yes, boss." As he left, Chen Suo's mind began to race. His fully grown sea skink would require a massive amount of food. Zhang Chengshou has a ship and connections to the super rich. I can use his company's assets to feed my skink. A purple light flared in Chen Suo's eyes as he reactivated his control. The 2 goons on the ground were instantly compelled to rise, their bodies moving as stiff as boards. He was surprised. The effectiveness of his mind control was staggering. While he felt some resistance from Zhang Changshou, controlling these 2 was effortless. It seems mind control is most effective on those with a weak will. Taking the lead, he marched the 2 men onto the ship's deck. One of the crewmen asked in surprise, "Boss Zhang, who's this guy?" Zhang Chengshou's eyes widened in panic before he growled, "He's my boss now. So you better show him some respect." The crewman stammered, "Why yes. Hello, boss." Zhang Changshou then barked, "Hurry up and prepare the transfer contract. This ship belongs to the new boss." With a confident smirk, Chen Suo walked aboard as if he'd owned the place for years. A short while later, the transfer contract for the Far Ocean fishing vessel was presented. The crewman reported respectfully, "Boss, the contract is ready." Taking the document, Chen Suo turned to one of the goons. "You, 4 Eyes. Meet me at the office tomorrow morning." Then he turned to Zhang Changshou, whose hand was now bandaged, feigning concern. "Boss Zhang, you're hurt? Let's get you to a hospital." The man replied cheerfully, "Yes, boss." The next day, deep beneath the ocean's surface, the giant sea skink feasted until its belly was full and round. To the skink, the open ocean was paradise, an endless supply of food. Meanwhile, in a training room, Chen Suo unleashed a flurry of fiery punches on a heavy bag. A system notification appeared. Evolution points +5. Physique +0.5. He thought to himself, "I can't just rely on my sea skink avatar to get stronger. I have to train my own body as well." Even as he pushed his body to its limits, his mind was hard at work. "After those last 2 fights, my control over my powers has definitely improved." Miles below, the sea skink was also training, smashing its tail against the ocean wall. Another system window popped up. Absorbed energy has been digested through training. Evolution points +6. Beneath the clear sky of the smog-filled city, the ownership transfer was officially complete. In just 1 day, his evolution points had shot up by 90, and his body had grown by 20 centimeters. Chen Suo stood tall before the building as the agent bowed deeply. "Please, take care, boss." He resolved, "Tomorrow, I'll send the skink into the deep sea. I'm not the only one with special abilities. And with those unknown creatures lurking in the depths, I need to get stronger, fast." Aboard the ship, a crewman with a buzz cut opened the fish hold inside. "The catch is small. It's getting harder to find anything." Another crewman with long hair lounged on the deck. "Probably means a big predator scared them off," he said lazily. "Could be a shiver of sharks. Sharks always travel in packs. Even whales know to stay clear." The boat continued to cut through the vast ocean waves, and deep below, a massive whale thrashed in agony, surrounded by a pack of sharks. From a distance, the sea skink approached to observe, but its presence didn't go unnoticed. Without hesitation, one of the sharks lunged, its massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth. It managed to clamp down on half the skink's body, but then it couldn't close its mouth. The shark was confused. The sea skink slipped free, latched onto the predator's head, and chomped down with immense force. The other sharks, ready to join the attack, suddenly froze. Then they turned tail and fled in terror. A pleased thought echoed in the skink's mind. This great white tastes amazing. A new system window flashed. Evolution points plus 10. Your avatar has met the requirements for evolution. Do you wish to proceed? The skink happily crawled onto the shore. The armored skink's skin began to transform, cracking and splitting as its body tensed. Its mouth gaped in a silent scream, eyes clenched shut in agony. At that very moment, in a training room far away, Chen Chu writhed on the floor, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp, enduring the same searing pain. The system displayed a character sheet for Chen Chu, level 1, 130 spirit, 38 points in mental control talent, and a primary rank in the external hardening trait. His experience was 280 out of 1,000, and his 8 extremes fist skill was at the intermediate level, with 370 out of 1,000 experience points. His Thang Van Tung was also at intermediate, with 290 out of 1,000 experience. His avatar, a newborn thorn-scaled skink beast. It was currently evolving towards a Lord-class beast, having evolved twice. It had 0 out of 5,000 evolution points and an affinity for the water attribute. Lying on his back, Chen Chu muttered excitedly, "I've broken through. My physique is 13 times stronger than a normal person's. I've reached the master level of dark jin in ancient martial arts." Zooming in on the notification panel, he wondered why his physique didn't double after this evolution. It makes sense, he reasoned. Last time it doubled because my foundation was just too weak. Looking at the avatar's ability, he pondered. What exactly is an affinity for the water attribute? Activating a projection, he observed the armored skink. It had just eaten its fill, its belly was full, its body had grown, and its bone density had multiplied several times over. It now weighed 4 to 5 tons, its strength had doubled, its claws were as tough as steel, and its patrol speed was a blistering 79 kilometers per hour, faster than a warship. The sound is quieter, and there's less resistance, he noted. This must be the effect of the water affinity. Getting comfortable on the sofa, he called his newly acquired subordinate. "Any partners for a treasure hunt?" The voice on the other end replied, "Boss, not at the moment." He asked again, "How's the search for the investigation materials going?" "We've identified several locations with shipwrecks," they answered, "but we don't have anyone like Zhang Changshou who can breathe underwater. That's our problem," he cut in. "Don't worry about it. Just get to work." The ancient industries of Country J and the Han Nation meant that the shallow waters along the sea route had been thoroughly explored. But the deep sea still held countless valuable shipwrecks. Southeast, 25 kilometers off the coast of the Yellow Sea. After my evolution, I can breathe underwater. My energy sense is stronger, letting me feel things within 20 kilometers. Once I've adjusted, we can make our move. He stretched out comfortably. What's the point of cultivating an avatar, he thought, if not to enjoy the good life? Glancing at his phone, he muttered that it was almost 11 o'clock. Time to reward himself. On the pedestrian street, a blonde woman was leaning against a lamppost. She seemed to be in a drunken stupor as crowds of people bustled past. Chen Chu wandered aimlessly, looking for some fun, recalling the delicious meal he just had. Now this was living, but a single dinner had cost him over 3,000 N. He only had 200,000 in savings, but with Zhang Changshou's company about to fall into his hands, he might as well experience how the other half lives. Suddenly, his expression hardened. He spotted 2 young men leering at the blonde woman, and a sudden urge to play the hero took hold. He pointed a finger at them and yelled, "What are you looking at?" Scram. A murderous aura exploded from his body. He thought to himself that after gaining power, his martial heart was slowly awakening. As long as there was no danger, he didn't mind stepping in. The 2 thugs shot up angrily, their faces twisted in rage. One of them pulled a knife and cursed, "The hell did you say, kid?" The other one warned, "Get lost now, and I'll pretend I never saw you." Chen Chu just smirked, releasing his external power. Behind him, the phantom of a massive, blazing red beast appeared, causing the 2 thugs to stumble back in terror. His fighting spirit burned as hot as his mood. One of them stammered, "Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by a vicious beast?" The other yelled, "Let's go, we're leaving." A sultry laugh came from the blonde woman. She mocked them, "Are you even men? Running away so easily." Chen Chu froze, thinking, "Is this woman crazy?" The 2 thugs exchanged glances. The one in the hat thought, "A woman this fine is a rare find." The other thug said it out loud, "No way. We can't let a woman look down on us." As if injected with adrenaline, they roared and charged towards him like moths to a flame. The leader shouted, "Get him." This guy's too arrogant. Let's see how I stab him up. Chen Chu stood perfectly still, then suddenly unleashed a flurry of strikes. The phantom of a lion roared to life as a single, powerful kick sent both men flying through the air amidst a cloud of dust. He looked at them with contempt. I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. Otherwise, that kick would have torn you to pieces. He watched the two figures, one carrying the other, as they scrambled away. They screamed, "He's terrifying. A demon from hell." Chen Chu let them go. They were criminals, but not worthy of his full wrath. That sultry laugh caught his attention again. The woman swayed, trying to stand up straight. "Hey, you're pretty strong." He was speechless, but then he frowned. "I think she's been drugged." He made a call. "Hello, police? There's a drunk woman at the Shangtang bar who doesn't seem right." She stumbled and grabbed his arm, pressing herself against his chest. In a seductive voice, she purred. "Why did you call the cops? Aren't I beautiful? Don't you want to take me home?" A few minutes later, the wail of a police siren filled the air. A female officer pulled the still swaying woman away. She looked back and complained, "Big brother, you're so boring." Chen Chu seriously told the other officer, "Yes, I'm the one who called. I was having a late-night snack when I saw her." He explained the whole situation in detail. After giving his statement, he watched the police car disappear and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, that's over with. Now it was time to pilot his skink and find that sunken ship. Controlling his avatar, he used the armored skink as a focal point. He sent out a mind-link signal to pinpoint the target. His calculations, based on the intel Four Eyes had gathered, were correct. There was a sunken ship right here. My energy sense can only reach about 20 meters. I need to improve it. From a crack in the wreckage, a glittering light shone out. The beast approached. "Looks like we've hit the jackpot." It was full of gold ingots. He gave the order, "Four Eyes, steer the boat 35 kilometers east and drop the line." "Yes, boss," Four Eyes replied. A man with long hair asked Black Ghost. "Besides Zhang Changsho, who else under the boss can breathe underwater?" Four Eyes scowled. "Don't ask stupid questions. The boss's secrets are none of your business." Meanwhile, Highbomb Titch coiled its tail, sweeping the pile of gold into a crate. As the lid slammed shut, he yelled, "Haul it up." When the crate was lifted, the creature spotted something in a crevice, digging furiously to pry out a dark chunk of metal. He mumbled to himself, "This metal is incredibly hard. My claws can shred normal steel with ease, but they didn't even leave a scratch. This must be some kind of special material." A call came from the deck, telling the boss it was time to head back. Highbomb Titch happily dragged the heavy metal block, thrilled with the new prize it could study. Suddenly, a white monster erupted from the water like an arrow, aiming straight for Highbomb Titch. In a flash, it swallowed the creature's lower half, taking it completely by surprise. Annoyance flashed through its mind. "You dare ambush me? You think you're worthy?" The water churned into a chaotic frenzy. "You may be longer and bigger, but your power and defense are pathetic." The ocean surface returned to a deathly calm. On the seabed below, only a pristine skeleton remained. Highbomb Titch flicked its tail, thinking the thorny fish tasted decent enough. A few hours later, Chen Suo stood on a deserted shore, his hand resting on a massive boulder. He thought, "These reefs have been battered by waves for years. They're incredibly hard. And at night, with no one around, this is the perfect place to test my true power." He unleashed a flurry of punches that seemed to spark with fire. He calculated, "My bone density is 20 times that of a normal person. Combined with my external defenses that dull the pain, my hands only feel a slight ache." The ache faded almost instantly. He ignited his fists and punched even faster, realizing his physical stats had to be over 200. Each fist carries at least 3,000 kilograms of force. That's 1.5 tons. Add in my external power and Baji Quan technique, I could punch straight through a person's body with ease. His face hardened as his fist crackled with lightning. A final, devastating blow shattered the boulder to pieces. Lying on the ground, exhausted, he mused that the punching bag at home was no longer enough. "I can't train in a park. Someone would film it and post it online. Only a deserted coastline like this gives me the freedom to train without holding back." Just then, Highbomb Titch appeared, dropping the strange metal chunk beside him. Chen Suo examined the irregular black ore. It had a metallic sheen but otherwise looked unremarkable. Lifting it, he estimated it weighed nearly 200 kilograms. It was incredibly dense and solid. No wonder the skink's claws couldn't scratch it. This would be perfect for crafting a weapon. But with my current strength, I can't possibly forge it. He set the metal down, thinking he should deal with the gold first. Back on the boat, he asked, "Where's the hull?" Assistant Zhang replied, "It's all been cleaned, boss. It's safe in the captain's cabin." Chen Suo inspected the massive pile of gold. Assistant Zhang was stunned. "How much is all this worth?" Chen Suo picked up an ingot, noticing it had no markings. It must have been privately smelted, so I can't sell it as an antique. In a bustling market, a jewelry store employee greeted him warmly. Hello, sir. Welcome. Chen Suo asked, Does your store buy gold? The employee smiled. Yes, we do. Are you selling a ring or a necklace, sir? A small smile played on his lips as he opened his backpack. I need to offload this. The girl's eyes went wide. She stammered, Sir, that's too much gold. Please, come upstairs. I'll take you to meet our general manager. A man stepped out and shook his hand. Hello, I'm the general manager of this gold shop. What is your surname? And how much are you selling? Chen Suo replied, My name is Chen. I'm selling all of this. Pointing at the backpack, the manager said, Mr. Chen, I'll need to verify the gold's quality. Please wait a moment. While the staff ran their tests, Chen Suo casually browsed his phone. After a while, the manager returned. Mr. Chen, the total weight is 112.5 kilograms. Since it's not pure, privately smelted gold, we can offer 4,000 per gram. Is that acceptable? Chen Suo didn't hesitate. Deal. Moments later, 45 million was transferred to his account. As he drove away, he mused, People my age are still in school, while I just made millions from a single expedition. But an unsettling feeling of wrongness washed over him. He shook it off. First, a new car. The clearance on this one is too low. It's useless for coastal roads. At a luxury car dealership, he and assistant Zhang were looking at options. Just then, a salesperson greeted a new couple walking in. Chen Suo's eyes met the girl's. It was his ex-girlfriend. He'd spent a fortune chasing her, but she was a social climber who ditched him the moment a richer guy, a classic foo or die, came along. She sneered to her new boyfriend, Look, it's that pathetic bootlicker who used to chase me. The man looked at Chen Suo with contempt. A poor student? What's he doing in a place like this? Assistant Zhang flared up. Who are you calling poor? But Chen Suo stopped him. Just ignore them. The man taunted him. What's wrong? Can't handle the truth, poor boy. Can you even afford to breathe the air in here? His ex-girlfriend mocked. Honey, let's just ignore him and look at the cars. She cozied up to a red sports car. Darling, I love this one, he replied. Let me take a look. The rich brat sneered internally. Women were so easy to impress. That kid probably has a few thousand to his name, tops. How could he ever afford a luxury car? Meanwhile, Chen Suo was inspecting another vehicle. He thought, high clearance, lots of storage. This meets my needs. I'll take this one. He turned to the salesperson. Ring me up. Right away, Mr. Chen, the employee replied. This model is 2.38 million. Will that be card or a single payment? Chen Suo answered calmly. One payment. His ex-girlfriend was floored. He's buying a 2.38 million car. The foo or die strode over. Trying to show off for my girlfriend, are you? I refuse to believe your card can handle that charge. She chimed in. He's right. You used to eat instant noodles for half a month just to impress me. Her boyfriend scoffed. A student will always be a student. It's one thing to browse, but to actually buy? Xiaoqing, even if she is your ex, you don't need to put on a show. Imagine the embarrassment when your card gets declined. Assistant Zhang shot back. What's it to you? Can you afford it? The rich brat boasted. If he can actually buy this car, I'll call him Dad right now. And if he can't, he has to call me Dad. Assistant Zhang didn't back down. You're on. The ex-girlfriend smirked, as if he could actually afford it. Just then, the salesperson hurried back. Sir, here are your keys and your card. The car is officially yours. Chen Suo gave a simple, thanks. The foo dai's face went pale. He was in total shock. He actually bought it? 2.38 million. His ex-girlfriend could only wonder. How on earth did Chen Suo get so rich? Assistant Zhang smugly grabbed the man's collar. Time to make good on your promise. Call my boss Dad. But Chen Suo waved him off. Four eyes, don't waste your breath on trash like him. Assistant Zhang followed, still fuming as he glanced back. We were being generous. If this were my turf and you refused to show respect, I'd have taught you a real lesson. The man sped away in utter shame. His ex-girlfriend just watched him go, silent. But as Chen Chu's engine roared to life, she chased after the car, screaming, Chen Chu, please, just listen to me. The staff could only sigh in regret. I thought he was just another rich heir. But I completely missed a hidden powerhouse. You never know what you've got till it's gone. Later, at the Sky Cloud restaurant, the staff greeted them with reverence. Welcome, sirs. As Chen Chu and Assistant Zhang entered, they were met by 2 rows of deeply bowing employees. Inside the private room, a server presented the menu. Sir, what would you like to order? Chen Chu casually pointed. A 5,888 yuan lobster and a 788 UN king crab. And add this one, too. When the feast arrived, two beautiful women took turns feeding him. One of them leaned in close. For your next bite, where would you like it from? He smirked, satisfied. This high price is definitely worth it. Smells incredible, he thought to himself. After providing so many meals for his lizard clone, it was finally his turn to enjoy the good life. Glancing at his phone, he saw a message from his university's student guide group chat. Only 1 week until school starts. Be on time, don't forget. Jian Yuanzhang and then Manqing replied instantly, got it. Zhu Zhuxiao chimed in, yes, sir. He typed out a message, I almost forgot I was still a sophomore. Just then, the system interface appeared before him, displaying Chen Chu's character stats. Level 1. Physique, 327. Spirit, 49. Talent, spiritual control. Trait, elementary external hardening. Experience points, 337 out of 1,000. Skill, Bajiquan intermediate. Experience points, 429 out of 1,000. Skill, Tang Mantis, intermediate. Experience points, 398 out of 1,000. Skill, Tan Tui, intermediate. Experience points, 300. Scaled Lizard Clone has evolved twice. Evolution points, 260 out of 5,000. Ability, Water Affinity. He analyzed the stats, thinking, once school starts, my time will be limited. I need to make a fortune and push my lizard clone to break through to the Dark Realm. A swordfish is the fastest creature in the sea, hitting 90 kilometers per hour, but his abyssal lizard was even faster. The creature tore into its prey, thinking, this fish is a true delicacy. Once full, it resumed its hunt for treasure. A system notification pinged. Evolution points plus 10. The abyssal lizard spread its senses, scanning for dozens of kilometers, but found no sunken ships. Chen Chu sighed. So many days without a real find. In this mutated new world, I wonder if secret supernatural organizations already exist. Ever since I awakened my powers, I've had to move with extreme caution. In Ning City, pedestrians hurried through the bustling streets below a massive skyscraper. He gazed up at the building. So this is the company Zhang Changsho transferred to me. I haven't even seen it yet. This was the most extravagant location in the city. Zhang Changsho had clearly. As he walked into Heihei Tianlin Corporation, the receptionist greeted Assistant Zhang. Sir, he's here. Chen Chu gave the order. Xiao Ning, tell everyone to gather in the boss's office. The receptionist immediately complied. Yes, sir. Inside the office, Assistant Zhang made the grand announcement. Everyone, this is your new boss, Mr. Chen Chu. In unison, the staff bowed. Welcome, boss. The female employees were already whispering amongst themselves. One of them thought, he's so young. Another whispered, and so handsome. Not to mention rich. Assistant Zhang continued. This is Ning City. She greeted him politely. Hello, boss. Su Lenjue approached with a fresh cup of coffee. Hello, boss. Here is the coffee you requested. Assistant Zhang added, and this is your new secretary, Su Lenjue. Chen Chu nodded. Just leave the coffee here. He mused internally. Even for a shell company, it's fully staffed. Monthly expenses must be over 100,000. I desperately need to find more sunken treasure ships. He put on a smile. Zhang Shu. That's all for the meeting. Tell everyone to get back to work. You should head back to the ship and keep watch. Assistant Zhang bowed. Yes, boss. Chen Chu assessed his own power. My spiritual control is stable, but my subconscious hypnosis isn't absolute. I need to keep them from having too much contact with the outside world. Suddenly, a notification appeared. He sipped his coffee. Just by letting my clone hunt, I get stronger while lying around. This is the life. Deep in the ocean, the abyssal lizard launched an attack, its fiery punch obliterating its prey. It analyzed the kill. A normal fish of this species is only 2 meters long, but this one was 4 to 5 meters, with incredible speed and teeth as hard as iron. If it weren't for my powerful external defenses, I might have been injured. Staring at the ferocious mutated fish, it realized the ocean was probably teeming with creatures like this now, tearing into its meal. It noted the texture of the flesh was different, providing far more energy. System notification. Clone has devoured its prey. Received 90 evolution points. Physique plus 9. Back in the office, Chen Chu felt the sudden surge of power. There was something strange about that fish, he murmured. Its muscles and bones must have been enhanced at least 10 times over. The abyssal lizard scanned the vast waters again but found nothing. It sighed in frustration. To think there's only one mutated fish in this entire region of the sea. Inside the Heihei Tianlin office, Ning City excitedly whispered, Sister Langju, do you think the boss has a girlfriend? Su Langju teased her. What's this? Are you planning to make a move on him? Another colleague chimed in, "Looks like our little Ning has a crush." A sudden voice cut through their chatter. "Shouldn't you all be heading home?" Holding a stack of documents, Su Lengyu smiled professionally. "Hello, boss. We just have a few last things to finish up." He adjusted his cufflinks, thinking, "With my enhanced hearing, I heard them whispering from the elevator. To avoid making things awkward, I'll just pretend I heard nothing." He then announced, "Since you're all working so hard, dinner is on me tonight." Ning Axon gasped. "Really?" Su Lengyu beamed. "Thank you, boss." Back at the Sky Cloud restaurant, the staff greeted them. "Sir, will you be ordering now?" Ning Axon whispered in awe. "The boss's car is a luxury model. It's worth over 2 million. He's incredible." Her colleagues took in the extravagant decor. A moment later, the manager returned. "Sir, your total comes to 499,999 yuan. Without flinching, Chen Chu handed over his card. "Just swipe it." Ning Axon's mind was blown. He must be the heir to some massive corporation. This is pure luxury. Su Lengyu simply stared, a complex emotion. He spends money like it's water. The other employees' eyes lit up. Following a boss like this meant their futures were set. Chen Chu spoke politely. "I have something to attend to later, so after dinner, I'll call a car to take you all home." They all responded in unison. "Thank you, boss." Later that night, on a desolate, rocky shore, Chen Chu changed into a set of comfortable clothes, the sea breeze whipping around him. The sea breeze felt calm. Thanks to his constant training, his body was leagues beyond a normal human's. A single punch could deliver 2 tons of force. With his enhancement active, that power nearly reached 5 tons. But the greater the strength, the harder it was to control. He needed more training to master it. He threw a test punch at a boulder and completely overdid it. He muttered, "I'm toast," as the unchecked force sank his foot deep into the ground. Suddenly, he spotted an approaching boat. He wondered, what are people doing in this remote place so late at night? A man in black on the boat called out, "The big boss has been cracking down lately. Same old rules." The man continued, "You hand over the cash, we hand over the goods." The man on the shore grumbled, "We've done this a dozen times. You still don't trust me." Chen Suo watched from the shadows. An illegal trade. They had guns, so he had to be careful. A henchman checked the product and grinned. "Boss, it's the good stuff." The blonde man shook hands with the other. "Not bad at all. A pleasure doing business." The man in black replied, "A pleasure." The blonde then warned, "Xiao Qi has been investigating hard lately. Be careful." The henchman called Xiao Qi replied, "Yes, boss." Another goon added, "Don't worry, boss. It's a one-way contact. Even if there's a problem, they'll never trace it back to us." In a flash, Chen Suo launched himself from behind the rock, taking down the henchman in the blink of an eye. The blonde man knew this was bad. He drew his gun, but before he could fire, Chen Suo's devastating punch landed, knocking them all out cold. He thought, "These guys lost their humanity long ago. I'm just taking out the trash." Transforming into the sea main horror, he shot through the water after the fleeing boat, closing the distance in seconds. With a deafening crack, the vessel split in two as the crew screamed in terror. They'd run into something big. The splintered boat was tossed into the air before sinking. One of the men saw the sea main horror and shrieked, "Monster, help me." The whole crew swam desperately for the shore in utter chaos. One man, falling behind, cried out, "Boss, save me." The boss turned back, drew his pistol, and prepared to fight. He figured he couldn't escape anyway, so he might as well go down fighting. A gunshot echoed as a bullet flew straight at the sea main horror's head. But against its thick hide, the bullet was nothing more than a toy. The sea main horror glanced over at the gunman, who trembled in fear, his body shaking despite being submerged in the sea. How could this be? With a terrifying roar, the man vanished. An eerie silence fell, broken only by the wind. The sea main horror then dragged something onto the shore. Behind it, dozens of bodies floated on the water's surface, a gruesome scene. Back in his room, a suitcase filled with stacks of cash sat on the table. He sat across from it. A single stack was 10,000. 3 million was 300 stacks. Holding the physical cash felt completely different from seeing numbers on a bank statement. The next day, at a luxurious cafe, Chen Suo's secretary, Su Lengyu, entered, carrying something for him. The moment she appeared, every single eye in the room was drawn to her. The patrons couldn't stop whispering, captivated by the woman's ethereal beauty. An aura of cool nobility radiated from her. Su Lengyu approached Chen Suo's table and placed a file in front of him. She said simply, "Sir, your signature is required." The scene left everyone in the cafe breathless with admiration as they whispered among themselves. "Is that guy her boss? He looks so young." Chen Suo stood up, motioned for his secretary to follow, and gave an order. "All right, back to the company. Inform everyone that we're about to have a meeting." As he left, he was followed by the admiring gazes of the crowd. Everyone felt this young man had the presence of a great mountain. His aura was truly astonishing. In the company's meeting room, Chen Suo's deep, steady voice rang out. Excellent work. Every single one of you is a hero to this company. As long as the company's KPIs keep rising, everyone will receive a massive bonus at the end of the year. But right in the middle of the meeting, his phone suddenly rang. A frantic voice came from the other end. Chen Suo, it's the last day for school registration. You're the only one left in our class who hasn't signed up. He replied calmly, Oh, my apologies. I'll be right there. With a wave of his hand, he told everyone, I have to go to school to register. Nothing else is urgent for today, so you can all leave early. Also, from now on, if I'm not here, Su Lengju is in charge of all company matters, big and small. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and began to murmur. One person exclaimed, I can't believe the boss is still a student. Another added, his aura is so mature and stable. I thought he was the well-educated heir of some super-rich family. The scene shifts to N University. Chen Suo steps out of a luxury car, instantly becoming the center of attention. A buzz went through the crowd. Oh my god, that's Chen Suo. He's a rich kid. That car is worth over 2 million. Another student gasped in shock. What? That car costs nearly 2 million. Students quickly snapped photos and posted them on the school's online forum with a sensational headline. New student registration alert. Tall, handsome, and rich freshman arrives in a 2 million yuan car. The post quickly blew up with hundreds of interactions. One comment read, That's Chen Suo, right? Who cares if he's handsome? Driving a 2 million yuan car means his family's net worth is probably over 1 billion. Elsewhere, a blonde girl was scrolling through the forum, her eyes fixed on the post about Chen Suo. She murmured to herself, He looks so familiar. Especially those dark eyes. They were as clear and bright as shining stars, yet they held a sharp glint. As she read the comments, she was surprised to find that Chen Suo was in the finance department. The same year as her, she exclaimed. The finance department? I can't believe he's in my year. Back with Chen Suo, he walked along, lost in thought. His physical body and raw power were soaring, but his skill set was limited to basic capture fist, the Azure Cloud Leap, and the whirling kick. He definitely needed to learn new techniques to truly make use of his current strength. Seeing a group of campus thugs up ahead, he scoffed internally. Putting on airs like that, a single slap from me would be enough to crush them, he told himself. To control this power, the only way is through relentless training. The scene changes to a steel company, where Chen Suo has come to place an order. He stated, I'd like to order a batch of steel, estimated to be over 100 tons. The staff member answered warmly, Of course, sir. Please, follow me to the VIP room. I'll contact the director immediately. Inside the VIP room, the sales director greeted him and asked, Welcome, sir. What kind of steel were you looking to order? Chen Chu presented his list, a steel pillar 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, plus several iron blocks weighing 1, 5, 10, and 20 tons. After calculating the total, the director announced, Based on your request, the total weight is around 200 tons. The estimated cost is 700,000, with the final price depending on the finished product. Chen Chu nodded, satisfied. Good, no problem. Let's sign the contract. The next morning, at Zhang Changshou's humble port, the area manager gave his report. Boss, this entire area is filled with private warehouses. Chen Chu then ordered Zhang Shu, You can head back first. I'll look around here by myself. Suddenly, a system notification flashed in his mind. Your clone has successfully devoured its target. You've received 8 evolution points. Constitution has increased by 0.8. He fell deep into thought. Clarity Realm, Shadow Realm, Transformation Realm, and the realms beyond. I haven't even reached the Transformation Realm yet. The path ahead is still incredibly long. He decided to place the steel pillar inside one of the warehouses. This place would become his new daily training ground. At most, I'll gain 100 evolution points. The next evolution will still require another month. Compared to the skink, my body's progress is painfully slow. Meanwhile, at a certain beach, the very same place where Chen Chu had eliminated the smugglers, police were now examining the corpses. An officer reported, The victim is Luo Hao, also known as Boss Luo. He owned an entertainment bar and had over a dozen underlings. His right arm was severed by a heavy, blunt object. It's only hanging on by a shred of skin. Elder Xue was stunned. The victim's chest suffered a massive impact. His internal organs were pulverized, causing instant death. 3 men killed in under a minute, all by the same person. This power is terrifying, and the methods are ruthless. Who could possibly be capable of this? Just then, the radio crackled to life. Captain, another body has been found in the sea. Back at the Tianlin Maritime Company, Chen Chu was relaxing in his chair. Su Lengju stood beside him, her voice filled with worry. Boss, The company has no work day after day. All the employees are just sitting around. Shouldn't we hand out some flyers or something? He replied calmly. No need. Business is like fishing. The willing ones will take the bait. Su Lenjue thought to herself, I know the boss is a rich heir, but at this rate, aren't we going to go bankrupt? With no advertising, who's going to just walk in and hand us money? As she was thinking this, an employee announced, Boss, someone is here to see you. He says he wants to discuss a business deal. Su Lenjue was shocked. Someone really did come to hand them money. From outside, a rich young master in a white suit strode in, his shifty eyes scanning the room. He demanded, Where is boss Zhang? Chen Chu stepped forward with a casual wave. Him and all his men. They all work for me now. The man straightened his suit, clearly impressed. Incredible. You actually managed to subdue boss Zhang. He then introduced himself. My name is Wang Tianhuo. Chen Chu gestured for him to sit. Ah, so you're boss Wang. Let's sit down and talk. Su Lengyu immediately understood the cue. Excuse me, boss. I'll go prepare 2 cups of tea for you both. But before the tea even arrived, Wang Tianhuo got straight to the point. Brother, I've got a lead on a ship that sank hundreds of years ago. It's worth at least $1 billion. So, can you handle a job like that? Unfazed, Chen Chu cut straight to the profits. After the cargo is recovered, boss Wang, how do you plan on splitting it? Wang Tianhuo made his offer. I was thinking 70-30 in my favor. That's the standard rate for international crews. A look of disgust flashed across Chen Chu's face. In that case, you should go hire an international crew. Wang Tianhuo pressed. Then what kind of split do you want? Chen Chu smirked and held up a hand. 50-50. At the very least, if you can't agree to that, this partnership is over. Wang Tianhuo's face turned pale as he thought. The law forbids private salvage operations. I have no choice but to rely on this guy, Chen. He stood up, demanding confirmation. Are you absolutely sure you can bring it up? Chen Chu spread his arms with a confident smile. I have many men like Boss Zhang under my command. If Boss Wang doesn't believe me, you're welcome to come and see for yourself. Without another moment of hesitation, Wang Tianhuo shook his hand. 50-50 it is. A pleasure doing business with you. Back at the police station, Elder Tai examined the photos of the claw marks on the corpse. He muttered to himself, such exaggerated claw marks. What kind of creature possesses claws this massive? Could it be an abnormal entity? A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he gave the order. Classify this case as top secret immediately. Returning to Chen Chu's side, a curious Su Lengju asked, Boss, what are you going to do with such a huge steel pillar? He replied, According to legend, burying a steel pillar in a harbor can suppress the 4 dragon kings of the sea and stabilize the waters in all 8 directions. He checked his phone, looking at his bank balance, 3,210,000. He sighed, money really doesn't last. In the blink of an eye, it's almost all gone. A short while later, at the Buyuan residential area, Su Lengju made an offer. Boss, thank you for the ride home. Would you like to come upstairs for a drink? From inside the car, Chen Chu declined. No, thank you. I still have things to do. He then sped off, leaving Su Lengyu watching his car disappear into the distance. She thought to herself, how could I be so bold to say something like that? I don't think I even cleaned up my underwear. Driving away, Chen Chu recalled the moment he accidentally snapped his chopsticks during dinner. I'm having trouble controlling this strength. I have to keep training relentlessly to master it. That is the most important thing right now. Late that night, in a secluded and deserted place, he began his grueling training. He struck a massive boulder again and again, practicing his control. Afterward, he examined the damage, telling himself he had to learn to perfectly restrain and unleash his power. Perfectly. My aura sense now extends to 3 meters. Now, within this 3-meter radius, I can feel every gust of wind, every single blade of grass. 3 days later, deep beneath the ocean, Chen Chu's clone continued its hunt for food to devour. Suddenly, it spotted a strange, red-eyed fish. The clone was identical to the one before. Gazing up at the boat on the surface, he knew Wang Tianhuo's ship was arriving. Aboard the vessel, Chairman Wang announced, My team has arrived. When do we make our move? Chen Suo replied, That was impressively fast. I just need a moment to prepare. We begin tonight. A system notification appeared. Through cultivation, Qi Sense experience increased by 15. He realized that with this enhanced Qi Sense, his power could multiply exponentially. Chairman Wang called him, Brother, I can't see your crew anywhere. Chen Suo replied, They're already in the water. Just give me the coordinates. Chairman Wang was stunned. They're that skilled? 200 meters to the left of your ship, at a depth of 700 to 800 meters. Chen Suo's clone surged through the depths. Despite his powerful physique, the pressure was immense. When he arrived at the location, the area was completely empty. He reported back, I'm at 800 meters deep. There's nothing here. Chairman Wang was shocked. You've already searched the area? That's incredible efficiency. It's only been 20 minutes, and you've covered 800 meters. An assistant beside him whispered, Boss, after several hundred years, the location might have shifted. It's likely about 1,000 meters to the east. Chairman Wang corrected himself. My apologies, brother. Try 1,000 meters to the east. Receiving the update, Chen Chu moved instantly, using his key sense to scan the entire zone. Target acquired. I found it. He brought the item up to Chairman Wang's ship, where the crew cheered. Heave. He's almost here. When the chest was opened, it revealed priceless treasures. The assistant reported, Boss, there are 8 items. 3 are in perfect condition. Estimated value is 30 million. If we sell them privately, we could add another 20 million. Chairman Wang grabbed the radio. Did you hear that, brother? That's the rough estimate. Chen Chu replied, You can handle the minor details. All I care about is the money. A few days later, Chen Chu and Chairman Wang met at the port to finalize the transaction. Chairman Wang explained, The total sale was 23 million. We'll split it for 11.5 million each. Go ahead and count it. Chen Chu just smiled. No need. I trust you. Ha! My brother, you really get it. Next time I get a tip about a shipwreck, I'll call you. Staring at the massive sum, Chen Chu thought his money problems were solved, but his own strength was still far too weak. He needed to train until sniper rifles and grenades were useless against him. Only then could he dare to take on even bigger challenges. The next day, at Azure Sea Corporation, as he walked into the office, he was informed, Boss, someone sent in a resume yesterday. He's asking for a 50,000 monthly salary and guarantees he can hook 200 clients, no problem. Intrigued, Chen Chu said, Bring it to me. Let's have a look. On the resume, the man claimed to be a member of a prestigious fishing association with vast connections. After reading it, he crumpled the paper and tossed it. A fraud. Naixin curiously asked, Boss, why haven't you been at the company for the past few days? I landed a huge deal. Made a few million, just like that. Hearing this, Naixin's face filled with admiration. Chen Chu chuckled lightly. Didn't I say I'd treat you all to a meal after I closed this deal? Tonight, I'm taking everyone to above the heavens to unwind. After saying this, he went to handle his work, leaving the 2 women to buzz with excitement. This is great. Not like my friend whose director tried to make a move on her. One of them joked, if the boss wanted to make a move on me, I wonder if I'd say yes. At above the heavens, the 4 of them, including Chen Chu, were having dinner. One person exclaimed in awe, Boss, I never knew you were so good at making money. Another added, Yeah, chartering a boat for fishing and earning millions in just a few days. Chen Chu laughed. Just got lucky and caught a bluefin tuna. One of those can go for hundreds of thousands. As they were talking, a man with orange hair approached their table. Excuse me, are you Chairman Chen of Azure Sea Corporation? The man confidently stepped closer to Chen Chu, puffing out his chest as he introduced himself. Greetings, Chairman Chen. I am Li Tianru, Vice President of the Tianhong Group and a friend of Wang Tianho. Li Tianru placed a hand on his hip, speaking with excitement. Chairman Chen, I want to go sea fishing. Are you interested in a partnership? Chen Chu replied casually. As long as there's money to be made, I'm always interested. Come to my company tomorrow. We need to talk. Su Lenjia stepped forward, handing him a sleek black business card. Director Li, this is our boss's card. Li Tianru's face lit up as he accepted it, leaving with a triumphant smile. Excellent. Chairman Chen. I'll see you tomorrow, then. Naixin watched him leave before turning to Xiao Hui to comment. Xiao Hui, that corporation is huge, right? Xiao Hui replied, her eyes wide with shock. I can't believe he's so young. Their chairman is worth tens of billions, even richer than the wealthiest person in our city. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued. He has the same last name as the Tianhong chairman, so he must be one of his descendants. Naixin gasped. Tens of billions? Even Su Lenji was thrilled, thinking she had just met the son of the richest man during dinner. From the women's chatter, Chen Chuo's interest in the young man was piqued. A faint smirk played on his lips. The son of the richest man is also interested in shipwrecks. On another day, deep beneath the sea, his sea flounder had hunted down 2 incredibly valuable fish. Chen Chu was beyond pleased. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. I was just telling Xiao Ning about a fish worth over 10 million, and now I've caught 2 of them. They quickly moved to a nearby warehouse, where the fish were carefully packed in ice. Chen Chu grumbled. This fish costs over 10,000, but its meat tastes just average. He felt a pang of disappointment, but his mood quickly shifted. Looking at the fish, his eyes began to sparkle. This wasn't just a fish, it was a mountain of cash. The only problem now was finding a buyer. While Chen Suo was deep in his training, a voice called from outside. Young Master Li had been waiting for him at the company for a long time. He immediately replied, "Oh, I'll be right there." Shortly after, a luxury car pulled up in front of the Tian Land Marine Company. Li Tianri cut straight to the chase. "Boss Chen, I have the exact coordinates of the sunken ship." Chen Suo crossed his arms, a skeptical look on his face. With the vast wealth of the Tianhong Group, why would young Master Li be interested in a mere shipwreck? He answered bluntly. Who in their right mind would turn down more money? He stuck to his usual principles, proposing, "All right then, a 50-50 split after we secure the cargo." Li Tianri generously agreed on the spot. "No problem." Chen Suo's gaze sharpened. Observing Li Tianri's confident posture, he sensed something unusual. This man's demeanor suggested he was after more than just a bit of treasure. With his keen perception, he maintained a friendly attitude, continuing the conversation while subtly probing for more information. "By the way, Mr. Li, do you know anyone who owns a high-end seafood restaurant? I have a 4-meter bluefin tuna right here." Li Tianru couldn't hide his astonishment, laughing with praise. "Boss Chen, you're truly amazing. You actually managed to catch a bluefin tuna." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his phone, preparing to call someone to make the arrangements. "In fact, I own a seafood restaurant myself. Let's have lunch, and I'll introduce you." In just a few days, Chen Suo had found a buyer for the massive tuna. He led them to the warehouse, where the fish was carefully preserved. The moment the door opened, the other party scrambled inside. It was as if he was afraid the fish would disappear. Chen Suo calmly reminded him, "Manager Lin, don't worry. The fish isn't going to run away." The man's associate inspected the fish, his eyes shining brightly as he reported with excitement, "Boss, the quality is absolutely perfect. All aspects are grade A." Manager Lin stepped forward, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Your fish is in prime condition." He tried to haggle. "We're all friends here. What do you think of a price of 7 million? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Suo agreed. "Done. Let's head out then." Su Lengjie looked at him with a mixture of shock and admiration. A single fish could be sold for the staggering price of 7 million. Oh my god. After getting the money, Chen Suo took his beautiful secretary to the Van Hao International Plaza. Su Lengjie was still in a daze, finding it hard to believe. He turned back and smiled. Today's harvest was excellent, so we can afford to spend a little. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Van Hao International. This is where all the top luxury brands are gathered. He generously pulled out a powerful black card and went on a shopping spree, leaving the store staff overjoyed. A high roller has arrived. Su Lengjie stood to the side, shyly observing the scene before her, thinking, this place is truly on another level. The boss makes money so easily. When they finished shopping, the two returned to the port warehouse. Su Lengjie had already changed into a beautiful new dress. She walked behind him, her face flushing as a small smile played on her lips. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "Oh my goodness, the boss's watch alone costs over 2 million. And he bought me so many luxury items, that must be over 2 million too." Chen Suo placed the mountain of shopping bags on the sofa, turning to her and speaking gently, "Lengjie, I want to buy a villa. Could you help me look into it?" He continued, explaining his requirements. "It must be spacious, and the location can be a bit remote since I prefer peace and quiet. The budget is around 30 million. Her face filled with confidence as she replied instantly, "Of course." Since the last business deal was settled so quickly, Chen Suo decided to accept the next mission. With his unique constitution, he and the sea juggernaut dove deep to the ocean floor. Far above, ships continuously sailed by on the surface. The sea juggernaut charged forward with grim determination, but it couldn't help muttering, "It's a shame my strength isn't enough." Otherwise, those two submarines would have been torn to shreds. Suddenly, it stopped dead in its tracks, as if it had detected something sinister. He quickly reassured it. "There seems to be something nasty over there. Let's leave first. No need to risk getting closer." It was a colossal red crab, constantly waving its powerful, threatening claws. The sea juggernaut ground its teeth in fury. "You dare provoke me." The red crab swung a claw, sending it flying a great distance. The sea juggernaut's eyes blazed. It hissed through its teeth. "It's much stronger than that mutated fish." The red crab didn't stop, continuing to destroy everything in its path. It seemed intent on total annihilation. The sea juggernaut struggled to evade, thinking, the force of this monster's attack must exceed 10 tons. Interesting. Its determination ignited. The sea juggernaut focused all of its strength, delivering a world-shattering punch to the red crab that created a blinding white explosion in the water. In the end, it was victorious, circling the massive red crab. It figured it couldn't eat this creature all at once. It would have to be absorbed slowly. At the same time, Chen Suo was relaxing on the sofa at home, scrolling through the news. A peculiar headline appeared on the screen. Strange maritime events in recent years. He read the information and muttered, "Finless ribbonfish, giant hammerhead sharks, and now I've encountered a giant spider crab. This world is changing in terrifying ways." A series of world-shaking events appeared. Nuclear submarine SSN 689 destroyed. Music. Physique plus 29. Evolution value plus 280. He glanced at the sea juggernaut, noticing its body had grown to 18 meters. Are you planning to cooperate with the person behind him? Chen Chu trained relentlessly, forging a new image for himself, and his physical constitution improved 100-fold. The strength of his bones and muscles reached a new peak. He could now strike a steel pole without feeling any pain. He gazed at his scarred hands, knowing that even a pistol could only manage to graze his skin. At his current reaction speed, ordinary bullets couldn't possibly hit him. Chen Chu stepped into the Xinhou bookstore, where the silence was so profound you could hear the turning of a page. He casually picked up a book and flipped through it, thinking to himself, "This world isn't as simple as I thought. Studying and reading is never a mistake." A girl gasped, her eyes sparkling. "Look, he's so handsome." Her friend next to her giggled, teasing, "Then go ask for his number." The girl shrank back, whispering that she didn't dare. The two books Chen Chu held had powerful titles, Xingyi Quan and Baji Quan. He felt his decision to pursue constant learning was the right one. Only by never ceasing to learn could he truly advance. Back at the warehouse, he trained with fiery intensity. Every punch thundered against the heavy bag as sweat dripped from his brow, marking his resolve. On a nearby table, the two newly purchased books sat neatly, like silent masters observing his every move. Baji Quan and Xing Yi Quan looked simple on the surface, but achieving a complete understanding was anything but easy. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. It was a call from Ling Ruoya. He quickly answered, and an anxious voice burst through. "Boss Chen, we've arrived." Chen Chu remained calm, wiping the sweat from his face as he replied succinctly, "Send me your location. My men will arrive in half a day." But by then, his avatar and the sea spirit were already at the bottom of the ocean. They quickly located a chest overflowing with glittering gold and precious gems. Chen Chu immediately reported back, "Boss Li, we found the gold, along with some broken pottery shards." On the other end, Li Tianru couldn't contain his impatience and asked urgently, "Boss Chen, did you see any kind of special box?" His voice sounded generous over the phone. "Just find that box, and I'll let you have everything else from the shipwreck." He nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll check with my people on this end." He thought to himself, this pile of gold could be exchanged for 200,000 yuan. But what about that special box? At last, they spotted the wooden case. Chen Chu's avatar stared at the box, which was caked in black sludge. A look of disdain crossed its face as it scoffed coldly. "A pile of black mud. I have no idea what he wants with this." But with professional diligence, he delivered the strange box into Boss Li's hands. The man peered inside, his jaw dropping in shock. He clutched his head with both hands, screaming in a panic. "How can this be? My elixir. Where is my elixir?" Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the police were investigating a mysterious body that had just been discovered. Just like the previous victims, all the blood in the body had vanished, and the muscles were withered as if they'd been left out to dry. Even though he's only been dead for 10 hours, Tai Lackey said helplessly, "All we can do is wait for the special investigators to arrive." He furrowed his brow, thinking, the victims are all low-life thugs with no relatives, but they were all physically strong. He crossed his arms, giving a serious order to his subordinate, Xiao Zhang, "Write the report. Shut down all entertainment venues in the city at midnight." But late at night, as darkness blanketed the city, a demonic woman roamed free. She closed in without hesitation, her blood-red eyes glowing in the dark. With lightning-fast speed, she brought her lips to the man's neck, draining his life force and blood in a single instant. Tai Laki received more grim news. He gritted his teeth and roared in anger. "What? We issued a shutdown order. How are there 4 more dead?" In his warehouse, Chen Chu continued to train tirelessly, endlessly launching punches into the heavy bag. The results were satisfying. After several days of practice, he'd made a significant breakthrough in both Baji Quan and Xing Yi Quan. The system announced, "New martial art comprehended. Please assign a name." He replied seriously, "Then let's call it Peng Quan." It was a fusion of Baji Quan's explosive power and Xing Yi Quan's half-step Peng Quan. Every step was a powerful punch with the force of a cannon blast. On the calm surface of the sea, a boat sailed out with high spirits. The captain said cheerfully, "After chasing that school of fish for so long, we finally caught it." Still, he remained highly vigilant of his surroundings. He had to be careful. This was a huge investment. A single fishing net cost several million. There was no room for error. Suddenly, a crew member ran in frantically, shouting, "Boss, there's a hole in the middle of the net. The fish are escaping. He furiously ordered, "You fool, pull the net up right now." The crewman stammered. "The sonar isn't picking up anything, but the net won't come up. This is bad." Far below, on the ocean floor, the sea spirit was hunting, greedily gathering countless fish into its arms. Chen Chu thought. Dozens with a single grab. A free meal delivered right to my doorstep. This is great. With his water attribute compatibility, sonar equipment was completely useless against him. After eating his fill, it was time to head home. On the deck of the boat, a young man stared at the tattered net and collapsed to his knees in despair, asking, "What in the world just happened? My net is ruined, and all the fish are gone. What kind of monster was that? What god is behind this mess?" At that moment, back at the port, Chen Chu was leisurely sunbathing when his phone rang. An excited voice said, "Boss Chen, I'm back in the city." To show his gratitude, Leo said he'd take me somewhere incredible tonight. A smirk crossed my face as I quickly agreed. An invitation from Leo Lee? Of course, I had to see what it was all about. Soon, they arrived at the Dream Pavilion, a famous entertainment spot for the rich and powerful. A woman in a red dress, with a stunning and seductive figure, gracefully stepped out to greet them. "Welcome, Mr. Lee, Mr. Chen." Leo Lee crossed his arms and asked, "Is the Cloud Palace suite available?" She replied, "The Cloud Palace is always reserved for you, Mr. Lee." Immediately after, they were escorted into the exclusive suite. Surrounded by beautiful women, the two men enjoyed the finest delicacies. Alex Chen rested his chin on his hand, thinking, no wonder ancient kings neglected their duties. Relaxing in a place like this, just soaking in the atmosphere, was truly amazing. After unwinding, he quickly got in his car to head home. Suddenly, a crimson power swirled around him, forming strange circles. He could feel the imminent danger. He scoffed. "Is something following me? This oppressive aura." It felt just like the time that giant lizard was driven into town. That night, Alex Chen glanced across the road and a slight smile touched his lips. "A demon? Huh. Interesting. It's been a while since I had a good workout." All of a sudden, a red sports car shot forward, overtaking him. The driver arrogantly yelled from the other side, "Hey buddy, want a race?" He didn't answer, just letting out a quiet scoff as a smirk played on his lips. Though he had zero interest, a part of him wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Instantly, he executed a flawless, high-speed drift. The maneuver sent a cold sweat down the spines of everyone who witnessed it. One person even gasped in shock. A drift like that. Does he have a death wish? My God, is that guy even human? He continued to accelerate, the engine roaring like a beast, tearing through the silent night. But what he was really focused on was the dark shadow that had been tailing him this entire time. At this speed, not even a cheetah could keep up. So how was this strange creature staying right on his tail? It seems its power level is nothing to scoff at. Alex Chen stopped the car by the seashore, stepped out, and called into the darkness, "Come on out. I don't bite." In a flash, a girl with raven black hair and a delicate face peeked out from behind a coconut tree, her voice filled with excitement. "Big brother, you're pretty funny. I was just swimming at the beach, and someone stole my clothes. Could you lend me a set?" Hearing this, Alex Chen moved at lightning speed, lunging forward. "You want clothes? Then let me get them for you right now." The moment the words left his mouth, he threw a powerful punch at his opponent. But then, his expression froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. The female demon's illusion faded, revealing her ugly true form. Her long red tongue flicked out as she sneered. "Your life force is so potent. I just want to devour you." Facing this kind of creature for the first time, Alex Chen felt a flicker of panic. He stumbled back, asking in confusion, "What in the world are you?" She answered in a chilling voice, "I am human, too. Just a more perfect version. My name is Umbra." Umbra licked her grotesque lips, her eyes glowing hungrily at her prey. "Eating you is like eating several hundred people with strong life energy. It's more than enough to complete my first stage of evolution." Alex Chen quickly regained his composure, soaring into the air. An intense blue light erupted from him, and his eyes glowed crimson. He raised a fist and said contemptuously, "You want to eat me? Let's see if you have what it takes." Seeing this, the demoness frantically turned to flee, her face a mask of panic as she screamed, "He's too fast." High above, a violent red flame erupted around him. He launched a direct assault, every blow landing with perfect accuracy. Umbra was slammed onto the sand. Her voice was a weak whisper. "How is this possible? How? You don't have the aura of an awakened one." Without stopping, Alex Chen began destroying the coconut trees Umbra was using for cover. One after another, the trees fell, leaving her gasping in shock. But with her body buried in the sand, she was completely helpless. His eyes narrowed, analyzing the situation. It confused with trees and rocks. "But every time I attack one of its vessels, its own aura weakens." A moment later, an eerie silence fell. With all the withered trees destroyed, the demoness had no strength left, lying helplessly on the cold ground. Alex Chen growled through gritted teeth, fusing with dead trees. A pretty good survival skill. Too bad you ran into me. Answer my questions, and I'll give you a quick death. Faced with his threat, Umbra bared her teeth and laughed with pure defiance. Look at the state I'm in. Do you really think I'm afraid of death? She broke into crazed laughter, mumbling, "Such a beautiful moon. What a shame. A shame that I'll never get to see it again." A trail of fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she continued, her face full of regret. "If you had given me just one more month, I could have completed my shadow transformation. Then, even a battle god wouldn't have scared me." Her body began to dissolve into dust. Before vanishing completely, she hissed her final words. "But my luck ran out. To think that in a normal city like this, I'd encounter a monster like you." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "You have eliminated a corruptor and received 10 attribute points. You have eliminated a corruptor and received 10 attribute points." Alex Chen stared blankly at the words, confused. "A corruptor? Attribute points? What is all this?" As if sensing his confusion, the system explained that attribute points could be used to improve skills, enhance weapons, or strengthen his own body to gain new abilities. Special abilities like lightning, ice, and fire. He touched his nose, lost in thought, realizing he already possessed an extraordinary power of his own. Even a gecko can become a dragon one day. In a flash, his entire demeanor changed, his face glowing with excitement. "I will become a real-life Godzilla." In his mind's eye, he transformed into a colossal monster, breathing pure fire, an image of absolute power. Back at the warehouse, Chen Chu used his computer to research the polluted and the awakened. But the screen flashed a harsh message. "No information found related to your search." He leaned back in his chair with a heavy sigh. "So the government is blocking this information," he muttered. "It's probably for the best. My current strength is still too low. I'll wait until I'm stronger before I step into that world." A greedy glint appeared in his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. "What if my physique breaks through to 10,000? A mechanical voice echoed, "Please select an elemental attribute to enhance: wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, or darkness." His current constitution wasn't strong enough. He could only enhance one basic element. He pointed a finger at the screen, whispering, "Enhance the lightning element." The system announced, "You have used an attribute point to enhance your extraordinary ability, gaining mastery over lightning. Your spirit has increased by 1. Between Chen Chu's two fingers, a tiny spark of lightning crackled to life. His face lit up with excitement. "A lightning-powered version of the pterosaur. Huh, not bad. I'll take it." The lightning control skill had a note. It could be improved through practice. Excellent. His detailed information panel appeared. Character name, Chen Chu. Level, 1. Physique, 465+. Spirit, 57+. Mind control, primary external strength technique. Experience points, 570 out of 1,000. Primary chi sense, experience, 480 out of 1,000. Primary ice fist skill, experience value, 26 out of 500. Intermediate body arts, experience, 517 out of 12,000. Primary lightning control, 10 out of 1,000. Unallocated attribute points. Pterosaur scale armor, divine scale spikes. With scales and 2 evolutions, it's considered a mature beast. Strive to become a beast lord. Evolution points, 31 out of 5,000. Abilities, observation, haki, armament haki, water affinity, and lightning control. At that moment, deep at the bottom of the ocean, the sea tyrant was on a rampage. It unleashed devastating lightning attacks on the sea beasts before it. In a mere instant, it annihilated its opponent, greedily devouring the massive fish. Chen Chu watched the creature with a weary expression. Another mutated sea beast, no weaker than that giant spider from before. The system flashed a notification, received 980 evolution points. He glanced at the sea tyrant with a hint of envy. Even that lizard has lightning control, and it's even stronger than mine. Meanwhile, at the city airport, Tai Laochi was welcoming some high-level figures. Seeing them step off the plane, he warmly approached. "You must be the comrades from the Special Affairs Bureau, correct? I am Tai Laochi, responsible for your reception." The man in the sharp black suit politely shook his hand and introduced himself. "I'm Huang Junfeng. We appreciate your cooperation on this mission." The other man, with an impressive fashion sense, highlighted hair, and black sunglasses, spoke with an icy tone. "Nangong Jian. We're in charge of Case 907. Take us to see the body." They quickly made their way to the place where the body was being held. The corpse was now nothing more than a dry skeleton. Tai Laochi pointed and explained, "This person died last night. It's the only body we've found. For the last 4 days, 4 people have died mysteriously each night. Huang Junfeng channeled his internal energy. A brilliant golden light shot from his hand, illuminating the corpse. In that instant, the ghostly image of a woman appeared. His face went pale as a cold sweat broke out. The female ghost looked ferocious, lunging forward before dissolving into thin air. Nangang Jian spoke in a low voice, a demonic aura, but it's already dead. Huang Junfeng was stunned. What? Already dead? At that moment, back in the warehouse, Chen Suo was still training relentlessly. He was kicking the punching bag with insane force. My strength is increasing way too fast, he thought. I can't even control it. I don't even dare go to Naixin's place anymore. I'm afraid I'll sit down and shatter her sofa. He remembered the awkward moment Naixin had warmly invited him over. Boss, would you like to come upstairs for a cup of tea? He had refused flatly. No thanks, I have something else to do. Sweat beaded on his face. He was kicking himself for missing a chance to be alone with her, but he was terrified of getting too close. What if I'm not careful and accidentally break her bones? On his next day off, he went to look for a new house. The real estate agent enthusiastically pointed to a magnificent villa. Mr. Chen, this is villa number 88. The main building is 560 square meters. The front yard is 70. The backyard is over 200, and it has an 80 square meter pool. The agent went on and on about the special deals. Pay in full, and you'll get all the furnishings, worth over $1 million. The price is $34 million. Chen Suo remained unfazed. He countered with a cold, decisive number. $25,550,000. Take it or leave it. Suddenly, his phone rang with a panicked voice on the other end. Boss, there's a monster. Save me. At that exact moment, the two agents from the Special Affairs Bureau stood on a rooftop, surveying the scene below. Huang Junfeng's eyes were sharp, a worried look on his face. Captain, there's been no unusual activity since last night. The source of the corruption was already dead. He paused, then pressed onward. But strangely, in this phantom state, it was unable to kill, and ordinary people were powerless against it. He asked in confusion, Captain, why aren't we staying? To investigate further, we could even enjoy the sights of this prosperous city. Nangang Jian crossed his arms, his voice like ice. If you have this much free time, you should be cultivating. Otherwise, when the apocalypse arrives, you'll be nothing but cannon fodder. Hearing this, Huang Junfeng sputtered in disbelief. The apocalypse? That's impossible. Nangang Jian began to explain slowly. The professor predicts the next spatial fluctuations will be 10 times stronger than the ones from 20 years ago. Our top priority now is to build our comprehensive strength and prepare for that day. His expression grew solemn as he stressed each word. Only then can we repay the nation for its faith in us. On a beautiful day, some poor soul was still grinding away, selling his life force to the corporate machine. Staring at the golden chest before him, Chen Chu cried out in joy. Finally, something of actual value. But he quickly noticed the silt caked on the artifacts was too coarse, and many porcelain pieces had already shattered. What a tragic loss. He immediately whipped out his phone to look up their prices. Every single one was worth a fortune. He couldn't be more pleased. I've hit the jackpot. Items from the Song Dynasty were worth hundreds of thousands, some even reached into the millions. Then, he sighed in regret. It's a shame my carelessness destroyed so many pieces, probably worth hundreds of millions in total. As he was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. A waitress's voice rang out. Hey, what do you think you're touching? A tall, thuggish-looking guy angrily denied it. Touching what? Did you see me do it with your own two eyes? Don't spout nonsense. He sneered, reaching out to taunt her. Or are you suggesting I should touch you again, just to be sure? A customer sipping his coffee couldn't stand it anymore and shouted out. How can you be so shameless? I saw the whole thing. But the thug just doubled down, his tone getting uglier. So what if you saw it? You got a problem? Then come over here and do something about it. Chen Chu overheard and glanced over, intrigued. How interesting, he thought. I've never met anyone practically begging for a beating before. The thug just laughed mockingly. Well, today's your lucky day. He didn't forget the challenge. You got a problem with that? Then come and hit me. From across the room, he gestured wildly, a smug look on his face. Yeah, you. Got the guts. Come on. Chen Chu stood up and slowly walked over, letting out a laugh. Ha, another hothead who's all talk. He turned to the waitress. Does this place have security cameras? She rushed to check and reported back in a panic. Oh no, our camera seems to be broken. Chen Chu gave a slight smile. She caught on quick. The thug's face went pale, trembling with fear, but it was too late. The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the room, leaving a perfect handprint on his cheek. He crumbled to the floor, out cold. Chen Chu remarked with a smirk. It's amazing how some people are just asking for a beating. Truly ridiculous. Cutting to the riverside, a system notification appeared. Lightning control experience has increased by 10. Spiritual power has increased by 1. Lying on the sofa, Chen Chu mused to himself. A human lifespan of 100 years, compared to a billion-year-old star, is nothing but a fleeting moment. He gazed into the distance, making a vow. One day, I will shatter the boundary between life and death. The next day, Chen Chu told Su Lingyue, take some time to study the accounting ledgers. From now on, you'll be in charge of the company's finances. I'm doubling your salary, she stammered in surprise. Whoa, what? Yes, of course, boss. Su Lengyu then asked, but boss, where are we heading next? Chen Chu just gave her a mysterious smile. We're going to pick up a few things. An elderly man in simple clothes, holding a string of prayer beads, introduced himself with a warm smile. My surname is Gao. I'm the owner of this humble antique shop. Chen Chu pointed to the artifact. Mr. Gao, could you please appraise this plate for me? The owner replied, please, both of you, come upstairs. We can discuss this in more detail. As the case opened, the ancient plate seemed to glow. Mr. Gao observed it intently, thinking, it smells of salt water. It must have been salvaged from the sea recently. Mr. Gao explained, young man, this piece is authentic, but it's meant to be part of a pair. Because you only have one, its value is significantly lower. Chen Chu thought with a pang of regret. So it's part of a set. When I found this plate, it was surrounded by countless other fragments. It's a shame this was the only one still intact. He gave his appraisal. Such a pity. For a single piece, the most I can offer is 4.5 million. Chen Chu replied, all right, let me think it over. Later, on the street, Su Lengyu sipped her smoothie and remarked, boss, after visiting all those shops, Mr. Gao was definitely the most reasonable. Chen Chu, chewing on a candied fruit stick, turned to her. Reasonable? He just offered the highest price, that's all. But Chen Chu thought to himself, there was something off about that man's eyes. It was clear he was up to no good. Meanwhile, in the living room of a luxury villa, Du Hong spoke to Mr. Gao. You said you found a lead on the sunken ship. Mr. Gao opened the case, explaining, sir, as you can see, this porcelain bears the official seal. It's from the very shipment we've been looking for. A young man sold it to me. He must know the exact location of the wreck. Du Hong gave the order. Send this to Hugh Li. Within half an hour, I want every single piece of information we have on this man. Minutes later, a notification pinged on Boss Cao's phone. His subordinate began to ask, boss, should we? But Du Hong cut him off with a sinister grin. We cooperate. A smirk played on his lips as he remembered the deal. Boss Cao had said, go ahead and fill out your information here. We'll need this for the transaction. Or the auction. Chen Chu simply agreed. Lying in bed, a thought nagged at him. Today's deal went off without a hitch. So why did he have such a bad feeling about Boss Cao? I hope I'm just overthinking it. The next morning, the unease remained. Was last night too quiet? Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Forget it, I'll just head to school. He mused to himself. After absorbing the sea python's power, his muscle density was now 560 times that of a normal human. He couldn't help but wonder. Could he actually stop a bullet? Suddenly, a masked figure appeared by the elevator. The moment Chen Chu stepped out, the man pounced. Don't move. And don't make a sound. You're coming with me. The man pressed a gun to his side, leaving no room for argument. He was shoved into a getaway car waiting nearby. Inside, Chen Chu sat on the floor, playing the part of a terrified victim. Please. Where are you taking me? I swear. I haven't done anything to offend anyone. The red-haired driver brandished a knife, snarling. We're taking you to meet someone, so shut your mouth and cooperate. Chen Chu was dragged into their hideout. A henchman shoved him forward. Over here. Another reported to his superior, Boss, we've got him. A man with a deep scar on his face erupted in fury. You son of a bitch. Let me get a good look at the guy who made me wait all damn night. Chen Chu rose to his feet. A calm, contemptuous smile spread across his face. Is this it? I was expecting more of you. The man in sunglasses behind him watched in shock. Wait, this kid was terrified a minute ago. Why is he so composed now, he thought. There's something unnerving about the way he talks. Sensing the shift in power, Scarface gritted his teeth. What are you idiots waiting for? Take him down. The masked kidnapper raised his pistol. But Chen Chu moved in a flash, a single kick sending the man sprawling. Chen Chu snatched the gun from the air, its weight feeling perfect in his hand. Scarface bellowed, You brat, put the gun down. His lackey echoed the command. Didn't you hear him? The boss said drop it. Scarface sneered. You have one gun, I have two, and I bet yours only has one bullet left. You're surrounded, kid. Chen Chu's smirk widened. You still don't get it, do you? The truth is, you're all surrounded by me. A chilling grin spread across his face. Now, tell me who you're working for, and I'll grant you a swift end. A gunshot shattered the silence. In an instant, Chen Chu moved. The bullet found its mark, slamming into Scarface and sending him to the ground. "Boss," one of the goons screamed. He charged forward, guns blazing, his guns empty. "Finish him now." Tossing the empty pistol aside, Chen Chu dodged the hail of bullets with impossible grace. A crimson aura flared around his hand as he reached out and plucked a bullet right out of the air. The thugs froze in pure terror. "What? What the hell? How did he do that?" The other stammered. "My God, he's a monster. He caught a bullet." A satisfied smile crept onto Chen Chu's face. "So this is how strong I've become." Outside the hideout, the sounds of desperate screams echoed into the night. Chen Chu loomed over the last man standing. His voice was ice. "Talk. Who sent you?" Cowering in a corner, the man stammered. "It was Du Hong, the chairman of Longhua Group. The antique shop on the old street. It's his too. He's at Villa number 3 on Guangshan right now." On the floor, the dying Scarface fumbled for his ringing phone. Chen Chu snatched the phone and answered. "This is Chen Chu. I'm speaking to Du Hong, correct? I'll be paying you a little visit tonight." With that, he made sure Scarface's call was permanently disconnected. On the other end of the line, Boss Cow spoke, his voice laced with annoyance. "He's demanding 2 billion? The kid's got some nerve." Du Hong's voice was cold as steel. "Make the preparations. 2 billion can buy dozens of lives. Let's see if he has what it takes to collect it." Meanwhile, a car tore down the highway, but trailing it, like a shadow, was the blur of Chen Chu himself. He realized his body had evolved again. His top speed, now reaching a staggering 120 meters per second. The scene shifts to Du Hong's brightly lit villa. Boss Cow seemed doubtful. "Boss, maybe we scared the kid off. You think he'll even show?" Du Hong rested his chin on his hand, his expression grim. He wiped out 7 members of the Black Tiger Gang. 3 of them were armed. "This kid is no ordinary punk." Rage hardened his gaze. "I have more than a dozen elite marksmen and legions of loyal men. It's time they earn their keep." Outside, Du Hong's men took their positions. Every face was taut with tension, senses on high alert. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was just as frantic. The man in glasses ordered, "Get the backup generator running." A voice crackled over the radio. "The gate camera is down. The main door has been breached. The target's moving too fast." Du Hong slammed his fist on the table. "I don't care who it is. Shoot on sight. I want him dead." Bodies dropped in the hallway outside. Inside, 2 gunmen nervously aimed their rifles at the door. Suddenly, it swung open. Without even identifying the target, they opened fire. Chen Chu strode through the doorway, a flurry of kicks sending the 2 gunmen to the floor. He walked calmly until he stood before Du Hong and Boss Cow. Horror dawned on their faces. "So it's true. You're an awakened one." Du Hong scrambled to his feet, begging. 500 million. "Mr. Chen, I can pay. For 500 million. Can you spare our lives?" Chen Chu gazed at them, his eyes devoid of warmth. "That's a tempting offer. But too many people have already died. I can't let either of you walk away from this." "Hurry up and die." Du Hong was sweating bullets. He froze for a moment, then his story began. Back in '99, in Shan town, me, Old Cow, and a dozen of our brothers went to claim new turf. Suddenly, a man engulfed in flames fell from the sky. In an instant, Shan town was consumed by a sea of fire. He went on. The very next day, the entire area had become a massive lake. The government officially named it Subsidence Lake. Chen Suo thought to himself. His awakening was powerful. It's a good thing I didn't waste any time. Seizing the moment of distraction, Du Hong aimed his gun and screamed, "Die, you little punk." But Chen Suo moved like lightning, slamming a fist into his face. A brutal kick followed as he thought, "I'll finish them all in just a few moves. All your wealth means nothing. In my eyes, you're all just ants." Du Hong's villa was now a pile of smoldering ruins. A man in white reported to 7th Master Tai. "We found 31 bodies in total, including the chairman of the Longhua Group." 7th Master Tai stared into the distance. "If I'm not mistaken, this was Chen Suo's doing. He's likely the one who killed that group in the mangrove forest, too." He crossed his arms, his expression grim. "There's an unusual fluctuation from the cursed land. The second shockwave is almost here. My original plan was to give him an enhancement slot for the cursed land." His thoughts continued. "But he's too ruthless, too cold-blooded. The path he's walking is dangerously twisted." Back at the port warehouse, Chen Suo sat on a table, staring at a tray. He noticed half of the roasted chicken he'd left behind was gone, leaving only a few greasy stains. Whatever was here last night, it wasn't normal. A system notification suddenly appeared. Received 67 evolution points. Physique has increased by 6.7. The abyssal flounder, a fish in its mouth, thought to itself. There's still more on the other side. I should go check it out. At a depth of 1,200 meters, it devoured its meal, then swam even deeper into the abyss. Huh? This looks like an active volcano. The pressure at this depth is getting uncomfortable. Meanwhile, back at the port warehouse, a suspicious figure flickered in and out of sight, clutching a bag of fried chicken. Chen Chu watched from the shadows, pressed against the wall. "You're not getting away." He clenched his fist and shot forward, his face a mask of pure confidence. He unleashed a barrage of powerful punches midair, only to find his fists hit nothing but empty space. It just vanished without a sound. What kind of power is this? A dimensional rift? A portal to another world? Or something else entirely? His foot landed on the spot where the shadow had been. Chen Chu looked around, bewildered by his new surroundings. System alert. Your body is being eroded by a contaminated energy source. Your powerful physique has granted temporary immunity. Warning, this resistance will be destroyed in 5 hours. He stepped into a world drenched in an eerie green light. He was stunned. This was another dimension. As Chen Chu scanned the area, a massive figure appeared in a doorway. The ghoul burst through, radiating pure killing intent. He instantly dropped into a battle stance, fists clenched, ready for the attack. Chen Chu wondered, is this a zombie or some other kind of monster? He answered with a powerful punch straight to the ghoul's head. You have killed a low-grade corpse fiend. 2 attribute points acquired. The system also revealed the name of this place, Hushan Town. Welcome, user. He surveyed the desolate landscape. Hushan Town. So this is the place Du Hong mentioned, the town that became a lake overnight. He realized the truth. So Hushan Town wasn't destroyed. It was dragged into another dimension. No matter. I need to get back first. This place is too dangerous, too mysterious. As he began to leave, he was watched from a tree branch by a little girl with orange hair. It was Sai, furiously munching on a chicken leg, a glare on her face. A soft glow emanated from Chen Chu's hand. Looking down, he made a decision. 2 attribute points. I'll put them all into my lightning ability. Attribute points allocated. Lightning control experience increased by 20. Spiritual power increased by 2. Back in his world, he searched for information. The results came up. Hushan Town flooded. 180 people missing. 30,000 evacuated. He sat glued to the screen, reading every detail. He was shocked. It wasn't an evacuation. More than 30,000 people had vanished along with the town. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If they all became corpse fiends, how many attribute points would that be? He immediately called Brother Li. Hey, Brother Li, it's me. Can you find out where the evacuees from Hushan Town went, the ones from 20 years ago? Brother Li replied without hesitation. Sure thing. I'll have an answer for you by tomorrow. The next day, he pointed to a blueprint on a large screen. I need you to build me a small, reinforced steel room and forge this decorative greatsword. The blade needs to be 2 meters long, thick, heavy, incredibly hard, and razor sharp. The assistant looked hesitant. Mr. Chen, forging a blade that large could be difficult. Weapons like that are strictly controlled by the state. Chen Chu gave the manager an amused look. Manager Li, do you really think anyone could kill someone? The manager laughed nervously and agreed. Ha ha. Of course. As he turned to leave, he made a mental note. These corpse fiends are bizarre, and their condition might be contagious. Besides the blade and the steel room, I'm going to need a full suit of steel armor. The scene shifts to a seafood hotel. Wang Tianhua swirled a glass of wine. The information from the supposed Hushan survivors is a complete mess. The government claims the situation is stable, but my own investigation turned up absolutely nothing. Later, as Chen Chu drove down the road, his theory was confirmed. It's just as I suspected. All 30,000 of them were buried there. The abyssal flounder snapped up another fish. Today's my lucky day. I've already caught over 40 of these. I only need 300 more evolution points to complete the 3rd stage. Chen Chu soon arrived at a magnificent villa. A subordinate made the introduction. This is the owner of the estate, Miss Lin Qing. Lin Qing sized him up with a keen eye. Mr. Chen, you certainly have a good eye. Chen Chu stood before her, slightly flustered. The payment is all here. Once you've confirmed the amount, Miss Lin, we can begin the work. She stared in disbelief at the transfer amount, her voice trembling. Over 20 million. In cash. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Evolution points, plus 29. Evolution value has reached the critical threshold. Evolve. Deep beneath the ocean, 1,500 meters down, the sea leviathan uttered a single word. The evolution had begun. A brilliant crimson membrane enveloped its entire body. At that exact moment, Chen Chu felt a new power surging within him. He glanced at the crimson glow on his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. What truly thrilled him was his hearing. From hundreds of meters away, he could clearly hear the sound of ants carrying crumbs of food. Even the weary sighs of a guard on patrol, 300 meters away, reached his ears as they complained about how tough life was. His strength and speed had doubled, yet he controlled this new power with absolute ease. The system announced his level had increased to Earth rank, his stamina reaching 1,000 and his spiritual power rising to 200. But then, another message appeared. New talents acquired, water affinity, lightning flame breath, and he read the words carefully, his expression thoughtful. Lightning flame breath. This new power must have come from devouring those mutated tiger fish. His thoughts turned to his clone, the sea leviathan. He could sense its body had already grown to a colossal 40 meters in length. This was no mere giant lizard anymore. It was a true kaiju, a Godzilla. But Chen Chu wasn't satisfied, analyzing that the energy within it was still too weak. Even the might of its lightning flame breath was mediocre at best. The sea leviathan spotted a gargantuan shadow in the distance. As it swam closer, it stared at the creature's massive jaws and thought, just one bite from that thing could probably tear an aircraft carrier in two. Impressive strength, the sea leviathan mused as it effortlessly ripped the tiger fish's mouth apart. But impressive is all it is. It clamped down on the fish's corpse and swam onward, calculating. This species yields over 2,000 evolution points, and it's packed with a scorching hot energy. The cave looming ahead had to be the lair of these giant tiger fish. Reaching the den, the sea leviathan dropped its prey and looked up, seeing a massive fish skeleton impaled on a giant stone pillar. A truly terrifying sight. Strange, it thought. This thing is making me feel an instinctual fear. There's something special about this skull. The energy inside me is starting to boil. A system notification appeared. Discovered primordial element. Do you wish to absorb it? Without hesitation, it murmured. Absorb. A brilliant crimson light engulfed the sea leviathan's body. A notification followed. Your clone has absorbed the primordial element, achieving super evolution and acquiring the power of the ancient beast, the Crimson Flame. Now absorbing the power of the Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame power plus 10. A torrent of energy flooded its body as the system continued its rapid updates. Absorbing power. Crimson Flame plus 10. A blinding golden orb of light gathered in its chest. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the deep as the light engulfed the entire region, obliterating everything in its path. The energy detonation was cataclysmic. The sea leviathan was in awe. Such devastating power. A single blast like that could wipe an entire island off the map. The scene shifts to a warehouse. Chen Chu held a massive 2-meter blade, a satisfied grin on his face. This thing weighs 200 kilograms. It feels perfect. From now on, I'll call you the heaven-cleaving tyrant blade. He then turned his attention to his new Titan armor, his eyes wide with admiration. This Titan alloy armor is incredible. It's both durable and remarkably flexible. His expression was one of pure joy. He realized that after his evolution, his energy sense could now detect her presence. Peeking through a crack in the door, he spotted a small figure inside. Hey, I wasn't expecting a little girl. She was a survivor from Tiger Head Town, and she possessed superpowers of her own. Or maybe, she's a monster, too. He looked out at the town ahead. As night descended, Tiger Head Town began to stir with unholy life. System. You have slain a ghoul. Attribute points plus 5. After slicing through an enemy, he issued a command. Strengthen weapon. Heaven-cleaving tyrant blade. The system responded instantly. Please select enhancement type. Durability, sharpness, armor piercing, demon bane, and so on. Elemental enhancements, ice, fire, lightning, light. As he swung his blade at the approaching ghoul, he made his choice. 3 points into durability and 2 points into sharpness. They swarmed him like a tidal wave, dust and debris choking the grim, dark space. Chen Chu swung his blade with all his might but stopped short, stunned. It's unbelievably fast. System. You have slain a level 2 bone ghoul. Attribute points plus 10. Your armor has been enhanced by 15 points. New attribute acquired. Kinetic rebound. Level 1. He looked at his blade thoughtfully and allocated his new points. 5 points into the armor's durability, and the other 5 into the tyrant blade's sharpness. Chen Chu stood alone, facing 2 colossal ghouls. His feet barely touched the ground as he launched himself forward. He weaved through their attacks like a phantom, his blade a beautiful, deadly hurricane of steel. System update. You have slain a level 2 tyrant ape ghoul. Attribute points plus 12. You have slain a level 2 4-armed ghoul. Attribute points plus 10. You have slain a level 2 spitter ghoul. Attribute points plus 10. Chen Chu landed gracefully, his aura overwhelming. But suddenly, a new behemoth appeared and threw a monstrous punch right at him. Chen Chu watched its approach, a calculating look in his eyes. So, a bigger one has arrived. Excellent. I have more than enough attribute points now. Let's see what I'm really made of. He stood alone before the giant, meeting its charge with a single fist. The two forces collided, creating a devastating explosion. Chen Chu landed, his blade deflecting the blow as he analyzed his foe. Its power is immense, he thought, easily matching my own. But its speed is pathetic. In that case, I'm done playing around. He darted forward, his movements a blur, slashing with his sword and tearing into the giant. The beast's eyes glowed red with fury as its body was ripped to shreds. A notification echoed in his mind. System alert, level 5 armored zombie eliminated. 100 attribute points acquired. Armored demon element detected. Consume 10 attribute points to absorb. As the power flowed into him, Chen Chu mused. So that thing was a level 5. No wonder its strength and defense were so insane. It took more than 10 strikes just to kill it. What I really need is a finishing move, one that can end it all in a single blow. As he turned to leave, a desperate cry echoed through the ruins. Run, run away. Chen Chu then spotted a little girl, huddled pitifully in a corner. He recognized her instantly. She was the one who'd stolen his roasted chicken. Yet here she was, warning him to run. He could see there was no malice in her eyes. He approached her gently. Heihei, your name is Heihei, right? My name is Chen Chu. From now on, you'll be my little sister. I'll make sure to protect you. Let's go, Heihei. I'll take you home and get you some new clothes. The scene shifts, and we see him driving the little girl away from the desolate ruins. Chen Chu asked, Heihei, what is this dark tide that drowned the earth? Do you know anything about it? The little girl looked around nervously and stammered. A dark tide? He doesn't know. But I know it's very dangerous. Gazing at the white dress he bought for her, the girl's face lit up. This was probably the first time she'd ever worn something so beautiful. Chen Chu thoughtfully bought some more food. I'm done shopping, he said gently. Come on, let's eat. He skipped over, running excitedly toward the meal. The system updated his status. Character, Chen Chu level. Earth stage physique. 1000 spirit power, 200 plus technique. Outer scourge, 780 of 1000 key sense. 640 of 1000. Skills. White fist, 105 of 500. Cloud body, 580 of 1000. Bullet kick, 461 of 1000. Abilities. Lightning control, 400 of 1000. Crimson flame, 930 of 1000. Available attribute points, 80. Inventory. Armored demon element, 1 unit. Weapon. Sky Tyrant blade. Hardness plus 13. Sharpness plus 7. Armor pierce plus 10. Armor. Demon Emperor male. Hardness plus 35. Tier 1 shock reflection. Avatar. Divine scale. Sword. Evolved 3 times. Ancient beast gene. Great overlord. Evolution value. 2,420 of 10 million. Chen Chu casually chewed on a chicken leg, thinking as he ate. During that last battle, the outer scourge covered my body, allowing the crimson flame energy to build up and then explode with terrifying power. That could be my ultimate move. He made a decision. He would use all 80 attribute points to reinforce the outer scourge technique. Power surged into his fist. I've broken through to the intermediate level. He realized with a grin. My strength has increased at least threefold. He watched him clench his fist, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. Meanwhile, at the Ning University teaching building, a group of people were gathered for a meeting. A young man with glasses spoke up. This training program we're in. I heard that once we complete it, we'll be granted the rank of at least 2nd lieutenant. A man in a gray shirt confirmed. The rank of 2nd lieutenant. A girl in an orange shirt wondered aloud, do you think some mysterious department is scouting us? Just then, a middle-aged man in a white coat entered. That's correct, he announced. The city has established a special department. After this training, you will all be commissioned as 2nd lieutenants. But be warned, it will be followed by many dangerous missions. Do you choose to participate or drop out? In perfect unison, they all replied. We agree to join. Back in a warehouse, Chen Chu was training relentlessly. He slammed his fist into a punching bag. The outer scourge gathers the crimson flame's power, then unleashes it in one blast. This will be my ultimate move. The force of the punch was at least 150 tons. I'll call it absolute flame. Exhausted, he slumped to the floor, muttering to himself. Is one punch my limit right now? If I face that armored zombie again, I could probably take it down in just 3 hits. The scene changes to Ning University's garden, the streets nearly empty. The girl in the orange shirt looked out a window as Chen Chu drove past in a convertible. Wow, she gasped. That guy is so handsome. A blonde guy sitting next to her scoffed. That car isn't cheap. He's obviously just some rich playboy. Lin Ruoya, sitting nearby, snapped at him. Don't you dare talk about him like that. The young man with glasses looked confused. Ruoya, why are you defending him? The middle-aged man driving the car explained. A month ago, he saved Lin Ruoya from 4 kidnappers. The blonde guy sneered in disbelief. Him? That pretty boy saved someone from 4 kidnappers? No way. The man with glasses was intrigued. Kidnappers? Those guys were playing with fire. The girl in orange was impressed. Is he really that amazing? Meanwhile, Chen Chu had taken Heihei to a lake shore to see the world. But deep beneath the sea, the monster Heihei gazed into the distance and spotted a submarine. A perfect chance to test the power of my divine scale sword. Aboard the submarine, the crew was already in a panic. A crewman shouted over the comms. Sonar report. Large biological signature approaching, 100 meters out. Another screamed, it's on a collision course. We're going to be hit. A massive hand brushed against the hull. Damage report, someone yelled. The 2 aft cabins are severely damaged. We're taking on water. Sonar is down. The captain barked his orders. Seal the emergency valves, now. Switch to the multi-beam scanner and lock onto the target. A subordinate stared at the screen in disbelief. Captain. The creature is over 40 meters long. It's bigger than a blue whale. The captain was furious. How can a creature that large even exist? A blue whale is barely over 30 meters. Seal the aft hatch and surface. Now. Now. A crewman reports the ship is taking on massive amounts of water and is still under attack. The captain roars. Fire torpedoes immediately. Full speed ahead. Surface. The sea leviathan watches the vessel, a wicked thought crossing its mind. What's this? Ha ha. It darts through the water with glee, its speed reaching 200 kilometers per hour. The torpedoes can't even keep up. The game has only just begun. The ship pushes its engines to the limit, desperate to escape the deep sea. The sea leviathan surges forward, wrapping itself around the ship's bow. Boom. A devastating impact echoes through the water. The massive vessel is erased without a trace. The creature thinks in shock. The power of that torpedo was still unnerving. If it had been a direct hit, I would have been injured. I must continue to grow stronger. The scene shifts to a party where a young woman performs on stage. Her graceful figure moves elegantly in a flowing white dress, looking like a true professional. A man in the audience watches her, full of praise. She's the top student in the foreign language department, one of the 4 great beauties of Simpu University. This is Du Qiantian, performing her one-of-a-kind peacock dance. Chen Chu watches her with a warm gaze, thinking, so, it's her. Ji Shi, who's with him, has sparkling eyes as she exclaims, she's so beautiful. After Qiantian finishes her performance, she gives a slight bow to thank the audience. But suddenly, a figure slowly approaches from behind. She's completely oblivious that it's Wei Zian. He holds a brilliant bouquet of roses, stepping closer to her to confess his feelings. Qiantian, from the first moment I met you, I was completely mesmerized. Will you be my girlfriend? His words leave her stunned. The audience below begins to stir. What is this? She's in the middle of a performance. Get off the stage. What era is this? Who still does this stuff? Stop embarrassing yourself. Amid the audience's chatter, she quietly responds.
Senior. The audience doesn't seem to want me to say yes. Besides, I don't have feelings for you.
After the performance ends, she hurries off the stage and out to the school grounds. A few people whisper behind her. Is the campus belle actually waiting for him? Seeing Chen Chu and Shi approach, she calls out, Senior, do you still remember me? Du Qiantian smiles shyly. Last month, you called the police to save a girl who had been drugged. Chen Chu thinks for a moment, the memory a bit hazy, then replies, Oh, I think I remember. So, what can I do for you? Du Qiantian's face flushes red. It's clear she's fallen for him. She stammers, Well, Seeing that she can't find her words, he awkwardly turns to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. See you later. Even after he's gone, she stares dreamily at his car, worth over 2 million. She thinks to herself.
The shoes he's wearing are new from Gui. Over 30,000 for a pair. Now that's the style of a true second-generation heir.
He's nothing like that Wei Zian. At that moment, Chen Chu is already immersed in his own world. He holds his blade, walking slowly along a trail. He mutters, I need to find a cave before the black tide hits. Everything on the surface will be wiped out. He finds a cave 30 meters deep, about 4 or 5 meters wide and high. Perfect. Soon, under his sharp blade, the zombies begin to fall one by one. A system notification appears, Kill level 2 mutated bone spear zombie. Receive 20 attribute points. You have destroyed a level 3 mutated flame zombie. Receive 20 attribute points. He frowns slightly. A zombie that has already evolved flame abilities? No wonder I felt that scorching heat. He asks the system, Can I add magic resistance to my clothes? The system replies instantly. Consumes 10 attribute points. Your armor has been integrated with demonic armor materials. Quality upgraded to transcendent. He looks at the flame zombie collapsed on the ground. It's still radiating a scorching blaze. Transcendent-grade demonic armor is almost completely immune to ordinary flames. He thinks to himself, in the deep Pacific Ocean, mutated fish are rare. It would be much more effective to hunt them in human fishing grounds. At that same moment, in a bay, he manages to hunt about 20 fish, which is equal to half a day of normal fishing. Suddenly, 2 surprise attacks whip past him, but thankfully, they miss. That speed. It broke the sound barrier. He looks up into the sky and sees a figure rushing towards him, the fresh scent of a human. He thinks to himself, this zombie's blade technique is so refined. When it swings, its arm vibrates twice, changing the blade's trajectory. He springs into action, ready to counterattack. I've learned your trick. It's time to end this. He swings his blade, creating a dazzling arc of light. The zombie is revealed to be a one-eyed creature, glaring at him with pure malice. It grinds its teeth and, without hesitation, unleashes a massive wave of fire. It engulfs him in a sea of flames. But he stands his ground, sword raised, muttering, absolute flame. The zombie is stunned that he survived. Chen Chu lunges forward, delivering a fatal blow, and the creature roars in agony. A system notification pops up, killed a level 5 raging flame zombie. Received 100 attribute points. Elemental core detected. Consumed 10 attribute points to acquire. He reads the notification. Elemental core acquired. A molten substance fuses itself onto his blade. The system announces, weapon Tyrant Sky Blade has fused with demonic materials. Quality upgraded to transcendent. He swings his blade, and a violent torrent of fire erupts from it. Chen Chu is ecstatic, so it can convert crimson flame and lightning energy into blade attacks. At the same time, in a small town, a spider zombie lurks in the bushes. He thinks, a spider that turned into a zombie? Wait, this forest is far too quiet. The silence was strange, almost unnatural. Time to head back. He strode through the doorway, stepping into the warehouse without a hint of fear. He saw him and happily ran over. Brother Chen Chu, I'll help you close the door. He glanced back at her. How could he possibly close an invisible door? It must be related to a spatial power. This little girl was far more mysterious than he imagined. Still, he thought, it's better to keep it closed, to stop any corpse demons from escaping while I'm gone. Suddenly, the system flared to life. Storage space detected. Exchange 10 attribute points for 1 cubic meter. Do you wish to exchange? He agreed without hesitation, gripping his massive blade. Heh, it's like the system knew exactly what he needed. Just when he was about to complain about how inconvenient it was to carry everything, it offered him a storage dimension. His mind drifted back to that bizarre forest. In just 3 hours, his body had grown 5 or 6 meters, and he'd earned over 500 evolution points. The human cultivation zones were certainly far more bountiful. Aboard a ship, a few men were talking. Yamada-kun, look, what's happening to the tuna? That's weird. Are they low on oxygen? They shined a light down into the sea and recoiled in horror. God, there's blood in the water. Something's gotten to the tuna. Without warning, a colossal creature thrashed its tail from the deep, splintering the vessel into pieces. 2 of the men were thrown violently from the ship. The scene changes. At a large villa, Chen Chu considered his remaining 100-plus attribute points. It was time for a full-scale upgrade. He issued a command. Consume 40 attribute points to enhance aura sense. Experience points plus 400. Breakthrough to the intermediate level. Consume 60 attribute points to strengthen his legs. Experience points plus 600. Breakthrough to the advanced level. The ability was renamed Moonstep. He leaped into the air, feeling his newly enhanced senses. His perception range had skyrocketed from 100 meters to a full kilometer. With Moonstep, he could even temporarily walk on air. Once he was done, he gently brushed his hair. On the TV, a news report began to play. A terrifying black fog has appeared over Tesla City in northern Europe, blanketing hundreds of kilometers. Over 50 people have gone missing. He thought to himself, a black fog. Just like the black tide back in Hushin Town. It seems this world's peace won't last much longer. Near the waters of Okachi Island, a submarine descended into the depths. A man with the face of a lion approached another. Sujimoto, has Professor Kan's research made any progress? He replied, the professor has successfully extracted a superclass gene from the colossal beast. What's more, we found a way to resurrect this monster. The lion-faced man was stunned. A superclass gene? Does that mean superhumans can be mass-produced? Not only that, these titanic beasts will soon be under our complete control. On the shore, several men carried a large crate. The professor gave the order. The micronuclear energy conversion is complete. Move it to the designated location immediately. Suddenly, a monster roared. The two men stared, frozen, at the giant beast inside a glass cage. They shouted, "The electric perimeter is installed. Nuclear power is connected." The professor looked up with pride. Once the nuclear energy flows into the beast's body, it will be revived. He smirked. "It's smart enough to know this collar can kill it, so it will obey us without question." A young man behind him watched in admiration. "Professor Can, you are truly brilliant. You surpassed even him." As the current surged, the beast began to react. The professor cheered. Success! The behemoth is about to be reborn. But another monster was approaching silently, completely undetected by the crew. These fools dared to resurrect that creature. They deserve to die. It slammed its foot down with furious might, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Its roar sent a wave of panic through the men. The professor screamed, "It's a behemoth. Stop it or we're all dead. Gunners, open fire." Sugimoto yelled, "Get to the submarine, now." The gunners fought back, unleashing a barrage of gunfire and mines, but their weapons were useless against its massive body. The young man trembled in fear as the behemoth drew closer. They fired countless 24mm armor-piercing rounds and enough rockets to start a small war. The beast sneered. "Is this the so-called superclass power of humans?" It opened its mouth, unleashing a blast of hellfire that filled them with absolute terror. Watching the humans scramble for the submarine, it laughed. "You think you can run?" It fired another torrent of flames without a moment's hesitation. Inside the glass cage, the other behemoth, activated by the electric current, let out a ferocious roar. Seeing the crimson glow before it, it knew it had truly awakened. Its aura was terrifying. It launched a fireball, aiming to kill the other monster instantly. But the attacking behemoth was struck down in a single blow, crying out in agony, "Arg! I've just been revived. My flesh and blood haven't fully recovered." No. A system notification appeared. "Damaged eternal ancient gene detected. Do you wish to absorb it?" Standing amidst the swirling dust, it pondered. "Damaged? Fine. Absorb it." Meanwhile, the system sent a stream of notifications to Chen Chu. "Your clone has been diligently resting. Evolution points +5. Your constitution has increased by 0.5. He sat in a coffee shop reading the notifications. "Huh, I can get stronger just by having my clone absorb a damaged gene and lie down." Beside him, he ate her cake happily, exclaiming, "Yummy, so yummy." Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Situ Tianqian. "Hey, are you free tomorrow? Do you want to get dinner together?" He furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, then replied, "Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow." Within a dimensional space, Chen Chu continuously dodged attacks from a demonic dragonfly. "This thing is tough," he thought. Its blades could tear a tank to shreds. He swung his weapon in one clean arc, sending it to the afterlife. The system announced, "You have slain a level 4 demonic beast. You have received 50 attribute points." He muttered, "Only level 4? I thought it would be at least level 5. He used his frequency scan to probe the area. It detected a giant worm emerging to attack. He frowned. "How is it possible that it can actually damage my super-class magic armor?" 50 attribute points. Allocated to reinforcing his demonic armor. The monstrous beast slammed its fists down, shattering the earth. He unleashed a devastating blow, but the creature instantly summoned a shield, deflecting the attack. He was shocked. An energy barrier? Chen Suo had to act fast, unleashing his absolute flame technique. A system notification appeared. "You have slain a level 6 demonic beast. You have been awarded 200 attribute points." He gripped his blazing saber, 100 points into strengthening his external techniques, and another 100 into his crimson flame. The temperature of the blade's fire surged from 3,000 to a scorching 10,000 degrees. He watched as the bisected monster hung suspended in the air. The range of his blade's aura had now reached an incredible 30 meters. That demonic dragonfly from before would have been finished in a single strike. Meanwhile, his clone watched idly, amused by the power poured into his external techniques. For a finishing blow, he had absolute flame. For long range, the crimson flame blade aura. And for perception, he now had aura sense. Not to mention his demonic armor and the tyrant's demon-slaying blade. He raised a hand glowing like embers, thinking to himself, "Next, I'll master Ice Fist, Body Refinement, and Lightning Control." 2 days later, when Chen Suo arrived to pick up Tian, whispers immediately broke out among the students. "Isn't that the campus bell, Sutu Tian? Even the campus bell can't resist the allure of a luxury car. When did the standards at Ning University get so low?" Tian was ecstatic. "Senior, it's my treat. What would you like to eat?" His reply was cold and direct. "Seafood." At the restaurant, he took the menu and ordered the royal spiny lobster, 2 servings of bao-long oysters, and a cashew juice. Tian panicked internally. An order like that costs over 70,000. Her entire living fund for 3 months was just 10,000, and he just spent it all in one go. She hesitated before speaking. Senior, I only brought 10,000 with me. See, could you lend me some? I'll pay you back. Chen Chu was unfazed. Don't worry about it. It's already paid for. Just enjoy your meal. She looked at him, her eyes filled with awe. Senior, did you start your own maritime shipping company? That's incredible. I heard you barely attend classes, but it was because you were busy with your career all along. A man focused on his career is the most attractive kind. His expression remained completely calm. Not exactly. The real reason I skipped school is because I'm busy fighting monsters and leveling up. I don't have time to run a company. She stared in disbelief. Huh? Fighting monsters? Leveling up? Is this some kind of game? Just then, the waiter arrived with a massive crab. Tian could only marvel at its size. Wow, this crab is huge. But a shadow of worry crossed Chen Chu's face. If the apocalypse truly comes, will any of this glamour and prosperity survive? They were in a high-end shopping district, surrounded by luxury brands. Tian blushed, feeling out of place and trying to look away. She thought to herself, he said we'd go shopping after dinner. But I didn't think he meant shopping at Louis Vuitton. First, an 80,000 yuan meal. And now he's about to spend over 300,000 on clothes? Oh my god. My 2,000 yuan monthly allowance wouldn't even cover the cost of a single button on his shirt. He gently took her hand, a soft smile on his face, and led her into the store. Come on. Let's get some new clothes for you, too. She glanced at him, her cheeks flushing. Why is he holding my hand like this? Does he think I'm that kind of girl? Her jaw dropped. He stood at the checkout counter with a mountain of clothes, leaving the cashier completely speechless. Ring all of this up for me. He held out a black card. The cashier took it, a flash of recognition in her eyes. It was him again, but with a different girl. The cashier remembered him clearly. The last time, he was with another stunning student. But in less than 1 month, she'd been replaced by someone even more beautiful. Tian clutched the shopping bags, a joyful smile spreading across her face. She couldn't contain her inner delight. Oh my gosh! He bought me over 300,000 yuan worth of clothes on our very first date. Is this what they call spending money like it's water? She turned and stole a glance at him, feeling a wave of anxiety. So, is he going to take me to a hotel next? What am I supposed to do? At that moment, in a nearby gym, a monster materialized, sending everyone into a panic. Chen Chu's eyes snapped shut as he sensed the disturbance. He turned to her. Something urgent just came up. I have to go deal with it. I'll take you back to school now. Her heart sank with disappointment. Does he not have any interest in me at all? She looked down, her face falling. No, that can't be it. Maybe he just wants to take things slow. Am I just overthinking all of this? Chen Chu focused on his senses. I can feel a spatial rift nearby. Something's not right. He arrived at the gym, scanning the area. He immediately sensed it. This was the real world. So why was there an aura of corrupted energy here? There it was. He'd found the monster. It gave him a sinister grin. So, you actually managed to find me. Its body suddenly twisted and contorted as it lunged to attack. Then you can just die. A single, powerful kick from Chen Chu, and the creature exploded into pieces. A new system message popped up. You have slain a low-level corrupted monster. You have been awarded 5 attribute points. He looked at the monster's remains. Just as I thought, it was corrupted, not demonized. It's the same as that Yin Xiao creature from before. Suddenly, a team of agents appeared and began cordoning off the creature's remains for investigation. I was planning to use this corrupted one to test the progress of our newly awakened trainees after a half-month of grueling training. But it seems you took care of it before they even had a chance. So someone beat us to it and eliminated the target. They stared intently at the scattered remains, trying to deduce the power of the person responsible, judging by the scorch marks. Our mystery superhuman is a fire-type ability user. The captain crossed his arms, deep in thought. Since when did Ning City have a fire elemental user of this caliber? Meanwhile, Chen Chu sat calmly on a bench, watching the day's news. Today, hundreds of spatial rifts tore open across the globe. The horrifying truth was undeniable. The apocalypse was now reality. He understood everything perfectly. The 99-year doomsday had arrived. For the past 20 years, the battlefields of the apocalypse had claimed 500,000 lives. He opened his phone to check the news. The official documents told only part of the story. Over 2 decades of peace had been bought with the blood of soldiers, and now humanity had entered the age of global evolution, where anyone could become superhuman. He stared intently at the screen. This public data was just a summary, he thought, far from the whole truth. For the real intel on the apocalypse, the comprehensive inside story, you had to register with the Special City Bureau. In his dragon form, he battled a monstrous sea beast. Looking down at the water in surprise, it could actually turn seawater into heavy water. He shot towards it, but such a trick was useless against him. He slammed a devastating punch into the whale's body, causing it immense pain. He stared down at the beast he had just slain. Devouring this colossal whale could grant him at least 10,000 evolution points. Meanwhile, at the Special Bureau's city branch, old Lee was scrolling through his phone, full of praise. The guy who killed that contamination monster yesterday is unbelievably powerful, way more powerful than any of us. A brown-haired agent lounging nearby agreed. No kidding. And he's a fire-type superhuman too. He must be a newly awakened civilian. A pink-haired girl held a glass of water. She smiled, thinking to herself, could that be him? The power he showed that day. Even now, it was terrifying to recall. I know for a fact I could never do that. The captain entered with an announcement. Listen up. This afternoon, someone's coming to register as an evolve. Anyone want to go see? Soon enough, they all arrived. A black-haired girl pointed towards him. That's the guy. The one driving the luxury car on campus the other day. The pink-haired girl's eyes lit up, her face flushing. It really is him. The captain watched him in silence. So it's this kid. He approached our main character. You're here to register. We'll need to run some tests, mainly strength and speed. Do you have any questions? No questions from me, he stated flatly. The captain placed his hand on the machine. This is the testing device. Its maximum reading is 15,000 kilograms. Just hit it with your full power. The brown-haired agent turned to Old Lee. Old Lee, what do you think his power level is? What's his star ranking? Old Lee pushed up his glasses. He killed a contamination monster yesterday. That means he's stronger than us. Probably around a 3-star rank. The black-haired girl disagreed. I'm betting he's a 4-star. The brown-haired agent scoffed. Are you serious? A 4-star punch requires 5,000 kilograms of force. That's not easy to achieve. Old Lee crossed his arms, observing him. But from the look on his face, it seems he's confident he can shatter the machine. Lun Zi, standing nearby, was intrigued. You can't be serious. Our captain is a 5-star evolved, and his power is only at 10,000. With a massive blow, our hero struck the machine. The display flashed, 12,186 kilograms, leaving the agents behind him speechless. That's a 5-star reading, right? He's a high-tier, 5-star evolved. He glanced at the results. Still can't fully control my strength. I overdid it. The captain crossed his arms and made an announcement. Since you've met the 5-star standard, you can register with the Special City Bureau. You'll receive 50,000 yuan a month. If you agree to join our Special Operations Bureau, we'll double your salary. You'll be appointed Deputy Chief of City N, with the rank of Major. Are you interested? He refused instantly. No thanks, I'm used to my freedom. The captain changed the subject. About the contamination monster you killed yesterday. All right. Were you the one who killed it? He didn't hide the truth. That's correct. The captain was curious about his power. You've awakened a flame ability. Your flames are incredibly powerful, as strong as any I've ever encountered. With your talent, you could join the Special Bureau. You might even be taken as a disciple by the War God General. Hearing that name, a thought sparked in his mind. The War God General. From the Heavenly Flower rankings, he decided against it. I'd better pass. My divine Qilin must remain a secret. Besides, I have my own way to get stronger. He was grateful for the captain's offer. No, but thank you for the offer. The chief's offer is very kind. A notification popped up on screen. Announcement from the Special Office of City N. Congratulations to the first evolved to be registered in City N, Chen Chu Nan, age 21. Evolution level, 5. Superhuman power, Crimson Flame. Current rank among civilian evolved, number 1. A storm of shocked comments immediately flooded the forums. A comment read, my god, a 5-star evolved. That is insane. Another one said, the highest in other places is only 3-star. City N is on another level. A third comment read, is that our school's dreamboat? Chen Chu. Oh my god. The news broke, and President Lee was immediately on the phone. My man, you're a level 5 evolver? The highest ranked human alive? You better watch my back from now on, little brother. Our hero just leaned back, a smirk on his face as he listened to the call. Chairman Lee, he scoffed. Hey. He tossed the phone onto the desk. The calls had been nonstop all day. Even classmates he hadn't spoken to in years were calling to congratulate him. So this is what it feels like to ascend in the eyes of others. Hey. A smirk crossed his face as he remembered devouring the whale. After consuming that colossal beast, His giant lizard form had stretched to a terrifying 90 meters. His size, his stamina, his raw power. Every single aspect had seen a massive boost. His stamina shot up to 1,800 points, and his strength skyrocketed from 29 tons to a staggering 70. A deeply satisfied smile spread across his face, and with this new protective layer covering his body, he was certain he could even shrug off an armor-piercing round. According to the Evolver system's metrics, his overall power level had to be at least a rank 7, maybe even rank 8. Theoretically, a 7-star rank is the absolute peak for an awakened, but that was still nothing compared to a battle god general. The chasm between him and a 10-star battle god general was a gap of absolute, insurmountable power. He mused, to hold such world-breaking power in the palm of your hand, even as that power grew stronger with each passing day, but without an opponent of equal strength. An unbearable emptiness was all that remained. He clenched his fist, a grin spreading across his face. But that's not the world he lived in anymore. The apocalypse had arrived. Terrifying monsters ripped through the fabric of space itself, invading reality. Now, countless new players have entered the arena. A world filled with powerful, awakened, mighty evolvers, and even the legendary battle god generals. A smile played on his lips. They've all joined the stage. He rose from his chair, his mind racing with possibilities. At my current rate of growth, it won't be long until I can stand on equal footing with a battle god general. His eyes flashed with unyielding resolve. No, I won't just match them. I'll surpass them all. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. He glanced at the screen. It was from Secretary Ling. At boss, you're really an evolver. She even added a starry-eyed emoji. Receptionist Xiao chimed in. The boss has been a transcendent for a while now. He's a 5-star powerhouse, the strongest of the strong. The network tech, Hui, added. The boss is so incredible. Secretary Lang replied simply, I'm in awe. Total awe. He chuckled and typed back, Chen Chu, boss, it's no big deal. Everyone will awaken eventually. I just got a head start by a few days. The group chat exploded with messages. Xiao Naishan, for real. I want to be an awakened just like you, boss. She was practically bouncing. I hope I evolve into an angel, with beautiful wings and glowing eyes. Lang Yue sent a cold sweat emoji. Evolution is random, You could just as easily end up as a rabid toad. Naishin sent back an angry face. Shut it, Lang Yue. Reading their banter, Chen Chu couldn't help but smile. Hey, Chen Chu, boss. All right, no slacking off now. Get back to work for me. Cheerful replies flooded in. Yes, boss, you got it, sir. One even added an evil grin emoji. On it right now. Later, at a warehouse by the docks, he suited up, sword and armor in hand. Xiao Shi stood beside him, watching intently. He turned towards Xiao Shi. We're back. Xiao Shi. The door, he commanded. Open. The small girl stepped forward, opening the portal for him. As the gateway swirled into existence, he gave her an order. Xiao Shi, you wait here. Don't move. I'm going in to check it out. Xiao Shi peeked out from behind the portal's frame. Okay. He stepped through, and into a world of active volcanoes and blistering heat. He took a breath, tasting the air. Something felt wrong. Does this portal lead to a new location every time it's opened? He wondered. He glanced back at Xiao Shi, who was holding the portal open. To stabilize the world on the other side, I'd have to keep her maintaining the gateway, but leaving the portal open like that was far too dangerous. What if some monster, even more terrifying than the last, discovered the gateway's existence? His mind flashed back to the blue-eyed beast. That thing had chased him relentlessly. It could have pinpointed the portal's location based on where he vanished. He leaned on his sword, scratching his cheek in thought. It had even sent that fire beast to hunt him down. But if the portal closes, the next time it opens, it'll lead to another unknown world that I'll have to scout all over again. A grin suddenly spread across his face. So, it's a completely new, randomized dungeon every time. He put a hand on his hip. That's not so bad. In fact, I kind of like it. Just then, the heat in the air began to intensify. A system notification popped up. Warning. Searing tempest approaching. Extreme temperatures are capable of instantly incinerating most organic life forms. He immediately conjured a protective barrier to shield himself from the blistering heat. Crimson flame nullifies the burning effect of extreme heat. Standing within his fiery aura, he looked out at the world, feeling completely comfortable. Thanks to his crimson flame, the scorching wind actually felt refreshing. But then, a barrage of system alerts flooded his vision. Your body is being eroded by a corrupting energy. Your body is being eroded by a corrupting energy. Your constitution has successfully granted immunity, temporarily resisting the energy erosion from the corrupting source. Your resistance can withstand this corruption for 15 hours. He was taken aback. 15 hours? Even with his incredible physique, he couldn't completely negate the corrupting energy. It made him wonder about the power of the truly awakened. If the awakened could simply ignore this level of corruption, what kind of heaven-defying power had they truly achieved? He pushed the thought from his mind, gripping his sword as he stepped into a blazing world of pure lava. Whatever, time is short. Let's see what this world has to offer first. He closed his eyes, extending his senses outward. Opening his eyes again, he confirmed it. There was no life in this world. No life signatures, not even the faintest whisper of a demon. This was a completely desolate realm. He stood on a massive rock, an island in a sea of molten fire. It made sense. A hellscape like this wasn't a place for life to be born. Might as well go back and have the kid open another gate. After all, these dungeons could be opened any time. But just then, something stirred within the lava. Startled, he whirled around, slashing at the demon that lunged to attack him. But his blade passed right through its body, completely harmless. The smoke simply reformed into a solid body. Difficulty: Class 3 Toxic Smoke Demon. Even his skills couldn't get a read on this creature. A smirk tugged at his lips. This was getting interesting. Looks like this world isn't so boring after all. It lunged forward to strike him, but his observation Heihei saw it all. His Heihei was working fine, which meant this thing wasn't a living creature. And again, the smoke began to reform. He raised his hand, ready to counter. If this was an aberrant entity, then only lightning could exorcise it. All evil, disperse. The demon flew high into the air as lightning began to crackle in his palm. He unleashed his lightning arrow, blasting it straight through the creature's core. Its body disintegrated, leaving only its head to tumble across the rocks and fall. The system notification appeared. You have slain a Class 3 bizarre demon. You have received 20 attribute points. He glanced at the message with some surprise. A Class 3 bizarre demon? It didn't feel that strong. He watched as its head slowly dissolved into the lava, but its unique trait made it immune to physical attacks, so his armament Heihei was useless. On top of that, being born in lava probably made it completely immune to fire as well. He felt a surge of satisfaction from his victory. It was just good luck that he happened to have the perfect skill to counter it. Otherwise, that fight could have been a total nightmare. Suddenly, he turned, his eyes widening in shock to see Xiaoxi standing there. Xiaoxi, didn't I tell you to wait outside the gate? It's extremely dangerous in here. But Xiaoxi was just so worried, saying she feared for his safety. He couldn't help but smile at how adorable she was. Sigh. Fine. It's not like it's any safer outside. He gently patted her head. All right then. Stay behind me. Keep your distance and don't get too close. Understood. Xiaoxi smiled and agreed, promptly turning invisible so she wouldn't be seen. Good. He closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings again, when he suddenly detected something. Instantly, he shot forward, leaping across jagged rocks in the searing heat. He landed on a massive stone platform, taking in the incredible sight of colossal chains binding the landscape together. He stared at the chains in amazement. This wasn't a building. It looked more like some kind of ancient seal or a prison. A grin spread across his face. This thing could even completely hide the aura of a powerful archdemon. A dragon's eye snapped open. He strode towards the great beast bound by the chains. So this is the true reward of this world. It's you. He walked happily towards the dragon. A real dragon. I can't even imagine how explosive my crimson flame, lightning, and Heihei will be after I pump them full of countless attribute points. The dragon rose, glaring down at him. Foolish human. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? How utterly ridiculous. This world belongs to me. The dragon soared high above the lava. Intruder, since you have come before me, I will be merciful and grant you two choices. 1. I can utterly annihilate you here, leaving not even a speck of ash behind. As for the other choice, I am always happy to accept new servants into my ranks. All you must do is kneel and praise the glorious name of Vanfell the Flame Wing. Our hero just scoffed, unimpressed. Who are you? I have no interest in finding out. But I am very interested in those dragon bones. At his words, the beast erupted in pure rage. Insolent fool. Toxic smoke demons began to rise from the lava below. He glanced behind him at the creatures. Toxic smoke demons? I was expecting a higher class of monster. He smirked, showing not a hint of fear. Wait a minute. Turning into a toxic smoke demon. Is this what I get for agreeing to become your servant? It commanded them. Kill him and drag his corpse into the river of lava. A horde of demonic beasts swarmed toward him. Haha. He let out a cold laugh, completely unfazed by them. In a brilliant flash, he unleashed his lightning, instantly obliterating every last one of them. The dragon watched in utter disbelief. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, all of my servants were wiped out. The man provoked it further. You know, on second thought. Having a black dragon as a pet sounds pretty interesting. He turned to face the beast, making his demand. Why don't you become my servant instead? It roared with fury. You absolute fool. The rock beneath his feet began to fracture and crack. He swiftly drew his blade, a smirk on his face. Leaping into the air, he brought the sword down hard, carving a deep gash that drew blood from the beast. Enraged, it spewed fire from its jaws. Now, let me be the one to send you to hell. It unleashed a torrent of hellfire directly at him. Hellfire Dragon's breath. Is it? He summoned his own crimson flames to block its fiery blast. Is that all you've got? It inhaled a massive amount of lava and fire. Turn to ash for me. It launched a devastating attack, engulfing the entire area in the flames of hell. In its own world, the dragon's confidence in its power was absolute. No one can withstand my Hellfire Dragon's breath for even a second. But from within the smoke, he emerged completely unscathed. And here I thought you were supposed to be powerful. Turns out that was only slightly stronger than a giant hairdryer. Shocked, the beast began gathering even more power in its mouth. What? He shot forward, delivering a powerful kick to its fiery jaw. It blasted another wave of hellfire, but he dodged it with ease. I command the supreme power of fire, and with the energy field from my Imperial Demon armor, my fire resistance is already maxed out. He was overflowing with confidence in his current strength. The heat from this dragon's breath is barely worth my attention. The beast looked down. He's actually immune to my breath. It slammed its claws into the ground. You are somewhat interesting. It opened its massive jaws and lunged, ready to tear him to shreds with its sharp teeth. Let's see how you fare when you're ripped apart by my fangs. Just as its jaws snapped shut, he had already soared high above, landing directly on its head. He plunged his sword deep into its body, tearing through its flesh from the head down, causing it to scream in agony. Surprised, he wrenched the sword free and leaped off its body. No wonder they call them flame wings. You can actually make them crimson. He had already copied its ability, altering his own body and activating his armament aura. Flames now blazed all around him. But this is nothing more than your final, desperate struggle. Armament aura, open. This is a new technique I just learned from your flame wings. Crimson flame blood burst. The dragon charged in a blind rage. You dare steal my power? Die for me. He gripped its head tightly and brought his blade down, ending its life in a single, devastating slash. As its head fell, a system notification appeared. You have slain a level 5 draconic demon. His body blazed with heat, his eyes turning pure white. You've run out of chances, you piece of trash. Xiaoxi appeared, praising him in a soft voice. Incredible. You killed the fire dragon. His body returned to normal and the flames dissipated. Thanks to the enhancement from 4,000 points in physique, burning just a fraction of my blood essence can unleash such terrifying power. This level of physical consumption is barely manageable with my recovery rate. He looked at his palm with satisfaction. I'll call this state the first form of blood burst. He gazed at the dragon he had slain. The scales, teeth, and flesh he could harvest, even its molten blood, were all transcendent materials. He looked at its head with interest. Just selling this head to the government could earn me at least 100 million. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, there's just one problem. When I sell the head of a level 5 dragon, how am I supposed to explain where I got it? If I claim I killed it alone, wouldn't I be revealing that I have the power of a level 6, or even level 7? He lifted Xiaoxi down from the dragon's corpse. Come on down, Xiaoxi. He thought to himself, I'll just hold on to it for now. Dragon meat might even be delicious. The system displayed consumed 200 attribute points in exchange for storage space. He stored the dragon's head. Looking at his remaining 400 attribute points, he decided, enhance observation. I need a clairvoyant ability, something that can see hidden information. The system announced, observation enhancement successful. Acquired high-tier perception. A demon's aura can no longer be concealed, and even immortal beings can now be observed and detected. He closed his eyes, tilting his head to the sky. Xiaoxi stood by, watching him intently. 400 attribute points to enhance armament aura. System. Armament enhancement successful. He smiled, satisfied, as his power surged dramatically. The ground beneath him cracked. You have awakened the Overlord's aura. Wait, I awakened the Overlord's aura too. He looked at the fire dancing in his palms. The Overlord's aura. The legendary power said to make others feel fear by pure instinct. He smirked with satisfaction. His domineering aura was so immense. A single glance could paralyze his enemies with fear. He let out a sigh as his power dissipated. It was perfect for clearing out low-level trash. Meanwhile, on a national ocean fishing vessel, the fishermen were ecstatic. We've got a catch. A big one. Hurry, pull it up. But their joy was short-lived. The net held only a handful of fish. That's strange. Why is the haul so small today? A bald man crossed his arms, his face grim. Who cares? As long as they're not dead, it's fine. Suddenly, one of them spotted something. Hey, look over there. What is that thing? Something erupted from beneath the waves, crackling with lightning. With a sudden explosion, tons of fish were blasted into the air, raining down on the crew. Their faces lit up with joy. It's fish. So many fish. I've never seen a catch this big in my entire life. Deep beneath the sea, he inhabited a reptilian body. His domineering aura amplified its natural pressure, making it even more terrifying. Wherever it swam, the fish were frozen in place. He then combined crimson flame and lightning, allowing his body to ascend. By fusing crimson flame and lightning, I can actually fly. With that thought, he shot out of the water. To soar through the sky is a primal desire etched into the very genes of humanity. As long as I channel the energy of thunder and fire, I can defy gravity itself. But then, a sudden realization hit him. His intuition was screaming a warning. There are still so many undiscovered places in this world. His expression hardened as he streaked across the sky. He suspected that even Huo Yi, the supposed master of this realm, had never truly perceived all the beings that existed here. As he flew, his mind raced. After all, Huo Yi was just a demonic dragon imprisoned in this place. There must be an even greater power that managed to trap that dragon. I have to go there and see what's really going on. He finally arrived at the ruins of a giant kingdom. He walked among the rubble, examining the symbols carved into the crumbling walls. Placing a hand on the ancient stone, he wondered, could a civilization of giant dragons have once existed here? If so, what kind of being would a giant dragon worship? He thought seriously. A dragon god? Or a true god? His gaze fell upon a massive door nearby. He could feel an overwhelming sense of danger radiating from beyond it. But how can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? He charged inside, finding himself surrounded by countless giant dragon statues. A smirk played on his lips. It seems that, in front of these beings, Huo Yi would be nothing more than a little brother. System notification. Contamination energy levels are rising. Due to your formidable constitution, you are temporarily immune to its corrosive effects. After 3 hours, your immunity will weaken, and you will be susceptible to the contamination's corrosion. He scanned his surroundings on high alert. My intuition was right. Something is terribly wrong with this hall. Even before revealing its true form, its ability to spread this vile contamination was immense. He felt a deep sense of unease. Stop hiding. I know you're here. His voice echoed through the chamber. He was jolted into action, parrying a sudden attack. Who's there? A four-armed, faceless being materialized in the air. The awakened venerable. Its face was a void of black, marked with a single crimson sigil. It stared him down, then raised its hands to strike. Eternity. He slammed his sword into the ground, blocking the assault. This venerable. There's no way it's only a level 6. A realization dawned on him. No. This must be a level 7 demonic beast. The creature curled its fingers. Demon right. Submission. The ground beneath his feet began to crack and crumble. He grunted in frustration. You want to make me kneel? Are you asking for death? He roared as his body began to transform. Debris floated into the air, and a massive surge of power erupted around him. He had entered his first blood rage form. The creature retaliated, telekinetically launching sharpened stones straight at him. Insects. He shot upwards, shattering the projectiles with his blade. He spun his sword, creating a vortex of steel to deflect the barrage. He lunged forward, slashing at the creature's limbs, but it vanished, reappearing behind him in an instant, with a finger pointed directly at his head. A massive explosion followed, but as the smoke cleared, he emerged, alive, in his second blood rage form, shocking his opponent. Second blood rage form. Enraged, the beast channeled energy with all 4 arms to attack, but he blocked it, then blitzed forward to cut it in half. It dodged just in time, but he was faster, piercing its body from behind. In my blood rage form, your speed is nothing but a death sentence. The creature's 2 rear arms suddenly clamped down on his own. With a burst of arrogant power, his sword was sent flying. The beast emerged from the smoke. A weapon only dulls my efficiency. This time, I will send you to your grave with my own hands, he charged, cocking his fist back. Bring it on. The creature instantly threw up a barrier, but his punch shattered it, sending the beast crashing through a wall. It flew out, its faceless visage now cracked. He appeared before it in a flash, grabbing its head and smashing it into the ground, shattering the very earth beneath them. It cracked open. But just then, he appeared from behind, ensnaring him with chains that erupted from the ground. The system displayed the dragon sealing formation, a technique that absorbs its target's power to reinforce the seal itself. He stared up at the being hovering in the sky. The more he struggled, the tighter these binds became. Is this how you enslave the ancient dragons? His fists clenched, and a scorching inferno erupted around him. But your power to restrain me is still lacking. Because I am nothing like those foolish drakes. The chains shattered. He smirked at his enemy. You heard me. The name's Chen Chu. The figure recoiled in terror. With every step Chen Chu took, the very ground fractured beneath him. He blurred forward, appearing before his foe. A relentless barrage of fists rained down, with a final, devastating blow that drove the enemy deep into the earth. Ripping out its heart, he grinned in triumph. Your power is now mine. A system notification appeared. Crimson Flame Ascension has been upgraded to Azure Crimson Flame. Notification: Lightning Force Ascension has been upgraded to Surging Thunder. Notification: You have acquired Dragon Seal Ward, capable of binding monsters below level 6. Due to extreme stamina consumption, demonic energy contamination has risen to 99%. Xiao Xi rushed to his side, seeing the dangerous contamination level. He finally realized the gravity of his situation. The battle dragged on for too long, worsening his condition. I can't stay in this world any longer. He shot into the sky, preparing to leave as the dimension began to completely fall apart. Without the protection of its master, the kingdom of dragons and giants started to crumble. Suddenly, he fell from the sky, crashing into the ruins as Xiao Xi reached the portal. Su! The gate is closed. He coughed up blood, lying exhausted amidst the rubble. Once a gate is sealed, all contact with that world is lost. There was no telling where it might open next. Xiao Xi ran to him, and he gently placed a hand on her head. Don't worry, I'm okay. Great power always comes at a price. His eyes were dark circles as he sank into thought. The principle of the Crimson Flame Bloodburst is simple, even crude, but only those with monstrous constitutions can even attempt it. If a normal person were to use it, the first form alone would be enough to boil their blood until they became a dried-up husk. He struggled to his feet. So, if I want to break through to the next level, to master the third form, I need to improve my physical body even more. He took Xiao Zai's hand. If the transfer gate is closed, then let's just head back and get some rest. In the ruined palace of the giant kingdom, a hand twitched. The defeated foe's eyes shot open as he sat up, staring at his palm before rising in a fury. Elsewhere, a report came in. Demonic beasts have appeared. Coordinates: south, 35 degrees. Distance, 120,000 meters. It's a large-scale, level 5 contamination beast, requesting heavy suppressive fire. The battlefield was chaos as endless attacks rained down on the monster. 3 soldiers observed the situation from above. Does the second wave need to continue for another 6 minutes? Hopefully, these things can't escape. The bald-headed soldier reassured Set. Don't worry about it. Set, these things are just feasting on the corpses of their own kind. They weren't even moving a minute ago. Set turned to Mike. What's the current contamination level? Mike checked the system. 15.5. With our resistance, we can hold out for another 8 hours. Plenty of time to collect their prize. 8 hours? That's more than enough time for us to grab the goods and get out. The bald soldier brought up the value of the beasts. The corpse of a 7-headed, level 5 demonic beast is priceless. Even a mangled one can sell for a fortune. Mike interrupted. We still have to pay the base for the fire support. If we have a little left over after that, I won't complain. Set stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene. As the people from Z country say, you have to give a little to take a lot. Without fire support from the base, any fully powered level 5 beast would give us a hell of a fight one-on-one. All 3 of them smirked. All right, time to get to work. That level 5 beast is mine. Terama, let's collect the corpses quickly. Set moved forward. These beasts should be enough to extract 5 vials of pure energy. The other 2 followed close behind. We'll keep 3 for ourselves and sell the rest. The black market price is 20 million US dollars per vial. That's enough for us to live comfortably for a long, long time. Suddenly, a colossal monster appeared, striking fear into all 3 of them. What is that thing? The system's contamination alert went wild. 19, 38, 97, 175, 297, 531. A tentacle from its back lashed out, slicing off Mike's head. Run. Run! Set screamed in terror as another tentacle slammed the bald soldier to the ground. The creature turned its gaze on Set, and for him too, there was no escaping death. At M Country's Doomsday base, alarms blared. Warning, warning. Apocalyptic event detected. Activating highest-level Doomsday Defense Protocol. For the sake of all humanity, we will now commence threat elimination protocols. From M Country's Doomsday base, a missile launched into outer space. At that moment, Chen Chu was still sound asleep. He scratched his head, woke up, and stretched as he walked over to wake Xiao Xi. Xiao Xi, time to wake up for breakfast. She rubbed her eyes and stepped out, whining playfully. Su, hug. He smiled gently and wrapped her in a warm embrace. You're impossible. Little Z was still sleeping soundly on his shoulder. He gently scooped her up. Just then, Ziyan arrived with his food. Mr. Chen, your takeout delivery is here. He opened the door to get his meal. She flashed him a bright smile. His eyes went from her to the motorcycle, a whistle on his lips. Well, this is a first. I've never seen a beauty riding $1 million bike to deliver food this early in the morning. She glanced down at him. And I've never seen someone who lives in a multi-million-dollar mansion order takeout every single day. A young father, huh? He looked up, unleashing a fraction of his power. You seem to know an awful lot about me, beautiful. She trembled, dropping the food bag. No wonder you're from Ning City. No, wait. A look of awe spread across her face. No wonder you're the #1 awaken in the entire country. Chen Chu. Her cheeks flushed as she smiled. I finally met you in person. He gave her a wary look. This girl was definitely strange. Spit it out. What's your goal in approaching me? Her face turned beet red as she unzipped her jacket. To pursue you, of course. He was taken aback. Come again? As she walked towards her bike, she called back. You heard me right. I want to pursue you. She looked back at him, her face still bright red. Remember my name? I'm Huangfu Ziyan, and I live nearby. See you on the next order. Later. Meeting with Boss Li, he scratched his head and laughed. Boss Li, aren't you exaggerating a bit? We have the Special Operations Bureau in Ning City. If a contamination event happens, they'll surely be the first ones there. Boss Li put a hand on his hip, his expression darkening as he held the food bag. How can the Special Operations Bureau even compare to you, my friend? You're not a government agent, which means you're not accountable to anyone. If you want to make a move, you just make it. Boss Li pointed directly at him. So, my brother, the real question is, who do you want to help? He still didn't get it. Boss Li, what are you trying to say? And so, Boss Li laid it all out for him. You probably haven't heard yet. Ever since the news about you broke yesterday, almost every mansion on this mountain has changed owners this morning. Because your reputation has spread far and wide, the property values around here have skyrocketed several times over. All the wealthy elites of Ning City are scrambling to move here. Boss Li was referring to the crowd hoping to be his neighbor. This group gathering here, it seems they're hoping for your protection. In reality, they are a resource for you. Whether you want money or connections, these people absolutely will not refuse you. The only price is that while you're living here in this mansion. Boss Li's eyes grew sharp as he gestured. You have to act when the time comes. He stroked his chin, thinking. Resources. Boss Li closed his eyes. These are all business people. They all care about saving face. They want to invite you for a meal, but they're afraid that knocking on your door unannounced would displease you. So, they asked me to come instead. He agreed. Fine. I can go. Boss Li clapped him on the arm, overjoyed. Excellent. That's a promise, my man. I'll be waiting for you at noon at Lin Ruoya's Supreme Hotel. Don't be late. Then Boss Li suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, brother. I think I just saw Huangfu Ziyan. Do you two know each other? But the truth was, he didn't know her at all. No idea. The girl just ran up to me and said she wanted to pursue me. Boss Li put a hand on his chin, looking away thoughtfully. Her personality is very domineering. She's been that way since she was a child. It doesn't matter what it is. Once she sets her sights on something, she will stop at nothing to get it. Boss Li was giving him a serious warning. She's targeted you now, so you'd better be careful. The man behind her is Huangfu Tai, the richest man in all of Ning City. News alerts were blaring everywhere from phones to TVs to public screens, grabbing everyone's undivided attention. The global situation is rapidly deteriorating, raising the issue of asylum visas. This is the latest report from the Otherworld contamination source. Nation Z has mobilized its strongest armed forces. Currently, the contamination has been contained and social order has been restored. A village in Nation Y was overrun by contaminated monsters, with casualties numbering in the hundreds. At a temple in Nation G, a woman was buried alive by a monk. Her bones became contaminated, and her vengeful spirit revived as a powerful ghoul. It massacred 20 people in the temple. Nation Z had outlined its doomsday response strategy 20 years in advance, building a complete defense system and resource reserves across the country. It has now become the safest nation in the world. The global situation was worsening by the second, and the signs of the apocalypse were becoming clearer every day. The rich and powerful from all corners of the world were flooding into Nation Z, seeking refuge. Border ports were overloaded. A black market for asylum visas even emerged, with prices reaching astronomical heights. At Ningqiang University, Tian was studying English when her friend in front turned around.
Tian, tell me, if the apocalypse is really here, then what's the point of us studying ourselves to death like this?
Her friend slumped in her seat with a sigh. Should I find a job at a multinational company after graduation, or just to a foreign country and become a translator? But in this new world, forget multinational corporations. Who knows if any foreigners are even still alive? It's better to find a strong local man and marry him first. Tian put on her headphones, her mind drifting to Chen Chu as his image appeared in her thoughts. Chen Chu, a five-star awakened being, possessed superhuman strength and the power to control flames. His name was a legend across the internet, more famous than even some of the top celebrities. Thousands of threads on every major social media platform were dedicated to him. But with great fame comes great doubt. Her friend turned around with a curious look. "Hey, by the way, how are things going with your super powerful boyfriend?" Her friend's expression turned mischievous. "Have you two slept together yet?" Tian's face and ears flushed crimson. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Tian looked away, her mind racing as she pictured his immense power, his unbelievable talent, and his striking good looks. He was so perfect, he was practically flawless. At Ning University, Chen Chu was, at least in name, her boyfriend. Suddenly, Tian's expression fell. But in reality, do I actually have feelings for him? Just then, Chen Chu called her phone. She excused herself nervously. "I have to take this call." Her friend just smiled and waved. Go on, go on." She stepped outside to answer his call. "Senior, you were looking for me?" He invited her directly. "Are you free this afternoon? Come over for a bit." She happily agreed. "Yes, I have time." "That's great." Meanwhile, at the Shanya royal court, Ziyan had returned home. Fu Tai was immediately curious. "Did you meet him?" "I did." Ziyan answered, tossing her helmet onto a chair. "So what is he like?" Ziyan tied her hair up, recalling the morning's encounter. He knew I was investigating AVN. That intense gaze of his was incredibly oppressive, like he possessed the aura of an emperor. Fu Tai poured some tea and chuckled. "Ha ha, it seems my investment was a wise one, wasn't it? He's extremely powerful." Ziyan knew her father's methods would be useless. "If you think you can lure him with millions or even billions, it's probably impossible." He lifted his teacup. In the end, Chen Chu is just a young man, barely out of his 20s. How could a veteran businessman like me possibly fail to outplay him? She put her hand on the table. "The world is different now, father. Your money can't solve every problem, but power can." His expression darkened. "You've only seen him once. Are you telling me you're serious? What did you say to him?" Ziyan crossed her arms defiantly. "I'm not pursuing him for you, and I don't want anything from him." Her father was taken aback. "Oh?" She seemed a bit bashful. "I'm simply interested in him, that's all." His tone shifted. "You're actually serious about this?" Ziyan remembered his face and hid a small smile behind her hand. "Of course, I'm serious. In all these years, he's the first man who's made my heart race." Her father slammed his hand on the table, his voice growing stern. "Right now, forget just N City. Even in the neighboring H City and S City, all of the most powerful families have their sights set on him. I know exactly what kind of tactics those people use to sway someone. Money, women, and power. As long as he still has human greed, desire, and a thirst for control, those people can completely break him. Then they'll make him kneel and beg to join their ranks. Daughter, you're too naive. How can you possibly compete with them?" Ziyan remained perfectly serious. "Auntie always said, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach." Her father considered it. "Well, that saying isn't wrong. Wait a minute. Are you planning to learn how to cook?" He crossed his arms, lost in thought. His daughter, once known for being a wild child, was now completely captivated by a man. She's even considering becoming a housewife for him. He smiled at the thought. With my daughter's stunning looks and figure, she might actually have a real shot at winning Chen Chu over. Ziyan looked away, embarrassed. "I'm not learning to cook. I've already destroyed the old kitchen several times, so I decided never to touch that stuff again." Her father laughed teasingly. "Then what's your brilliant plan?" She turned around, showing off the logo on her jacket. "I'll become the only person who delivers his food. Super fast delivery, conquering your hunger. A while ago, I registered a food delivery company in your name." He was utterly shocked. "What? You, the prestigious daughter of the Fu family, are going to deliver takeout?" Cough, cough. Ziyan's mind was made up. It doesn't matter where he's staying, whether it's a warehouse by the docks or even a villa in the mountains. As long as he's not in the city, he'll order takeout when he wants to eat. Even for breakfast, he orders in. She had thought of everything. "I had someone access his phone and install our delivery app. The moment he places an order, I'll be the first to know, and then personally deliver the goods to him. He'd probably have a heart attack and die on the spot." Tisk tisk. What an ungrateful child. Ziyan was certain it wouldn't be long before he was moved by this young lady's sincerity. He drove to pick up Tian, and the moment his car appeared at the west gate of Ningda University, a buzz went through the crowd. "That's Senior Chen's car." It really is his car. So many girls stare with longing in their eyes. Oh, if only I were the one Senior Chen was here to pick up. Just then, Tian appeared and walked toward his car. Get in. She happily climbed inside. Okay. Her squad leader watched them, burning with jealousy. Compared to him, we're a bunch of useless trash. But his friend beside him disagreed. Squad leader, you're just boosting the enemy's morale while crushing our own spirit. We're all evolved. So why can't our hero squad even begin to catch up to him? So what if he was the first to break through to 5 stars? According to the director, the 3 of us are the elite, chosen from thousands in City N. That wild seed, Chen Chu, is just a guy who got insanely lucky. How can he possibly compare to us? Lun Zi was blushing, his eyes glued on a group of beautiful younger girls. His friend shot him a look of disgust. Isn't that right, Lun Zi? Lun Zi quickly agreed with the sentiment. Yeah, that's right. Our talent is in no way inferior to his. Not one bit. He said the words, but his gaze was still locked on the pretty female students. Wow, that girl just now was gorgeous. His friend smacked him hard on the back of the head. Lun Zi, can you stop thinking with your lower half for 1 second? Snap out of it. He was furious with Chen Chu. Every single day that Chen Chu acted so arrogant, all the girls would only have eyes for him. Our top priority is to get stronger, fast. We have to become more powerful than he is. Lun Zi hesitated. Hey guys, you think we should tell Lin Ruoya what we just saw? It looks like Chen Chu is with another girl. His friend put a hand on Lun Zi's shoulder. I know you have a crush on Lin Ruoya, but she's into Chen Chu right now. You can compete with him fairly for her. Even if you fail, you'll still be a true man. His face darkened. But resorting to trash-talking someone behind their back, that's not how a hero acts. Sitting in the car, Tian glanced at the driver's seat. Senior, the second apocalyptic wave is coming in half a month. What if monsters appear that the Special Operations Bureau can't handle? Would you step in to help? He wondered why Tian was saying these things. Why the sudden question? She looked down at her lap. Lately, there have been a lot of nasty comments about you online. They're calling you a coward who's afraid to die. He was surprised. What? All because I didn't join the Special Bureau? She held up her phone to show him what people were saying. Yeah, that's the gist of it. They're saying the only reason you didn't join is because you're too scared to face the monsters from the second wave in 2 weeks. He calmly explained. The moment I received the honor of being the nation's first new generation evolved, I knew this kind of slander was inevitable. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. She looked at him intently. But what if a monster appears that can move mountains and part seas, and the Special Bureau doesn't have the manpower? Would you fight then, Senior? He just smiled. I would be on the front lines without a moment's hesitation. The reason I didn't join the Special Bureau is because I don't want to be tied down by government rules. The whole file a report before you can take action thing just doesn't work for me. She blushed, a smile spreading across her face. That's right. The man I admire could never be a coward who's afraid of death. The 2 of them arrived at the Supreme Hotel. Hello, everyone. I'm Chen Chu. Walking behind him, she thought to herself. Everyone here is a tycoon with a listed company and a personal net worth of over $1 billion. Li Chenghong immediately greeted them. I've heard so much about you, young Master Chen. Before we arrived, my foolish son told me all about your incredible feats. Chen Chu had no time for pleasantries. Just get to the point. The man cut right to the chase. Very well, I won't waste your time. To increase our security before the coming apocalypse, we've decided to establish a safety council, and we would like to invite you, young Master Chen, to be its chairman. Chen Chu repeated the words. A safety council. The man continued cheerfully. Of course, it's just to protect the safety of old men like us, and to shield the surrounding mountain villa area from being corrupted by those vile creatures. Naturally, as our protector, you will be compensated with a monthly salary of 100 million. Hearing this, she gasped. What? He can earn at least 100 million a month. The staggering number had finally caught his attention. 100 million. At first glance, the offer sounded incredibly tempting. He slid his hands into his pockets, standing before them all. But this 100 million is to protect the residents of the mountain villa area. Is this the price all you tycoons are paying for membership? A fee you plan to charge the 30 or so wealthy families living in the villas around this mountain? He smirked, glancing at the assembled billionaires. If they split the cost, it was just over 3 million each. He walked over, clapping Cheng Hong on the shoulder. I have to wonder, what kind of fee were you planning to charge to join this little club of yours? 10 million? Or maybe 100 million? Cheng Hong's face tightened with worry. This was supposed to be a sure thing, wasn't it? Huang Futai, arms crossed, stared him down grimly. Then what price does young Master Chen have in mind? He casually spread his hands wide. In peacetime, you were all titans of industry, with luxury cars and countless underlings. Any problem that came your way, could be easily solved with a mountain of cash. And so, you all walked around with an air of superiority. He shoved his hands in his pockets, looking up. But when the apocalypse arrived, you were knocked right back to square one. You're all threatened by the same corrupted monsters. There's no difference between you now. His eyes bored into Huang Fu Tai. In this new world, the line between rich and poor has been erased. For men who spent their entire lives amassing fortunes, that must be a bitter pill to swallow. He smiled. And I understand your petty ambitions better than anyone. Cheng Hong cut in, raising a hand with a nervous laugh. Hey now, that was just because of the spatial rift that appeared the other night, right? The government had to deploy tactical nuclear weapons just to push back that wave of monsters. As long as young Master Chen agrees, 200 million. Even if it's 200 million, we can pay it. He glanced at Huang Fu Tai with a smile. We old men just want to be able to sleep peacefully at night. Am I wrong, old Huang? Huang Fu Tai answered softly, his eyes still closed. Old Li, isn't your son, Li Zongwen, a member of the Special Division? You of all people should know how utterly incompetent those freeloaders are. If they were reliable, we wouldn't be gathered here today. Huang Fu Tai laid out his offer, a salary of 300 million a month for the position of chairman of the Security Council. And if young Master Chen just nods, I'll add another 100 million from my own personal funds. Chen Ka held up a single banknote as a small flame ignited on his fingertip, its flickering light threatening to burn all value to ash. This money is about to become worthless paper. I fear, after a few more attacks, your cash will only be good for starting fires. Situ Changchen froze, her eyes wide with shock. The surrounding billionaires were equally stunned, and the air in the room grew heavy. Sweat beaded on Li Changhong's forehead as he stammered. What? Young Master Chen, are you saying that after the next attack in 2 weeks, money will become useless? He shook his head, trying to remain composed. That's impossible. The officials assured us that the coming disaster is only a low-level threat. Chen Ka smirked, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through the fog of their denial. Have you all not seen the truth yet? In all the media reports, they only send out average evolved ones to face the invasions. Li Changhong's head sank, his voice trembling. If what you're saying is true, well, Chen Ka walked to the window, his eyes sweeping across the glittering cityscape. Have you ever wondered why the Special Division hasn't been able to find any of your 5-star awakened individuals? He turned back, his eyes holding deep, unspoken secrets. It's because they're busy trying to suppress 5 separate apocalypse gates. This isn't the real battlefield. The officials can barely save themselves. What makes you think they have the power to save you? Huang Fu Tai slammed his fist on the table, his voice erupting in anger. Then what do you want from us? Chen Ka spread his arms wide, his voice calm but absolute. I don't want your money. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every person in the room. The special soil produced in Kowloon. A billionaire shot to his feet, astonished. Chen Ka continued, his voice steady and magnetic. The proprietary medicine from Bai Tai, and the special export-grade gold from Lantian. Another tycoon leaped up, his face a mask of utter confusion. Finally, Chen Ka delivered his ultimate demand, his voice as heavy as a king's command. I want to see the blueprints for the mountain fortress in 3 days, and I want its defense systems fully completed in 1 month. Li Changhong stammered, his voice cracking from the shock. What? Blueprints for a fortress? Since when were these villas meant to be a defensive line? He screamed, his disbelief echoing in the room. Chen Ka simply explained, his calm voice guiding them through a vision of the future. The villas surrounding this mountain will be the core, using the natural terrain to create an impenetrable sanctuary. Even if the entire world falls to the apocalypse, the people inside can survive for years with air, power, ample space, clean water, food, and medicine. He looked them dead in the eyes, his own gaze burning with unyielding will. Once you have fulfilled my demands, I will become the chairman of your security committee, and I will swear an oath to protect you. A slow, deliberate clap echoed through the room. It was Huang Fu Tai, his expression one of profound respect. No wonder you're the strongest person in this country. Your power is terrifying, but your strategic mind is even more so. The other magnates joined in, the applause spreading through the room. Huang Fu Tai added, his voice thick with admiration. And your foresight is on another level entirely. Chen Ka just stood there silently, his gaze as calm as a rippleless lake. Behind him, Situ Qian was still stunned, her mind struggling to catch up. As they left the hotel, Li Tianru rushed after them, his eyes gleaming with pure admiration. That was incredible. You dealt with all of them. A win-win for everyone. He held up a glittering gold card. Ahem, about that. My father has a stake in this hotel. He passed the VIP card to Chen Gi with a mischievous grin. So please, enjoy yourselves. I'll get going and won't disturb you too. Chen Gay accepted the card, turning to Situ Qianqian with a smile as warm as the morning sun. My dear Junior, I want to discuss something with you. We can't let Mr. Li's kindness go to waste, now can we? Situ Qianqian's face flushed a deep crimson as she shyly replied, Yes, senior. The scene shifts to a modern building, where a net cafe on the ground floor flashes with neon lights. Inside a luxurious room, engineered to block all sound, signals, and prying eyes, Chen Gay summoned his power, his eyes glowing with a demonic red light. Situ Qianqian glanced around, her voice trembling with anxiety. Senior, isn't this happening a little too fast? Chen Gay gently pulled her into his arms, his voice as firm as a rock. Be my girlfriend. He gazed at the crimson energy flaring from his fingertips, thinking to himself, Qianqian is an ordinary human, so I must be extremely careful when guiding the energy within her body. After all, I'm an extraordinary being with physical strength exceeding 4,000 or 5,000 newtons. Chen Ji gently placed his glowing hand on Situ Qianqian's chest. She let out a soft cry as the intense energy flooded her body, feeling as if it was tearing her apart. He stood beside the bed, his gaze sweeping over the girl lying motionless beneath a thin white blanket. Perfect, he thought. Her body is merging with the energy, changing. Little by little, he watched her, his expression as gentle as moonlight. No signs of contamination or mutation, but he would have to wait until morning for the results. He walked to a corner of the room and poured a glass of deep red wine, his gaze pensive. The memory of his wind dragon seal skill surfaced in his mind. It allowed him to extract a portion of energy from defeated monsters, condensing it into seeds of power. When implanted into a normal person, they could trigger an evolution. He sat down and took a sip of wine, its rich flavor spreading across his tongue. Even with the danger, I have to help Qianqian evolve. 1 hour earlier, on that same bed, Chen Gay had lain beside her, his voice low and serious. Each wave of the apocalypse will only grow more brutal. In these conditions, you can't possibly finish college. Situ Qianqian looked up, her clear eyes filled with innocence. Senior, what can I do if I don't study? Just run from monsters? He looked deep into her eyes, his gaze piercing her very soul. You have to find that answer for yourself. Qianqian, do you want to become an evolved human? She was stunned, then suddenly dropped to her knees before him, her face beaming with pure excitement. Ah, senior, do you mean I can evolve too? That would be a dream come true. Chen Ji smiled, explaining with a calm yet compelling voice. I can use the Wind Dragon seal to crystallize a portion of a monster's power. Once your body absorbs the energy from that crystal, you'll become as powerful as if you had naturally evolved. His voice turned grave, his eyes sharp with warning. But if you can't control this power, not only will you fail to evolve, you risk turning into a monster yourself. Are you willing to accept that risk? Situ Qianqian fell silent, lost in thought. The image of her clutching her mother tightly flashed in her mind, along with the burning desire to become a protector, for her mother and for herself. She looked up, her eyes blazing with resolve. If you're the one doing it, I won't be afraid at all. I want to be independent too. Her voice was as steady as an unquenchable flame, so I can fight by your side whenever you need me, and never, ever be a burden. A satisfied smile spread across Chen Ji's face, his eyes shining with approval. Very good, he said softly, his deep voice reassuring. Don't move. He hesitated, a flash of worry crossing his face. This is my first time doing this, so it might be a little imprecise. Situ Qianqian blushed and stammered. This is my first time, too. As the dust of chaos settles, a superhero steps onto the stage. He is the embodiment of unrivaled power, the city's mighty and unflinching protector. The 4-star evolved being, Tian Long. With a body of dazzling, gleaming metal, he will tear through the darkest night and crush every threat. Each step he takes is a march toward the dawn of freedom. His very presence strikes terror deep into the hearts of all demons. A true man never looks back at the roaring explosion behind him, because he knows the real battle is always waiting up ahead. Cheer for him, applaud him. Every shout of support from you is the power that drives him forward. Join us and witness the legend of Tianlong. A middle-aged woman, Mrs. Wang, was holding up a phone, showing a video to Chen Gay. Mr. Chen, this is the short video we filmed for the Ning City Special Task Force. They have a few 100,000 followers on our app. She swiped to another video. Behold, the 5-star captain from the Star Sea City Bureau. Her voice dripped with confidence. Quite the hero, isn't he? These viral videos rake in millions in the blink of an eye, and they're incredibly easy to produce. Mr. Chen, Chen Ji asked with a skeptical look. Is this all just special effects, right? Miss Wang offered a cryptic smile. Mr. Chen, our app has a one-tap filter. It will automatically enhance your every move, making them look even more powerful. She explained, after all, apps like this exist to help evolved individuals market themselves. It helps them earn the public's trust, That's why we've recently partnered with numerous special bureaus and evolved individuals. She leaned in closer, her voice like honey. Mr. Chen, you're the exact kind of talent we're desperate to sign. After all, the government itself has recognized you as the very first of a new generation of the evolved. She laid out the offer. You just show off your power, and we'll use our complete marketing package to build your brand. Your fame will skyrocket. You'll have no trouble finding sponsors. Just take a look at some of our sponsored content. A bizarre commercial flickered onto the screen. Eat one bowl of Superman instant noodles, and you'll become humanity's last hope against the apocalypse. Go from an overworked drone to an elite agent in just 3 minutes. Our noodles contain gene enhancers, 5 ribonucleotides, and potassium sorbate, and 58 other high-quality food additives. So you'll stay energized under the dual pressures of the apocalypse and capitalism. Remember, you're not just a hero. You're a wage slave, fueled by instant noodles. Eat more noodles and get stronger. Taste that corporate cash. Another ad flashed. Apocalypse blowout sale. Mega savings. Put on these explosion sneakers, and you'll outrun even the skyrocketing cost of apocalyptic rent. They contain energy pellets made from recycled materials, letting you overcome the daily grind and your boss's KPIs. Please remember, while our souls may detach under extreme pressure, your dreams never will. A final, dazzling ad appeared. Boost. Run faster, not harder. Boost your apocalypse survival plan. No refunds. Absolute defense. Engineered for the end times. We use impenetrable nanofiber materials, helping you stay resilient against the dual threat of emotional breakdowns and infectious disease. Perfect for a first date or your daily commute. This product will fulfill your desires before the world ends. Boost, because your safety comes first. Miss Wang flashed a brilliant smile, her eyes shining like stage lights. Mr. Chen, as long as you're willing to go live on our platform and become a top streamer with millions of fans, we will meet any and all of your demands. Chen Gay rose to his feet, his expression an unreadable mask of ice. I'm not an influencer. And what fans are you even talking about? Miss Wang's voice shot back, brimming with excitement. Mr. Chen, you have no idea how famous you are right now, do you? She went on, her tone like a storyteller weaving a grand myth. Why? Based on that perfect, handsome face alone, you'll have millions of female fans screaming to follow your every move. She held up her phone, the screen glowing brightly. All you have to do is show your face once in a fan group chat. You'd be able to get any girl you want, wouldn't you? Chen Chu quietly turned away, his gaze turning razor sharp. He spoke with cutting finality. Sorry, I'm not interested. He called for his secretary, his tone calm but absolute. Secretary, please show her out. Miss Wang grew frantic as she was escorted away. 100 million a year. Just for a single promo video. Show her out, Chen Gui repeated, his voice like unyielding rock. Suddenly, Miss Wang cried out dramatically. We need a true hero. It's something only you can do. Chen Gui froze. For the first time, something flickered in his eyes. She quickly shoved the phone into his hands, displaying an image. In M City, you have Superman Shu. He can transform into a 5-meter-tall, giant green ape in an instant. Once transformed, he's an unstoppable force, immune to all weapons. He can cover 100 meters in a single second, and he crushes tanks with ease. To the people of M City, he's practically a god, she said, her voice filled with reverence. Then, in Y Country, there's Superman Yali Sana. His left arm can morph into a magnificent, kingly blade like a legendary divine weapon. A single video of him racked up 500 million views. They call him the Blade of Humanity, the legendary protector of Y City. Her voice took on the cadence of an epic tale. In F City, there's one who can become a living inferno. In D City, one can freeze the very air in a heartbeat. In J City, there's another who leaps between skyscrapers, and another who can simply vanish without a trace. She concluded, her eyes shining with a fervent light. It's only natural for ordinary people to be filled with fear and despair in the face of the apocalypse. They need a real hero to believe in. She looked directly at Chen Gui, her voice filled with anticipation. A true hero brings people a sense of security and hope. Placing a hand over her heart, her voice trembled as if speaking of a legend, like the shield of M City, or the saint of Y City. They become national symbols. We need a symbol just like that. Chen Gui stood by the window, his gaze sweeping across the glowing cityscape. Expanding his influence, he thought, wasn't a bad idea, especially with the recent criticism targeting him online. He turned his voice calm but resolute.
A live stream is out of the question, but I can consider recording a video.
Madame Wang cheered, her voice ringing like a victory bell. Really? In the promo video, Chen Gui was portrayed as an undying savior. In the suffocating darkness, he was the light that shattered the night. In the depths of despair, he was a blazing beacon of hope. His blade moved with lethal precision and deadly grace, his body flowing through the air in a mesmerizing dance of death. A colossal monster materialized behind him, but he stood his ground, unmoving. Like an unbreakable mountain against the storm. A true hero fights, not for empty glory, but for every last soul left on this planet. The video's finale showed him facing the colossal beast head-on. Chen Chu, the first evolved of the new generation. A fearless guardian. A living legend. The Undying. Someone watching the video on their phone suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, is this some kind of apocalypse game for the evolved?" At the Ning City Special Task Force, a team was gathered around a screen, their eyes locked on the footage. One of them spoke up, his voice laced with skepticism. "Too many special effects. It looks fake." Their captain replied, his tone calm but firm.
No, there are no special effects. It just looks exaggerated. Damn.
Turning to a man named Guan Day, he asked seriously, "You've met Chen Chu. Is he really stronger than a 5-star? He's evolved past the awakening stage. It feels like he's leaving us all in the dust." Elsewhere, at an ancient shrine, a group of monks stood solemnly before a torii gate. In its center, a strange spatial vortex churned. An old monk smiled serenely, his voice like an ancient chant. "We welcome the one who comes from the vortex." A being with jet-black wings and a crimson Asura mask emerged, its imposing figure like a specter from the underworld. Behind the Asura stood a beautiful woman with long, flowing white hair. This was Yanami. The old monk immediately bowed in reverence. "We greet you, Lady Yanami." Yanami turned to the Asura, her voice as sharp as a razor's edge. "Are you certain you've located the offspring of that ancient beast?" The Asura replied, his tone respectful but unwavering. "My lady." The colossal beast appeared near our city's waters, in the sea zone of L City. However, M City discovered it first. The old monk sighed, his voice heavy as if burdened by fate itself. "By international law, a beast's resources belong to all mankind, but the discoverer gets priority. We will only receive 30% of the spoils." Yanami smirked, a cunning glint in her eyes. "International law? If we slay the beast first and seize everything, we'll be the ones who decide how its resources are distributed. These resources are high-grade materials that can only be harvested from the carcasses of such colossal beasts." Deep in the ocean's abyss, a submarine glided silently, its engines a low whisper against the crushing pressure. 2 divers exited the sub, plunging deeper into the inky blackness. A place where light was only a distant memory. They were M Nation's Siren Strike team. One of them spoke over the comms, his voice tense. "There are tracks here, and they're massive." Another's voice shouted through the comms, cracking with sheer terror. "Captain, the whale monster's skull. It's 20 meters long." They stared in horror at the colossal skeleton of a sea beast, its fractured remains looming in the murky depths. A diver checked his meter, his voice trembling. "Radiation levels are at 46 sieverts." "Confirmed," another said, trying to keep his voice steady. "That's the source." Suddenly, a massive shadow drifted past them, like an ancient phantom stirring from a timeless slumber. A tense diver spoke, his voice wavering. "Did you hear that?" His partner replied, filled with confusion. "Hear what?" He glanced down at his meter, his face draining of all color. "Wait, something's wrong with this thing." The numbers on the display were skyrocketing. 88, 125, 459 sieverts. It just kept climbing. He screamed, his voice breaking. 1,000 sieverts. That's impossible. Not unless we're sitting on top of a nuclear waste dump. Then, from the abyssal darkness, a colossal whale monster emerged, its brilliant blue eyes, burning like ghostly flames, stared right through them. The meter screamed, displaying a horrifying 1,500 sieverts. The soldier stammered, his voice cracking with pure terror. "What is this reading?" At the station in Heihei City, a stone-faced officer interrogated the manager, his gaze as cold as ice. "Someone's gone missing. Why didn't you report this to the police immediately?" Sweat beaded on the manager's forehead as he nervously explained. "I just thought a tourist got lost. It hasn't even been 24 hours, so I sent my own people to search the area." The officer cut him off, his voice sharp as a blade. 3 people vanished tonight. Add that to one from yesterday and another the day before. Your haunted house has devoured 5 people. This could be a prelude to the apocalypse. The special task force will take it from here." He then led his team, including the captain from before, into the haunted house. The captain frowned, his voice low and troubled. "The sensors detected contamination a moment ago. Why did it disappear the second we walked in?" The man with the glasses answered confidently. "We're likely dealing with a strange type monster. Naturally, it must have absorbed all the contamination energy in its vicinity." The captain raised his staff, surveying the room. "Is this the themed room from the map the manager gave us?" The group stood in the middle of the ruined chamber, the air thick with a heavy presence. Talisman papers swirled around them in an unnatural wind. Suddenly, A long-haired mannequin with glowing red eyes lunged from the ceiling, startling the captain. He instinctively swung his spear to knock it away, letting out a terrified yell. The mannequin's head rolled across the floor, while its body, made of old wooden dolls, shattered into a pile of splinters. The captain gasped for air, still trembling. Damn it, I thought that was a real ghost. The woman holding a gun scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. It was just a prop. Was all that drama really necessary? Li Zongwen, the man in glasses, glanced at his watch as his expression suddenly tensed. The contamination source is approaching. In an instant, the ground erupted around them in a storm of shrapnel. Lunzi shouted, raising his massive shield to protect the silver-haired girl from the blast. It's here. A hulking, muscular monster wielding a glowing purple chainsaw charged at them like a vortex of death. Lunzi poured all his strength into his stance, gritting his teeth to force the monster back. Li Zongwen screamed, his voice laced with panic. It's a 3-star, strange type with enhanced attack and defense, plus incredible regeneration. Another team member charged forward, his weapon flashing as he yelled with confidence. I don't care if it ate 5 people and got tougher. It's no match for my extraordinary weapon. But his attack was completely ineffective, leaving only a few faint scratches. Li Zongwen muttered in a strained voice, this bastard. Its weak point is its head. The captain glanced over, skeptical. Huh. Li Zongwen shrieked, his voice breaking in panic. Its weak point is its head. Did you even aim for the head, you idiot? Without a moment's hesitation, the woman raised her firearm, her fingers squeezing the trigger with deadly precision. The bullet roared as it slammed directly into the monster's head, stopping it cold. Its colossal body began to topple. She casually blew the wisp of smoke from her barrel. Looking at the creature's shattered skull, her voice held a hint of disappointment. How pathetic. For a 3-star, strange type. To be taken down in a single shot. The captain fumed, his face flushed red from the taunt. Yeah, he shouted, his pride wounded. That's only because my spear was restricting its movement. Otherwise, you never would have had a clean shot. Li Zongwen quickly stepped in, trying to be the peacemaker. Hey now, we're a team. We all work together on that one, right? Lunzi turned to the silver-haired girl, his voice low and careful. Scan the perimeter. If there are no other contamination sources, report back. He then looked to the captain respectfully. Captain. Suddenly, a harsh voice cut through the air from behind, sharp as a razor. There is a fatal flaw in your teamwork. Guande, who had been observing from the shadows, stepped forward with his arms crossed, his piercing gaze dissecting each team member. Fan Hao, why'd you act without the captain's orders? Do you think you're smarter than Li Zongwen? Fan Hao mumbled, no, sir. Guande immediately turned his whip-like voice on the analyst. Li Zongwen, you can handle scheduling and recon, but you just stand by and watch when danger appears. He pointed directly at him, his eyes blazing with fury. Remember, you're part of the team first, and its brain second. Li Zongwen bowed his head, his voice shaking. I'm sorry. I should have provided support. Guande concluded, his voice as final as a judge's gavel. If you can only watch from the sidelines, you will cost this team their lives. He turned to Lun Zi, his tone merciless. Peng Lun, who is that shield of yours meant to protect? Answer me, Peng Lun whispered, his voice barely audible. My teammates. You. Guande's finger shot towards the silver-haired girl, his eyes cold as steel. Is Lin Ruoya the only teammate you protect? He scanned the entire group, his voice booming like thunder. In the heat of battle, no one cares about your personal feelings. You protect every single one of your comrades. He cleared his throat, his tone lowering but losing none of its authority. You too. He pointed at the silver-haired girl. One of you is so careless you have no sense of danger at all. Then he gestured to the girl with the gun, and the other opens fire without a second thought, while her teammate is in melee with a monster. Where did that kind of reckless courage come from? His gaze turned sharp like a blade of ice. This is not a game. One small mistake, and you will all die. He looked each of them in the eye, his gaze burning his words into their minds. You are all responsible for your teammates, so that every one of you gets out of here alive. Understand? The group roared in unison, their voices a single vow. Yes, Captain. Guande's tone softened slightly, like a storm passing. That's all for the scolding. For your second mission, it could have gone much worse. He lit a cigarette, a thin wisp of white smoke dancing in the air. With your current power levels, you are all capable of handling ordinary 4-star monsters. He took a drag from his cigarette, his voice dropping into a secretive whisper. What I'm about to say next is a military secret. No one is permitted to reveal it. He eyed the group, his expression stern. Humph. I think you're all strong enough to face a 4-star monster, right? He paused, his voice low like a final warning. What I am about to tell you is top-secret military intelligence. You will not share this with anyone. The team stood frozen, the air growing thick with tension at Guanday's declaration. One of them stammered, his voice trembling. An apocalypse level? I've never heard of anything like that. Guanday stood amidst the ruins, the destroyed landscape of Misty City behind him like a grim warning. Misty City lost over 17,000 evolved individuals in a single night. The government was forced to use nuclear weapons, and even that barely managed to drive the monster away. He took another drag, the white smoke swirling in the heavy air. From what I know, no monster corpse was ever found in the rubble. The official report just says it appeared to have retreated. Lun Zi's eyes widened in utter disbelief. They used a nuclear bomb and still couldn't kill it? Guanda nodded, his voice as deep as an abyss. 17 apocalyptic gates were affected to varying degrees. With the shifts in the tides of space and time, the apocalypse in the coming days will be far worse than we ever expected. You will have an incredibly hard time facing these newly empowered monsters. Lin Ruoya, the silver-haired girl, spoke up, her voice a mix of worry and resolve. Captain, how do we get stronger? Will there be special training? Guanda sat down, holding up a brilliant blue crystal that shimmered as if it contained an entire universe. There isn't much time. The Special Operations Bureau is rushing to distribute these soul crystals. He looked them dead in the eyes, his voice heavy with meaning. You should know what that means. Pan Hao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with a spark of hope. They can awaken a person's hidden potential and allow their abilities to evolve even faster. Guanda nodded, his voice firm as a command. You have been chosen to use these crystals to become stronger, he ordered, his gaze unwavering. Everyone on this team must break through to 4 stars within the next 10 days. This is for the future of humanity. The team shouted as one, their voices like an oath of iron. Captain, we won't let you down. For the future of humanity. Meanwhile, on a precarious cliff overlooking the vast ocean, Chen Gei stood silently, his eyes fixed on the status panel floating before him. Name, Chen Gei. Level, minor god. Extraordinary individual. Physique, 9,535. Spirit, 1,298. Abilities, armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki, master hand-to-hand combat, moon step, passive talent, thunder god, flowing fire. Weapons, heaven's blade, demon king armor, ancient sword replica. Evolutions, 3. He thought to himself, his gaze sharpening. With the divine sword's current feeding rate in the North Sea fish farms, it should be able to evolve a 4th time in a few days. Then I just need to focus on Chiang Qian's evolution progress. Inside a crimson-red consciousness space, like a sea of fire. Situ Chiang Qian jolted awake, her heart pounding in her chest. Where am I? She stood in a strange, hazy landscape, as if lost in a ghostly nightmare. A colossal shadow dragon with eyes like burning hellfire materialized before her. Panic seized her. She fled from the terrifying shadow, screaming in absolute horror. Get away, stay away from me. She shot up in bed, gasping for air, drenched in a cold sweat. Chen Ji sat across from her, his voice as calm as a placid lake. How do you feel? She stared at him, dazed, still reeling from the nightmare. Senior, what do you mean? He tossed her a cup. She hastily caught it, but the new power surging through her body caused her to crush it by accident. He shattered it into 1,000 pieces. Rising to his feet, he approached her, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. So, how does evolution feel? She stared at the fragments in her hand, whispering in disbelief. Huh. What just happened? He explained, his voice low but firm. 1-star evolvers can strike with 200 kilograms of force and move at a speed of 15 meters per second. A small smile touched his lips. Congratulations, your evolution was a success. Selena C. felt a surge of power coursing through every fiber of her being, like a raging river flooding her veins. I feel so much stronger. She looked up, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of awe and excitement. Did I really evolve? To become an evolver. It was the burning dream of countless souls across the world. On the black market, even a low-grade evolution serum was a priceless treasure. The price had soared to an insane 50 million US dollars. But the price of power wasn't paid in currency alone. The slightest mistake with one of those low-quality serums could twist a person into a horrifying mutant, warped in both body and soul. Countless ordinary people, desperate to reach the pinnacle of evolution, found themselves bound in cold chains, facing a cruel trial. In locked rooms, family members stood guard, guns in hand, ready to act the moment their loved one's body destabilized. If the artificial evolution failed, the result was a tragedy too horrific for words. And yet, thousands still gambled their lives away, accepting the risk of mutation to walk the path of evolution without a second thought. As the apocalypse loomed ever closer, a new era of universal evolution had dawned, like a raging fire in the darkness. Over the vast ocean near Anami Island, Yanami stood tall, her cold, sharp gaze fixed on the churning waves below. She gave the order, her voice like steel, a divine command. Ebisu, open a path. Flanking her was a group of powerful evolvers, each radiating an imposing aura. Ebisu bowed his head in reverence. Yes, Grand Master. Like a golden meteor, he plummeted into the sea, his brilliant light tearing the water asunder. A massive bubble of energy exploded outward, forcing the sea apart and carving a direct path to the ocean floor. The golden orb slammed into the seabed, shaking the very fabric of space. Yanami and her team descended to the ocean floor, a grim graveyard of human bones and shattered weapons, the remnants of some ancient war. The team moved into an underwater cavern, the air thick with pressure. Deep within, a colossal shadow emerged, releasing ripples of energy that made space itself tremble. BITTEN, a woman in the group, gave a tense warning. The beast is about to release its kingly aura. Do not look into its eyes. Irina, the woman in the fox mask, gasped, her voice a mix of awe and terror. Even in its infant form, its presence is equal to a 9-star demonic beast, truly terrifying. An emperor-class creature. A man in an Oni mask stood nearby, his eyes glinting with caution, silently observing the colossal shadow before them. Suzanu's sharp gaze fell upon the woman in the fox mask. Inari, are you certain of your senses? Inari, also known as Irina, replied with ice-cold confidence. This beast is even stronger than the Emperor class that attacked our base last month. My senses are never wrong. Yanami stared intently at the beast, a greedy, unconcealed hunger gleaming in her eyes. Such a magnificent, primordial creature. It will surely yield a massive amount of life essence for us. She commanded, her voice cutting through the air like a razor. BITTEN, use your illusion arts to control it. The rest of you will extract every last drop of its core essence. Then, destroy the body. Leave no trace behind. Her followers roared in unison, their voices a chorus of praise, like a prayer to their god. The monster bellowed as a brilliant blue energy erupted from its body, encasing it in impenetrable armor. BITTEN gritted her teeth, pouring all her power into her art. She fought to subdue the beast's ferocious will. It let out a furious roar, its colossal body thrashing against her control. Yanami watched, mesmerized by the creature's raw power. Look at it. Its strength is so beautiful. We will devour it, absorb it, and we will become it. She spread her arms wide, her crazed laughter echoing like a hymn to the abyss. Darkness will devour all. Chaos will reign supreme. All hail the endless void. Her smile was a fracture in a perfect facade, filled with madness. The dance of light and shadow, the cycle of life and death, all will return to nothing. We will become eternal. We will become gods. She chanted, her voice like an incantation. All hail the darkness. All hail the chaos. All hail the endless void. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory, a scientist stood silently before a growing fetus, suspended inside a nutrient tube. The dim light cast shadows on his weary face. Our pursuit of transcendent power has never ended, he whispered. High above, a fighter jet roared through the sky, releasing a single, devastating nuclear bomb. A firestorm of destruction ripped through the atmosphere. A colossal mushroom cloud bloomed, the ultimate symbol of the end, blanketing the world in death. A narrator's voice echoed, deep and resonant, as if recalling a distant past. The cataclysmic shockwaves swept across the earth, a divine chariot of annihilation. Civilization and order were torn to shreds, and the world was thrown back into the primordial chaos of its first morning. For 30 days and nights, the dust finally began to settle. Mountains that once stood proud were now nothing but desolate wastelands. Rivers that once raged were now just stagnant pools of death. Among the fractured scars of the earth, the survivors stood in silence, their eyes locked in horror on the remains of a titanic monster, as large as a mountain itself. Its bones shimmered with a strange, metallic luster. Even in ruin, it held a combat stance, telling the tragic story of a lost era. Deep within its crystallized marrow, scientists discovered a mysterious substance that glittered like a galaxy of stars. When light touched it, the substance seemed to vibrate with life, refracting colors beyond the known human spectrum. After 700 days and nights of tireless research, an old scientist wept, his voice trembling with joy. It can rewrite the molecular structure of living organisms, he cried, allowing carbon-based life to shatter the very chains of evolution. This was Prometheus's fire, the forbidden fruit of knowledge. At a world-shaking press conference, the Prime Minister held up the petri dish. The blue substance within blazed like a divine flame. Today, we anoint ourselves as gods, he declared, his voice booming with prophetic zeal. They named this substance the divine origin. But fate, cruel and cold, would soon bear its terrifying fangs. The first batch of volunteers, bathed in the sacred blue light, transformed into glistening crystal statues. Their final expressions were frozen for eternity, a bizarre mix of absolute agony and ecstatic bliss. Their mortal flesh, as fragile as paper, could not contain the divine fire. At last, humanity realized the problem wasn't the source's lack of power. It was that the human body, molded from common clay, was utterly unworthy and incompatible with this gift from the gods. As if guided by destiny, by some unseen puppet master with a grand design, monsters began to roam the earth as the apocalypse descended, spreading terror. The survivors who had been exposed to the divine origin made a stunning discovery. They could evolve by absorbing the very corruption radiating from these beasts. Only then did humanity understand. Myth had not abandoned them. It was rushing toward them like an unstoppable storm. In this new era, we are the inheritors of myth. Yanami spread her arms wide, her voice laced with prophetic fervor. We continue to evolve, to grow stronger, until one day, we will finally touch the realm of the gods. Her followers roared in unison, their voices a crashing wave. We will become gods. Praise the gods, praise the gods. Suddenly, Yanami froze, her beautiful face flashing with surprise and caution. She spun around, her voice sharp as a blade. Who is it? Who's there? Atop the colossal monster's head, a silhouette appeared, a figure as majestic as a descended god. A calm yet powerful voice rained down from above. Praise me. My name is Chen Gei. Yanami was stunned, but a moment later, fury ignited in her eyes. She gave an order to her most trusted subordinate, her voice like ice. Inari, analyze his information. Now. Inari, a girl in a fox mask, bowed respectfully. Yes, Grand Master. She immediately activated her ability, the Eye of Solitude. A pinkish light flared to life, enveloping her in a brilliant aura. Chen Gei leaped lightly from his perch. His feet barely disturbed the water's surface, creating only the faintest ripple, as if he were a ghost gliding through space. A smirk played on his lips as an interesting thought crossed his mind. Oh, a sensory ability similar to observation haki. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes, burning like a hellfire. He remarked with utter disdain, No, its power doesn't even come close. Crack. A piercing sound echoed as the fox mask on Inari's face suddenly shattered. She was violently thrown backward by an unseen force, crying out in pain as her body slammed into the ground. Yanami watched in horror, her eyes filled with dread. She turned to Inari, roaring, Where's the information? Still trembling from shock and pain, Inari stammered, My divine eye. Its power was reflected back at me. Yanami was completely speechless, her lips moving but no words coming out. What? She whipped her head towards Susanoo, her glare burning with intensity. Susanoo. A man in a demon mask roared in fury, stepping forward to shield Yanami, his presence as immense as a volcano. Grand Master, I don't care what kind of magic that is. I will crush him with a single punch. With a heaven-shaking shout, he charged toward Chen Gei like a raging cyclone. Die, you bastard. Chen Ji's face remained chillingly calm. He simply tilted his head, his voice dripping with sharp mockery. You dare to strike first? Susanoo's fist tore through the air, but only met empty space. His eyes widened in disbelief. As the attack landed, Chen Gei vanished. With a single fluid motion, he dodged the blow and landed a lightning-fast counter, sending Susanoo spiraling off balance toward the deadly spikes below. Unconscious, Yanami could only stand there, her eyes wide with shock at the scene unfolding before her. Suddenly, another figure appeared, his hand glowing with a shimmering azure energy. The man gave a cold command, his voice like an absolute decree. Repulsion. Stop. An invisible force immediately seized Susanoo, suspending his body in midair. He was just inches from the fatal spikes. Any closer, and he would have been impaled on the spear-like rocks. Chen Ji casually crossed his arms, a smirk of amusement on his face. Oh, gravity manipulation? Quite a flashy ability you've got there. Susanoo roared, thrashing within the energy field that held him, his voice filled with fury. Stay out of my fight. Daikoken simply lowered his hand, releasing the force and letting Susanoo crash hard onto the ground with a earth-shaking thud. Daikoken hovered above, his face an emotionless mask, his enraged gaze fixed on Chen Gei. A massive hand made of pure energy formed in the air, ready to strike. Now it's your turn. Let's see how you like being crushed. The giant hand slammed down with devastating force, the ground shaking violently as it aimed straight for Chen Gei. But Chen Gei merely stomped his foot. A massive explosion of energy erupted from beneath him, a hellish flame that completely obliterated Daikoken's attack. He was frozen in disbelief, a cold sweat dripping down his temple. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What? Not even gravity itself could suppress him? Chen Gei stood firm in the epicenter, crimson lightning crackling around his body, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The very air grew heavy, making it hard to breathe. From a distance, Inari watched in horror, exclaiming, He's completely neutralizing the force. Daikoken gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he screamed in a mix of disbelief and rage. What in the world is this? Is he overpowering a god's authority? Susanoo pushed himself up from the rubble, his fists sparking with fire as he roared in madness. You dare humiliate me? You'll pay for that with your blood. He poured all of his remaining strength into his fist and charged toward Chen Ge. Nura's iron cannon, he screamed. Chen Ji glanced at the incoming attack, murmuring with indifference. Another purely physical technique? Crack! A deafening sound echoed out. Chen Ge had effortlessly stopped Susanoo's devastating punch with just one hand. The ground beneath him fractured, the immense pressure causing the space itself to tremble. Susanoo's eyes widened in terror, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, This monster. Chen Ge looked up, his blazing red eyes locking onto Susanoo's, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Snap. With a slight squeeze of his hand, he shattered Susanoo's wrist. The sound of breaking bone was sickeningly clear. Chen Ge slammed him into the ground, his voice booming like thunder. Ha! Susanoo let out a horrifying scream, the soul-crushing pain causing him to collapse, his body trembling on the ruined earth. In his desperation, a brilliant red aura erupted from his body, like an inferno of pure rage. Am I going to die? I have to block this attack. Daikoken, his face pale with terror, quickly raised his hands to create an invisible force field to protect his comrade. But it was too late. An immense wave of energy blasted from Chen Ge, sending Susanoo flying, like a broken doll. Boom! Susanoo was thrown back dozens of meters, his body carving a deep trench into the ground as he tumbled. Amidst the rubble, Chen Ge emerged from the destruction, the crimson lightning around him growing even more ferocious, as if it would incinerate reality itself. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes and from his hands, staining his features a dark red. His hair slowly began to drain of color, turning a stark, silver white. He roared, his voice like rolling thunder, unleashing his full power. Crimson flame blood burst. Seeing the dire situation, Yanami shot into the sky with her subordinates, her gaze as sharp as a blade. She commanded, her voice ringing with celestial authority. Gods of Takamagahara, combine your powers. Defeat our common enemy. Her subordinates replied in unison, their voices echoing like a tidal wave. Yes, Grand Master. Immediately, Ebisu unleashed his power, slamming his hands onto the ground. He roared. From deep within the earth, gigantic stone hands erupted with a gruesome sound of snapping bones. They reached out, trying to grab Chen Ge, but he just stood there, his expression cold and unwavering. Ebisu smirked, whispering with confidence. He slammed his palms down again, roaring, Divine Smith's magma shackles. The ground trembled violently as colossal boulders rose from the earth. They rapidly converged on Chen Ge, forming an impenetrable stone prison. Crack. Rumble. The stone prison sealed itself completely, crashing to the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Ebisu crossed his arms, gazing at his work with satisfaction. These rocks are reinforced with divine power, making them harder than refined steel. It doesn't matter how incredible your abilities are. You'll suffocate in my stone prison once the air runs out. But suddenly, Inari screamed in terror. Pointing at the massive rock, she yelled, He's melting the stones with an immense heat source. The stone prison began to glow brightly from within. Molten, orange-red cracks spread across its surface like the veins of an active volcano. It's about to blow. Boom. Chen Ge shatters the stone prison, emerging from a vortex of molten lava, his figure like a god of war. He rises from the very fires of hell itself. Susanoo glances at Ebisu, his eyes dripping with scorn and mockery. Hey, your little rock prison was as weak as a wet noodle. Are you sure you're all that tough? Provoked, Ebisu grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He roars in fury. One layer isn't enough. Then I'll add another. He slams his hand into the earth, unleashing an even stronger art. Mass-forged silver body. Cracks spiderweb across the ground as countless sharp silver pillars erupt from below. They gleam like deadly blades. 2 layers still isn't enough. Then I'll add a third. Ebisu bellows, pouring in all his power, with eyes burning with resolve. Forged body, celestial golden palace. The very earth cracks apart as massive golden walls rise from the depths. They form a magnificent palace. But it's also a prison with no escape, shimmering with an impenetrable metallic light. Thump. Ebisu collapses, gasping for air. In a weakened voice, he pants, This triple-layered seal has completely drained my divine power. Susanoo claps him on the shoulder, his tone a mix of comfort and sarcasm. I mean, you didn't really need to go all out and use your ultimate technique. Not right away, at least. I was just messing with you. Another member of their group, his hair blazing like fire, confidently declares, No one can escape Ebisu's celestial golden palace. This fight is already over. Susanoo crosses his arms, sneering at the golden prison. And here I thought he was supposed to be a big deal. In the end, he's just another fool crushed by our divine Takamagahara shrine. Yanami smiles, a cruel glint in her eyes. The obstacle has been dealt with. Now, kill that overgrown lizard, and claim its primal essence. At her command, her followers surge forward, charging the monster like a tidal wave. But suddenly, Yanami notices Inari is frozen in place, her eyes wide and vacant. Worried, she asks, "What is it? What did your divine eye see?" Inari stares at the golden palace, her voice trembling with pure terror. This seal, it can't hold him. Cold sweat trickles down her face. She turns, her expression a mask of horror. He can nullify metal constructs. Ebisu's triple-layered seal is completely useless against him. Crackle. Sizzle. Arcs of blue lightning explode from within, striking the golden palace and causing it to tremble violently on the verge of collapse. A powerful voice echoes from inside the prison, like the roar of an ancient beast. "If you wish to hunt this ancient creature's young, then you'll have to get through me first." Boom. The golden palace erupts into a million pieces. The fragments scatter like deadly shrapnel, forcing the team to desperately take cover. The voice rings out again, filled with arrogant defiance. "Otherwise, don't blame me for walking over your corpses." Ebisu's eyes go wide, his jaw hanging slack in disbelief as he stammers. I was sure he was completely sealed." At the heart of the explosion stands Chen Gei, his body glowing with blood-red markings, his white hair flowing wildly like a raging storm. With eyes as cold as ice, he declares, "Come then, I'll take each of your corpses and grind them into dust." His eyes flash with a brilliant white light, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. The red-haired god roars with fury, the flames around him erupting violently, as if to incinerate space itself. "He killed our comrade. Then there's nothing left to say. Anyone who stands between us and godhood will meet their end." He points a finger at Chen Gei, his voice dripping with scorn. "My flames are nothing like your parlor tricks. My divine power creates the karmic flames of purgatory that burn unceasingly for 7 days. Your little fire is barely warm enough to brew tea." With a deafening roar, he swings his arm, condensing the flames into a colossal, blazing spear. "Die," he bellows, hurling the spear toward Chen Gei. Whoosh! It flies like a comet, tearing through the air. But Chen Gei remains perfectly still, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. He takes a deep breath and gently exhales a thin stream of air. Like a magical gust of wind, it instantly extinguishes the mighty karmic flame, leaving everyone completely stunned. The red-haired god lets out a wild laugh, the flames around him flaring even higher. "Heihei, huh?" He freezes, his eyes bulging in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his ultimate attack was neutralized so effortlessly. Susanoo remains unfazed, roaring a command. "Enough talk. It's useless. I'll strike from below. You pressure him from above." Daikoku, the gravity wielder, gives a sharp nod. Susanoo dives down like a speeding arrow. Meanwhile, the red-haired god and Daikoku move into position, forming a perfect pincer attack. From a distance, Yanami grinds her teeth, her eyes filled with rage. "I refuse to believe you can take on all 3 of us at once." Benton's face is etched with stress. She screams at Yanami, "Is there anyone else? Is there anyone who can help me stop that monster?" Susanoo charges in at blinding speed, his fist glowing like a thunderbolt. He roars, Rakshasa's Wrath Cannon. Boom! But Chenji deftly dodged the blow. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Susanoo crashing to the earth. The ground shattered on impact. At that exact moment, the red-haired god descended from the heavens, unleashing a devastating strike. The myriad burning paths of Yomi's destruction. A colossal sea of fire instantly engulfed Chenji's location. Suddenly, Inari shrieked in terror, warning his comrades, "Watch out. It's a heart-sealing sigil." From the ground below, radiant golden magic circles flared into existence, trapping Daikoku. Clang! Massive golden chains erupted from the sigils, binding Daikoku completely before he could even react. Crash! The chains yanked him violently, slamming him into a stone monolith. He was pinned, completely immobilized. Inari stood there, stunned, his voice trembling. This is a spell far more powerful than Ebisu's seal. Yanami turned to Benton, his gaze resolute. "So, what's your plan?" Benton replied, her eyes glowing with a determined, pinkish light. "It's time for our psychic unit to make its move." Benton collapsed to her knees with a ferocious roar, her face contorting into a grotesque and terrifying mask. Her eyes rolled back, becoming completely white. Vicious fangs erupted from her gums, and a long, disgusting tongue slithered from her lips. Her pink hair whipped around in the turbulent air. With a voice dripping in arrogance, she declared, "No matter how powerful that demon's physical body is, he stands no chance against my psychic assault." She began her incantation, her eerie voice echoing as if it could tear reality itself. This voice hails from Yomi, Listen and submit. This is the Yomi Kodadama. Chen Ge froze mid-action, as if bound by an unseen force. He released the red-haired god, his face twisting in agony as he gasped for breath, letting out a few pained coughs. In her demonic form, BITTEN cackled, her voice dripping with a foul corruption. I will bind your very soul. Listen closely. For I am the very law of death itself. Like the embrace of a mother, like the stranglehold of a child. Submit, submit, and sink into the path of Yomi, a place where even gods are left to decay. She shrieked, plunging her foe into a dark, suffocating mindscape. Seeing Chen Chu caught in the attack, the red-haired god smirked triumphantly. Heh. BITTEN's Kodadama is as potent as ever. That demon is completely paralyzed now. He's undoubtedly trapped in a world of nightmares. Inside the mental realm, Chen Ji clutched his head. The world was spinning around him, his body staggering. A monstrous, giant version of BITTEN materialized before him, her blank white eyes glaring with pure contempt. She scoffed, your physical strength is meaningless in this place. This is my spiritual domain, and crushing you here is child's play. Your physical enhancements are useless, and you can't use any of your magic, either. A layer of frigid, blue ice began to creep across Chen Ji's body, threatening to freeze him solid in a prison of despair. This is an arena for mental fortitude alone, she snarled, unleashing another wave of invisible attacks that sent Chen Ji reeling. Chen Ge coughed up a mouthful of black blood, a clear sign of profound spiritual damage. The colossal BITTEN leaned down, her demonic face inches from his. Her breath was a chilling wind from the underworld itself. With a sadistic glee, she whispered, Does it hurt? You see, within my domain. The sensation of pain is amplified 100-fold, you know. And the best part? You can't pass out from the shock. In fact, your consciousness will only become sharper. Her maniacal laughter echoed, threatening to shatter the very mindscape. Countless sharp, pink energy spikes then impaled Chen Ji's body, delivering an unbearable agony. He glanced down at the wounds oozing black blood, his voice remaining unnervingly calm. Since this is a spiritual domain, this kind of illusory damage. Chen Ji looked up, his gaze cutting like a razor through the illusion. He asked in a low voice, It can't actually be fatal. BITTEN roared, her voice laced with sadistic pleasure. But it's more than enough to make you beg for death. I'll have you on your knees, pleading with me to finally end your suffering. For instance, aren't you starting to feel like taking your own life is the only possible escape? Chen Ji wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold, defiant smirk spread across his lips. He stood tall, his body no longer trembling. His voice was chillingly calm. If I can't even feel any pain, then your Kodadama is nothing but meaningless noise. BITTEN's monstrous face contorted with utter shock. She shrieked, her voice cracking with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Slam. BITTEN lunged forward, driving her fist into Chen Ji's stomach. Stunned, she stammered, You truly feel nothing at all. Chen Ji leaned in close to her ear, his voice a haunting whisper that seemed to etch itself onto her very soul. If we were to rate this pain you're inflicting on a scale of 100, then the agony I feel when I activate my crimson flame blood burst, the pain of my very blood boiling inside my veins, He looked directly into her terrified eyes, finishing his sentence with absolute, chilling calm. 1,000,000. Chen Ji's eyes flashed with an imperious blue light that pierced right through BITTEN's soul. His voice resonated, carving itself into her mind. Your imagination is certainly amusing. But from this moment forward, your soul will remember one thing for all eternity. He paused, before declaring, You have already lost. BITTEN was violently thrown backward, her form staggering. Like a hollow puppet, she mumbled mindlessly, repeating the words over and over. I have lost. I have lost. I have lost. As they returned to the real world, BITTEN collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Kane stripped off his shredded shirt, his calm voice commanding the fallen BITTEN to rise. Instantly, BITTEN shot up and flew towards Kane, moving like a mindless drone. Yanami was stunned, her voice trembling. You actually turned BITTEN into your puppet. Had her own technique backfired, Kane glanced over, then ordered his new puppet. We're leaving. This place is cursed. BITTEN instantly obeyed, flying after him. Yanami gritted her teeth, her beautiful face twisting into a mask of pure fury. Treason. It actually learned how to strike its own master. Kane turned back, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Yanami. Today's little spar is over. You can take her. My overlord's aura will wear off in 3 days. He paused, his voice dropping low. And in the future, don't even think about my sword sheath again. Yanami roared in fury. You think it's over just like that? Those who disrespect the gods will pay with their blood. BITTEN, you may die now. Slash. Yanami's wings flashed, sending a razor-sharp blade of air flying at BITTEN. But Kane's expression remained terrifyingly calm. He muttered, "Damn. Never seen someone so ruthless they kill their own." Inari was horrified, her voice shaking. "Great master, why? BITTEN is one of us." Yanami's reply was as cold and sharp as a shard of ice. "The useless have no right to become gods. The empty shell of a failure is unworthy of divine blessing." She held her head high, eyes burning with fanaticism as her voice echoed like a dark prophecy. "The weaving of light and shadow, the cycle of life and death, all of it will return to the void. We shall become eternal. We shall become gods. The dance of light and shadow, the circle of life and death. This is the dance of ruin of Takamagahara." Yanami and her followers unleashed a devastating wave of energy, a divine storm surging towards Kane. Kane just smirked and whispered, "Crimson flame." Blood burst. His body erupted in a blazing inferno of scarlet flames. Thunder cracked as his silver hair grew long, and two sharp horns sprouted from his forehead, giving him the terrifying presence of a demon god. Yanami suddenly froze, a wave of dread washing over her. She gasped in shock. "The primal essence of your power. It's just like that sword lizard's. What is your connection to that creature?" Kane didn't answer. He just vanished, moving with unimaginable speed, a phantom streaking through the air. Yanami was frozen, her beautiful face twisted in terror. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted as Kane moved faster than the eye could see. He slammed his fist directly into the winged follower, who desperately threw up his wings to block. Boom! 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 Kane pressed the attack like a raging specter, unleashing a brutal barrage of blows that shook the very air. The winged man roared in fury and met the challenge. Yanami and her allies quickly moved to coordinate an attack. Yada no Kagami. Aokigahara, the divine mirror, a symbol of truth, radiated an overwhelming holy light. Kane was engulfed in the brilliant light, and the very ground beneath his feet began to shatter. Crack. The tough dragon scales covering his body began to fracture under the attack's immense power. A triumphant smile spread across Yanami's face. "This is the divine will Aokigahara. It can pierce the defenses of even a demon beast. Think of it as a microwave, destroying you from the inside out." But Kane just gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes flashing with a deadly light. He let out a deafening roar. A massive, brilliant sword wreathed in lightning materialized in his hand. He threw up a crimson energy shield, halting the attack in its tracks. From the shadows, another of Yanami's followers emerged, roaring, "Kajikui." Sengokues. The name suggested a shadow devourer. A powerful, demonic assault. Kane met the attack head-on, sword raised. Clang. From behind, another follower drove a blade into his back. But the attacker gasped in shock. "What is this?" Kane's entire body was now encased in a majestic suit of demonic armor, shimmering with power. "Get lost," he roared, his voice booming like thunder. It was the sound of absolute power. Boom! Kane swung his sword, and a brilliant arc of fire and shadow sent the attacker flying. Yanami watched with a smug smile. "It's useless. Where there is light, there will always be shadow. And as long as shadows exist, I, Tsukuyomi, am immortal." She raised her hand, signaling the next attack. Garajet Oborozukiri. Tsukuyomi's shadow emerged silently, a phantom of death, ready to strike from concealment. The technique's name meant Shadow Slash of the Hazy Moon, a stealthy movement combined with a graceful, yet lethal, strike. Yosuzume, the Night Sparrow, materialized from the darkness in a surprise attack. Clang. The blade flashed in an instant, but Kane blocked it perfectly. The royal demon armor enveloped his body, completely unscratched. Tsukuyomi stared in shock, whispering, "Such an unbelievable defense." Chenji simply shot a cold glare at the enemies hovering in the sky. Swoosh! The Tengu god let out a deafening roar. It dove down at terrifying speed, unleashing a massive slash, so sharp it seemed to rip the very air in two, aiming straight for Chenge. Crack! Under that immense power, the armor on Chenge's shoulder finally fractured. Yanami laughed with arrogance, explaining, "The attacks of a god can shatter any defense. Even the strongest shield would crumble with a single strike." The two faced off, the tension thick enough to snap. A smirk played on Chenge's lips, his crimson eyes flashing. Not a bad attempt. Boom! The great sword in his hand blazed to life, firing a crescent wave of energy that sent the god reeling back. But Tsukuyomi seized the opening, lunging forward with a fatal strike. The Hellfang Snake technique. Sharp and lethal, as a serpent's venom. He followed with Cicada Riot Flower, a flurry of phantom strikes as brutal as they were beautiful. And finally, Infinite Hell Wind, a binding art from the deepest abyss that stitches its victim into endless shadow. Garbage. Chenge declared coldly, his blade slicing through every attack and through Tsukuyomi's body. He watched the shadow dissolve, his voice laced with scorn. So you can't be killed as long as the shadows remain. Is that it? Then I'll just have to evaporate all the darkness. Along with you. Chen Ge roared, unleashing a colossal wave of light energy. Boom! Tsukuyomi was consumed by the blinding blast, his body smoldering. Chen Ge soared into the air, prepared to deliver the finishing blow. His foe was utterly defenseless. Crash. He brought his great sword down with a single, merciless strike that ended it all. Amid the ruins, Tsukuyomi lay motionless, his lifeless eyes gazing at the sky as black blood trickled from his lips. Chen Ji stood tall over the wreckage, his great sword resting on his shoulder. His icy gaze swept over the survivors, his voice a challenge. Who's next? Does anyone else dare to step forward? A red-haired woman cried out, her voice filled with despair. Her brother tried to rush in, but the god held him back, shaking his head. His eyes said it all. It was already too late. Yanami's face twisted in fury as she roared at her hesitant subordinates. What are you waiting for? Attack him. All of you. At once. But the red-haired god and Inari could only tremble, completely crushed by Chenji's overwhelming presence, unable to move a muscle. The red-haired woman collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. She slammed her fist against the stone, crying out in anguish.
Why? Why did it have to be this way? To obtain the source essence. Did all of my brothers have to die here?
Yanami approached, staring down at the weeping girl with eyes as cold as ice. You are all candidates for godhood. She pointed a finger at Chen Ge, her voice devoid of emotion. Kill him. Kill that monster, and we'll have enough source essence to grow even stronger. The girl looked up, tears still staining her cheeks, and sobbed, but I don't want to be stronger. I just wanted to be a normal person. To be a good big sister. Slap. Yanami struck the girl across the face, then seized her by the throat, roaring, You coward! You betrayed the oath of Yomi. That is a capital offense. With a razor-sharp glare, she declared, We are the inheritors of myth. We evolve endlessly, growing stronger and stronger until we reach the realm of the divine. The girl's eyes, though filled with tears, burned with defiance. She whispered, Go on then. Keep dreaming and try to kill him yourself. Yanami turned to the god, her command merciless. 2. Kill this traitor. Her heart wavers. She is no longer worthy to be a divine vessel. The god remained silent, his eyes filled with hesitation at the cruel order. Damn you, Yanami roared, losing her patience. But her followers remained frozen in place. Chenji's great sword slammed into the ground with a sharp, chilling sound. He looked at them, his voice calm yet filled with authority. I have no desire to fight you to the death. Drop your hostility, and you can all leave now. Yanami burst into crazed laughter, her eyes glowing blood red. You want me to surrender? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She shrieked as her body began to twist and contort, growing to a monstrous size. Her hair morphed into enormous white serpents, and one of them shot out, snatching the red-haired woman in its jaws. She let out a wild, echoing laugh, declaring, Every single drop of the source essence will become my nourishment. With a horrifying gulp, the massive snake began to swallow its own comrade whole. Yanami cackled with glee as her other snakes began to attack the remaining followers. All of your power will belong to me. The grotesque white serpents coiled around the members of Yomi, crushing them in death's embrace, ready to devour them. One by one, they were swallowed by the snakes amid screams of utter horror and despair. The red-haired god stared, stammering in disbelief, his voice trembling. She's fusing with our Yomi abilities. Does this mean she only ever saw us as vessels? Yanami, now completely transformed, looked down on her former allies with pure contempt. Her voice was ice. Yami, how laughable. You are all nothing but vessels, meant to cultivate the primordial essence for me and me alone. She held her head high, a crazed ambition burning in her crimson eyes. In this place, only I am worthy of becoming a god. Chen Ge crossed his arms, watching the betrayal unfold with a cold, mocking smile. Well now, this is quite an unexpected development. It seems you're having some trouble in your own backyard, isn't that right? Though drenched in his own blood, Susanoo gritted his teeth and rose, standing before Chenji and roaring. Even though I can't stand the sight of you, this is a private matter for the Wai-Khan. If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of my sight. This battle is for our very survival. He let out a thunderous roar, hoisting a massive boulder and hurling it directly at Yanami. A serpent on her head fired a blazing red energy beam. It effortlessly vaporized the rock into dust. Yanami looked down on him with utter contempt, as if staring at a traitorous dog. So, you're another mutt who dares to defy its master? She hovered in midair, surrounded by countless spinning stones, radiating an aura of absolute, overwhelming power. Day's rugged face shone with resolve as he shouted, We were orphans. We were test subjects. We were the survivors of a cataclysm. Painful memories flooded back. Images of gaunt children, trembling in fear beside lifeless bodies on a cold, hard floor. By becoming gods, we escaped the suffering of mortal life, but that path came at far too great a cost. Another agonizing memory surfaced. A young boy screamed amidst a flash of blue light, his body exploding in his final moments. In the midst of all that chaos, Yanami stood like a savior, gathering the children who had survived. Her voice echoed, planting a fragile seed of hope in their hearts. From this day forward, you are the Waikon. Back in the present, Da clasped his hands, channeling all his strength, roaring with unshakable will. We all gathered here, and we became the Waikon for one reason from the very beginning. And that was to live. He faced the woman who was once their leader. His eyes were sharp, ready for the final clash. Boom! A massive wave of energy erupted from Yanami, blasting Da into the distance. He screamed in agony. Ahhh! A dark phantom materialized behind him, completely enveloping his body. With a confident smirk, Yanami declared, I have obtained the power of both light and darkness. Don't you dare think you are qualified to stand against me. Shadowy tentacles suddenly erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Da. Though he was being suffocated, he still grit his teeth and roared, I will never submit. The tentacles squeezed tighter, forming a sphere of pure darkness, crushing him from the inside out. Yanami sneered as a shadow serpent slithered beside her, its jaws opening wide to devour the last of Day's crystallized remains. Her maniacal laughter echoed across the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Absorbing her subordinate's power, she raised her hands to the sky and bellowed. The remaining members of the Waikon were lifted by an unseen force, left dangling in utter despair. Yanami glared at them with the eyes of a conqueror, commanding, surrender your powers to me now. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Inari's leg, yanking her free from the crushing force. Stunned, Inari turned to see Chen Gei and stammered, You, but why? The red-haired god, with nothing left to lose, roared as he charged towards Yanami, I will fight you until my last breath. Susanoo, lost in desperation, poured every last ounce of strength into a final punch, screaming, even if we have to die together, I won't let you succeed today. Yanami just scoffed, her gaze horrifying, completely dismissing his attack. A chaotic battle exploded into motion. Susanoo and Kagasuchi assaulted Yanami from both sides, creating earth-shattering shockwaves. But Yanami was just too powerful. One of her serpents tore Susanoo's body in half. Kagasuchi erupted in a final, defiant blaze. He screamed, his face radiant with pure resolve. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll drag you down with me. Scorch Yomi. Solar Flare Fury. He flew directly into the serpent's mouth. A world-shaking explosion erupted from within, its immense heat threatening to incinerate everything. Yanami stood at the center of the storm, gazing at the falling ashes, a faint hint of regret in her voice. You'd rather self-destruct than be devoured by me? A serpent licked up the last of the crimson energy crystals. She smirked, her voice dripping with mockery. Hey, you're far too naive, Kagyu. Your body was merely a vessel for the primordial essence. And even if you kill yourself, the essence inside you will never vanish. She revealed the cruel truth as she consumed the last of Kagasuchi's essence. Yanami tilted her head back, reveling in the ferocious new power surging through her body. Her serpents bit down on streams of multicolored energy, devouring them with insatiable greed. A satisfied smile spread across her face, her crimson eyes glowing with a merciless light. I have now consumed 7 of them. On the battlefield, only Chen Gei, Inari, and a dying Tengu god remained. Inari witnessed the horrific scene, sinking into despair and muttering, even suicide is useless. Is there truly no way out? The Tengu god, though utterly exhausted, gritted his teeth and stood, shielding Inari with a look of pure determination. Yanami's gaze swept over the last 2 survivors, her voice as cold as ice. And then there were 2. The god clenched his fist, as if making a final, terrible decision. In the blink of an eye, his body began to dissolve. He vanished into a flurry of dark blue feathers, leaving only empty air behind. A smirk touched Yanami's lips, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. So they escaped, she mused aloud. A smart choice. Cowardly, but practical. Her sharp gaze then shifted, locking onto Chen Kai and Inari. Inari collapsed before Chen Kai, her voice trembling with a desperate plea. You, I'm begging you. With your power, you can surely destroy the origin crystal inside me. She gripped his hand, tears streaming down her face. Please, kill me, and then destroy it. I refuse to become a part of Yanami's power. Only you can do this. Chen Kai remained silent, his crimson eyes scanning the desperate girl before him. Yanami floated in the air, scoffing. You want to use a demon's power to destroy the very essence of your origin. You betrayed the will of the Takamagahara gods. You're a traitor too. Inari screamed, her voice cracking with fear and despair. Hurry, kill me now. Quickly destroy the crystal inside me, before it's too late. She grabbed Chen Kai's shirt, trying to shake him into action, but Yanami just burst into thunderous laughter. Ho ho ho, you wish to die. One of her serpents shot forward from behind, its jaws wide open. I will devour the origin essence of this demon and that lizard at the same time, she declared, her voice dripping with ambition. Her red eyes flashed with a mad desire to ascend to godhood. Suddenly, Chen Kai drew Inari's short sword, gently pushing her hand away. He turned to her, his voice unnervingly calm. You don't have to die. You two can become sacrifices for the new god, together. Yanami roared as her serpents charged toward Chen Kai and Inari. With a flash, Chen Kai gripped the sword, and blue lightning exploded to life, enveloping the blade in a furious storm. He hurled the sword straight at Yanami's head, the force snapping her head back. Landing on the ground, he glared coldly at Yanami. I decided not to get involved in your mess, but you just tried to drag my sword lizard into this. So, I've changed my mind. Yanami pulled Chen Kai's sword from her head, completely unharmed. She sneered. This level of power isn't nearly enough to kill me. Crack! Chen Kai instantly appeared before her, delivering a devastating punch that warped her entire face. Today, you will die, he growled, slamming his foot into the ground. A massive wave of frost erupted outwards, flash freezing everything in its path. The terrifying shockwave sent both Yanami and Inari flying. Inari landed in a heap, clutching her shattered mask as tears of fear and helplessness flowed. A brilliant, golden energy flared to life around Chen Kai's arm. He looked at the staggering Yanami, his voice filled with authority. How does that feel? Drifting in the dust, her figure blurred. Yanami struggled to recover from the blow. She slowly stood, dusting herself off with a contemptuous smirk. That didn't even count as an itch. Heihei. Chen Kai laughed coldly, his eyes now blazing with deadly blue lightning. He roared, unleashing an even greater level of power. Lightning to temper the body, fire to forge the bones, and a bloodburst of crimson flame. The fourth level. Yanami's crimson eyes widened, reflecting the image of Chen Kai transforming within a vortex of destructive energy. He floated in the air, wreathed in fire and lightning, like a demon god descending upon the world. The pressure radiating from him made the very air stand still. With a swing of his arm, he unleashed a blast of fused fire and lightning that shot forward at blinding speed. Boom! The world-shaking explosion terrified Yanami as the ground buckled beneath her. In his new form, with long black hair and draconic scale armor, Chen Kai looked down and muttered, I can't believe she dodged that. One of Yanami's serpents had been completely incinerated. He locked eyes with her, a challenge in his gaze. That serpent is now ash. If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. Yanami clasped her hands together, weaving a complex seal. Orochi. Giant serpents of shadow erupted from the ground, lunging straight for Chen Kai. Smash! He simply clenched his fist, and a surge of crimson energy exploded outwards, effortlessly shattering the shadow beasts. Yanami gritted her teeth, unable to believe her technique was nullified so easily. Impossible! How could the Oku be useless? Chen Kai strode forward, each step cracking the earth, the orange aura around him growing more intense. Yanami watched him, her eyes flashing with caution and terror. She thought to herself, the way this demon walks, the pressure he emits is more terrifying than that of a god. She began to chant, summoning power from the subordinates she had absorbed. Copper to corrode his body, silver to seal his soul, and gold to defile his divine status. Crash. A colossal green serpent descended, smashing into Chen Kai's position. He just clicked his tongue in annoyance, then thrust his hand out, firing a brilliant orange lightning bolt that pierced the snake as if it were paper. Instantly, another colossal blue serpent lunged at him from the side. Ember Phantom. Chen Kai roared, summoning a gigantic arm of fire that crushed the blue serpent in its grasp. The ground trembled violently from the impact. Boom! A brilliant golden serpent appeared from nowhere, its jaws open to devour him. Yanami stood by, a triumphant smirk on her face as she commanded coldly, extinguish him. The serpent unleashed a blinding golden energy, but from within its belly, Chen Ji's voice echoed. Chen Ji scoffed with contempt. How ridiculous. The golden snake suddenly petrified into solid metal, frozen on the ground. Yanami was stunned. What's happening? She cried. Then, slice. The metal serpent was cleaved in two from the inside, spraying black blood everywhere. Chen Ji appeared behind Yanami, his voice laced with disappointment. Even after devouring your own comrade, is this all the power you have? He raised his hand, and a flash of golden energy streaked toward her neck. Yanami had no time to react, screaming in pure panic. No. No! Her beautiful face twisted in agony, her eyes filled with absolute terror. I am a god. I cannot die. Her entire body was covered in blood as she staggered back, muttering like a madwoman. I was supposed to become a god above all others. I was meant to ascend to the divine palace. She collapsed to her knees as the snakes on her head grew faint and weak. I should have been looking down on all living things. As a god, Chen Gei looked down at her, his voice like a final verdict. Your sins end here. No, it can't be, Yanami shrieked. The light faded from her eyes, leaving nothing but an empty, black void. She fell forward, her last breath escaping in a faint whimper. Hiding behind a rock, Inari began to sob with both relief and sorrow. Chen Ji walked over, his shadow falling over the crying girl. He held out a hand, his voice much gentler. Let's go. He lifted the unconscious Inari and swam to the surface, schools of fish parting around them. Crash. He landed hard on the deck of a warship, sending water flying. Two sailors jumped back in shock. Where did these two come from? One of them stammered in terror. Chen Gei glanced at them, thinking to himself, foreigners. He pointed toward the distant shore and said, please, take her to land. He raised his hand in a friendly gesture and asked, okay? The two sailors just stared at each other, utterly confused by what was happening. Chen Ji wondered if they understood him at all. A short time later, Inari awoke in a soft, comfortable bed. A narrator's voice began to speak. Humans are a species that excels at infighting and selfishness. Chen Gei stood by the bed, quietly watching the sleeping girl. Throughout history, the number of their own kind killed by human hands is tens of thousands of times greater than those who died in disasters or at the hands of monsters. The memory of Yanami's cruelty flashed in his mind like a cold flame, searing his thoughts. After gaining power, very few humans think of protecting the weak or upholding justice. Instead, they aim their cold, sharp blades directly at those even weaker than themselves. Chen gazed silently out the window. His eyes rested on the two sailors, who were waving goodbye from the shore, their figures small beneath the gray sky. I don't deny that there will always be good people in this world who step forward. And yet, that is not the inherent nature of humanity. Chen Ji whispered, his voice as low as the wind. Suddenly, he transformed into a blazing streak of red light, rocketing into the sky. He left the two sailors stunned on the shore, staring as the crimson comet vanished over the horizon. They stood in absolute silence, speechless at the surreal sight they had just witnessed. Therefore, I do not hesitate to believe that anyone who threatens my life is the worst kind of evil. He murmured to himself as the raging red aura around him erupted like a fire devouring the darkness. I am not good. I do not save crying souls. I am not evil. I do not hold on to bitter grudges. I am not chaos. I do not stir the dust of the mortal world. I am not order. I do not bind the roots of the world. I am not light. I do not illuminate the city of the lost. I am not darkness. I do not obscure the curious lamp. I am not matter. I do not forge an eternal form. I am not the void. I do not leave a fading shadow. I am the blade suspended between good and evil, and I alone will slash through the twilight and the dawn of chaos. His voice echoed, as if merging with the roar of a coming storm. At the Special Affairs Bureau, a man stood before an entire class, pointing sternly at a projection screen. This is the combat footage of Chen Gei, he announced, his eyes sharp. According to the latest data, Chen Gei's power has surpassed the 5-star level. What? The classroom erupted in stunned whispers. A blonde girl's eyes widened as she breathed, surpassed the 5-star level. The instructor continued, pointing to the screen where a massive concrete pillar was shattering into dust. A high-grade concrete column, 100 centimeters in diameter, was obliterated in a single blow. Initial calculations show that the force of this punch exceeded 1,500 tons. One cadet spat out the water in his mouth, his face pale with shock. 1,500 tons. Is he even human? He shouted, his voice cracking. Another cadet, his eyes filled with a sense of inferiority, clenched his fists so hard they trembled. My maximum punch is 1.5 tons. His power is 1,000 times greater than mine, the instructor calmly explained, his voice low but sharp. According to the global ranking standards for evolved humans, the base punching power of a 5-star individual is 100 tons. Shouldn't 1,500 tons be classified as 6-star? Or even 7-star? A student in glasses asked, his voice trembling with anxiety. Hold it. Once an evolver shatters the 5-star limit, simple power stats become completely meaningless. A recruit's eyes lit up, eagerly cutting in. Transcendent power. What exactly is transcendent power? Can I get it too? The instructor offered a faint, mocking smile. It is said that every nation's evolvers follow their own unique evolutionary path. The ultimate goal is to awaken a transcendent power. Things like gravity, manipulation, unleashing hellfire from your body, or even mind control. People will do anything to break past 5 stars. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the classroom with pure disdain. From what I hear, the neighboring nation are tried using technology to force an evolver's advancement. He glared down at the class, his voice ice cold. You recruits haven't even hit 4 stars, so stop dreaming about things you can't comprehend. Yes, Captain. The class shouted in unison, the ridiculous chicken hats on their heads bobbing in agreement. The instructor held up a shimmering crystal, its light casting an ethereal glow across his face. They call this a source essence, but it's really just a high-grade energy crystal. Meanwhile, in a quiet mansion, Chen Gei lounged on the sofa, his gaze locked on the shimmering crystal in his hand. Yanami never would have guessed this would end up with me. His lips tightened, and with one powerful clench, he crushed the crystal into glowing dust. A silent notification flared in his mind. Physique enhanced. He looked up, an eyebrow raised in surprise. It's stuck at 9,999. My physique is completely maxed out. Does that mean my 4th evolution is about to begin? Just then, a small figure appeared, her golden hair shining like the morning sun. She scrambled onto the sofa, her voice filled with worry. Ji, are you okay? Chen Ji offered a gentle, reassuring smile. Xiao Shi, I'm fine. He sat up, a playful tone in his voice. Xiao Xi, I'm starving. I've got some energy crystals right here. Want some? A bright smile blossomed on her face, her cheeks flushing a rosy pink. Yes. She opened her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Ji gently placed the crystal in her mouth, his voice low and warm. Eat up. Once you can restore the gate, we'll go fight monsters together. Okay, she chirped happily, playfully licking his finger, her eyes twinkling like stars. Suddenly, in a remote laboratory, piercing alarms shattered the silence. Warning. Abnormal global contamination levels detected. A cold, urgent voice echoed from the speakers. I repeat, all nearby bases are to activate Level 1 defense protocols immediately. Alert. Contamination energy has exceeded the critical threshold by 20 times. Energy fluctuations are still accelerating. All personnel, high alert is in effect. Now, a colossal dome of purple energy descended upon the city, painting the sky with the color of death. Attention. All evolvers below 4 stars are forbidden from leaving the cleansing zone. I repeat, contact with the contaminated area will result in irreversible mutation. A new crisis had just begun. The thunderous sound of marching echoed as soldiers in high-tech armor, their faces hidden by gas masks, moved out. A steely voice commanded over the intercom. All combat personnel, to your stations. The first contamination wave is projected to hit the defensive line in 72 hours. A massive army prepared for the fight of their lives. Back at the hillside villa, a strange light glinted in Chen Ji's eyes. He shot bolt upright in bed, his eyes blazing like crimson flames, feeling an unsettling energy flood the air. Staring at his own hands, he murmured, "It feels like a catastrophe is coming." The roar of a motorcycle engine shattered the morning quiet. Chen Ji stood up and stepped onto the balcony, casting a lazy glance downwards. A woman with vibrant pink hair, clad in skin-tight leather, swung off his sleek motorcycle. He let out a huge yawn, his voice thick with sleep. "Could you please not wake me up this early?" "Huangfu Zi something," the girl just beamed, giving him a cheerful wave. "It's Huangfu Zian. And I brought your takeout." Chen Gei scratched his head, looking completely baffled. "I haven't ordered anything in 2 days. So where did this food come from?" She looked at him, her eyes sparkling with mock concern. "You haven't ordered any food for 2 whole days. I was starting to worry you'd starve to death in your room." She held up 2 bags of food, her voice full of enthusiasm. "Look, in the left bag is the braised chicken you get 3 times a week, and on the right is the extra numbing, extra spicy malatang you always order late at night." Chen Gei crossed his arms, his sharp gaze sweeping over her with clear suspicion. "Lady, what is your deal? Are you some kind of stalker?" She just winked, her smile as dazzling as sunlight on water. "Junior," she purred, "I told you I was going to conquer you. So naturally, I'm keeping tabs on your every move." She leaned in close, whispering suggestively, her breath a soft breeze against his ear. Chen Gei silently took the food from her, his expression still guarded. "Hurry and eat while it's still hot." Her voice echoed as she walked towards her motorcycle, flashing him one last wink with a sparkling pink heart. "Gotta go, Junior." Chen Ji watched her figure disappear into the morning light. He glanced down at the food, then back in her direction, grumbling. "Whether I eat or not is none of your business." But just then, his stomach let out a defiant roar. He stared at the 2 bags of food, his expression complicated, before a reluctant smile touched his lips. "That woman, she definitely planned this." Ji, Xiao Xi's voice, as clear as a bell, called out from behind him. Chen Ji turned to see the girl standing in the doorway, her gaze lost in the distance. "The gate, a new gate. I can feel it." A smile spread across Chen Ji's face, his eyes lighting up. "Excellent. We'll head out as soon as we're done with breakfast." In a derelict building, crumbling like a relic of a forgotten age, a shimmering, dark purple portal tore open, radiating a chilling aura. Xiaoxi pointed, her voice trembling. "Gee, we're here. The gate. It's opening. Gay. Be careful." As they approached, the air grew heavy, pressing down on their chests. Chen Gay summoned the Imperial Demon armor. A flash of dark metal enveloped his body in an impenetrable shell. He glanced at Xiaoxi, who was now hovering over the mouth of the dark portal, and spoke. His voice was firm. "All right, it's time to begin." He plunged straight into the gate and was instantly swallowed by a sea of corrupt, purple energy. It was as if the darkness itself was devouring everything. The level of corruption was insane. Was the enhanced resistance from the Imperial Demon armor not enough to block it completely? He muttered, fighting against the corrosive energy that was gnawing at his very being. The darkness consumed him, so thick it was suffocating. "I can't see a thing." His observation aura flared to life. His eyes blazed with a blue light, piercing through the oppressive dark. Suddenly, a threat hurtled down from above. Crash! A massive boulder plummeted towards him, but Chen Ji swung his blade, cleaving the rock in two. Slice. The two halves of the boulder crashed heavily to the ground. Chen Ji landed on a ledge, his cold eyes fixed on the darkness ahead, a contemptuous smirk on his lips. "A fight. Not even a second after we meet?" He chuckled. "Now this. I like." From the shadows, a colossal figure emerged. It was a four-armed demon ape, its muscles rippling with raw power, its eyes burning like twin flames from hell. It let out a savage roar, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Chen Ji stood his ground, as solid as a mountain, his sharp gaze unwavering. Boom! The demon ape charged forward with the speed of a cyclone. It slammed a devastating fist down where he stood. A notification flashed in his mind. The corruption level was rising. He whispered to himself, "If I push my power to its absolute limit, can I finish it in a single strike?" His lips curled into a cold smile as countless small fireballs ignited around him, shining like stars ready to incinerate everything. The demon ape froze, a flicker of terror in its crimson eyes as it sensed the mortal danger. Whoosh! The flames behind Chen Gie erupted like a waking volcano. He swung his greatsword, and a crimson arc of energy tore through space itself. The blast sent the monster hurtling backwards. He looked up, his eyes blazing with determination. "I need to end this, and fast." Without hesitation, he lunged forward, driving his sword straight into the demon ape's chest. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as its body detonated, completely obliterated by the overwhelming power of the attack. Chen Ji smirked, a look of satisfaction on his face. The impact force of that blow must have been close to 500 tons. No physical body, no matter how tough, could withstand that kind of explosive power. The demon ape vanished, leaving a glowing red crystal floating in the air. Chen Ji knelt down and picked up the crystal, feeling the raw energy churning within it. The concentration of energy was terrifying. It was nearly identical to Yanami's origin essence crystal, just on a much smaller scale. He clenched his fist, absorbing the crystal, feeling the power flood his entire body. This was a crystal of pure energy, and I can gain evolution points just by absorbing one of these, he muttered, glancing at his status panel. "I still need 10,000 points to evolve. I never expected to stumble on such a fast way to get them." Chen Gei advanced through the dense jungle, his cautious eyes scanning every shadow in the canopy. He stood on a precarious cliff, looking out over a strange world of floating islands where colossal life trees reached for the sky. Standing on the ledge, he gazed down at the untouched tropical forest below. This whole jungle is unexplored. I wonder how many evolution crystals are just waiting to be hunted. A predatory grin spread across his face. "Heh, I can't wait to get started." He began his journey, stepping deep into the heart of the forest and closing his eyes. He focused his energy, his eyes erupting with blue light as he expanded his observation aura to its absolute limit. The world around him dissolved into vibrant flows of energy. Suddenly, he detected a massive colony of giant ants on the move. A notification sounded, Tier 3, Nature System Demon Ant. Chen Jie focused on one of the ants as it gnawed on a blue crystal. He observed thoughtfully. The demonic energy inside these ant crystals is far more corrupt than the one from the demon ape, so they consume these raw demon crystals. How fascinating. Suddenly, a high-pitched buzzing ripped through the air as a swarm of insects descended from the pine trees. A warning flashed in his mind. Level 4 Nature System Demon Beast. Chen Jie looked up to see a swarm of giant demon mosquitoes, their bodies gleaming with a metallic sheen. His sharp gaze followed their flight path. The demon ants had found their prey, but he wasn't their target. Whoosh! A demon mosquito dove down, its sharp proboscis piercing a demon ant, draining the crystal from its body. Chen Ji stood frozen, his eyes wide at the savage spectacle. What in the world is this? After absorbing the crystal, the demon mosquito began to transform, its body erupting in a vibrant purple energy like a phantom flame. He recognized it instantly. his voice tinged with surprise. "It's evolving, right here and now." A smirk played on his lips, a look of pure fascination. That level 4 demon mosquito can evolve into a level 5 elite by hunting others of its kind. How amusing. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind. Wham! A demon ape leaped into the air, appearing directly above him. Boom! Chen Ji dodged to the side just as the monster landed, shaking the very ground beneath him. The demon ape snatched up the dead mosquito, devouring what was left without a moment's hesitation. A new notification appeared. Level 6 Nature System Demon Ape. From a distance, Chen Gei watched with a thoughtful gaze, as if he had just uncovered the secret of this land. Every hunt, every evolution. It was all just to refine this raw energy source. The demon ape roared, its power seemingly rising another level. He turned his gaze toward the giant tree of life in the distance, murmuring to himself. And when these high-level demon beasts reached the end of their lives, they all returned to the base of the tree of life, lying down within the sanctuary of its coiled roots. Their shells decompose, and the demon crystal essence they spent their entire lives refining becomes nutrients, feeding the tree's eternal existence. The tree of life stood silently, its small roots gently caressing the remains of its loyal miners. Chen Ji stepped forward to face a four-armed demon ape, his eyes showing no fear. Fresh demon ant eggs had already been laid in the nest. The next generation of demon crystal miners was about to hatch, continuing the endless cycle of energy. Born as slaves, becoming food and death. A cycle with no end. Suddenly, Chen Ji's body erupted in a torrent of purple fire and lightning. His powerful aura threatened to tear space itself apart. He declared with an iron will, "This perfect energy cycle ends today. The essence you have spent your entire lives refining. I will make it my own." Boom. He charged into battle, his blade swinging as arcs of purple lightning tore through the swarms of demon mosquitoes and apes. He was like an unrelenting storm. One by one, the monsters fell before his cold, sharp steel. Chen Ji landed softly, glancing back as the monsters exploded from his overwhelming power, his eyes burning like an undying flame. The last demon ape collapsed, and a brilliant red crystal fell from its shattered chest. Countless notifications flashed around Chen Gei. Defeated level 3 demon ant. Obtained 1 low-grade demon crystal. He held out his hand, a satisfied smile crossing his face. The radiant red crystals flew towards him, drawn into his palm by an unseen force. He gave a sharp command, "Fuse." A notification panel materialized in his mind, displaying the fusion rules. 8 low-grade red demon crystals form 1 mid-grade red demon crystal. 8 mid-grade red demon crystals form 1 high-grade red demon crystal. A brilliant, high-grade red crystal slowly took shape in his hand, pulsing with radiant light. The notifications continued. The power of evolution has condensed into a crystal. 1 high-grade red demon crystal provides a massive amount of evolution value and a 1% chance to trigger a random domain super evolution. A successful activation will unlock a power that surpasses all ordinary evolution. Chen Gi stared at the crystal, a hint of surprise in his eyes. A random domain super evolution. Something like this actually exists? He frowned in deep thought. A 1% chance is far too slim. If this evolution fails to trigger it, this precious crystal will go to waste. He turned, his eyes burning with determination. There has to be something even higher grade than a red demon crystal. He ventured deeper into the forest, where the monsters grew stronger and the air was thick with the aura of death. With a roar, he dove into a new battle, an excited grin on his face. His blade became a blur, slaughtering every demon beast in his path. He showed no mercy. After a wave of slaughter, he stopped, his gaze sweeping over the pile of glowing red crystals before him as he muttered, "This should be more than enough." A notification chimed. Collect 8 high-grade red demon crystals to fuse into 1 mid-grade abyssal blue demon crystal. The red crystals lifted into the air, swirling around his hand like a vortex of light. He commanded with an unwavering voice, "Red demon crystals evolve into abyssal blue demon crystal." Fuse. He clenched his fist, and the crystals shattered, merging into a single, brilliant stream of light. A confirmation appeared. Abyssal blue demon crystal, mid-grade, obtained. The chance of super evolution has increased to 10%. He murmured, his gaze still cold and sharp. 10% is still not enough. I need a 100% guarantee. With unyielding resolve, he headed for the Tree of Life, home to the most powerful demonic beasts. Sweat dripped from his brow, his breathing ragged, but his eyes burned with fierce intensity as he stared at the blue orb of energy. Holding it in his hand, a crazy idea sparked. What if I fused the essence of every single demonic beast in this forest? A fusion? He roared, a confident smirk spreading across his face. With a sweep of his arm, he unleashed an energy vortex, pulling the essence from every corner of the forest. A system notification rang out. Synthesis of high-grade abyssal demon crystal. Success. A crystal like this guarantees a super evolution with a 100% success rate. Chen Gei stared at the brilliant blue crystal in his palm, his voice low and grim. I slaughtered every demonic beast in this entire forest of death, and finally, I forged it. With this single item, I'm guaranteed to trigger a random super evolution effect. But suddenly, a winged beast dove from the sky, its razor-sharp talons aimed straight for the crystal. Boom! Chen Ji dodged just in time as the winged lion crashed down, shaking the very earth beneath him. He rose to his feet, sword glinting in his hand, his eyes widened in shock. An overlord's aura this powerful. I've never faced anything like it before. The beast roared. A violent purple energy enveloped its arm, causing the very air around it to wither, as if its life force was being drained away. It was a chimera, with massive wings and eyes burning with hatred. It hovered in the air, glaring down as if ready to devour him whole. He realized it instantly, his voice laced with shock. Its aura domain can directly warp the environment. No ordinary demonic beast possesses this kind of power. A sharp, cold smile touched his lips. Hey, I slaughtered everything in this forest to forge this crystal, and you think you can just swoop in and steal it from me? The system chimed in. Level 9 demonic beast, the Chimera King. The beast let out a deafening roar, ready for a battle to the death. But Chen Ji fell silent as a daring thought ignited in his mind. Wait a second. A mysterious smile played on his lips. What if I let it eat the demon crystal? He eyed the snarling chimera, a dangerous glint in his eye. The law of the forest of death is to devour and evolve. In that case, you will perform the final tempering for me. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the blue crystal straight at the beast. The chimera roared in triumph, lunging forward and devouring the crystal whole. I'm going to push the super evolution chance beyond 100%. Evolve, Chen Gei murmured, his eyes glittering with anticipation. System notification. The chimera's ultimate form has completed its evolution. Demonic Beast King, Level 1. The monster's body contorted violently, its aura erupting like a hurricane. Chen Ji watched, his voice low and steady. Go on and evolve. I'm letting you borrow it for now, but you'll give it back to me. Suddenly, one of the chimera's snake heads shot up, spewing a powerful stream of acid. Sizzle! Chen Gei leaped back, his eyes flashing with surprise at its terrifying power. He swung his blade, slicing the acid stream in two. Droplets splattered to the ground, corroding everything they touched on impact. A smirk of pure excitement crossed his face. Hey, a potent acid blast. Just what I'd expect from its fully evolved serpentine head. If a single drop had grazed me, the contamination would have meant instant death. He analyzed the beast. Its massive body lacked a human's agility, but its raw power was on another level. It was almost like a sword drake. Its immense size gave it potential that far surpassed any human limit. Plus, as the apex predator of this food chain, it must have been hunting in the forest of death for decades. The amount of demonic crystal energy it's accumulated must be off the charts by now. The chimera now looked more ferocious than ever. Vicious horns now sprouted from its head, radiating a terrifying pressure. No, a few decades wouldn't be nearly enough to create a demonic beast of this caliber. This creature had to be a king-class beast, one that has ruled this forest for over a century. With a fire in his eyes, Chen Ji roared and charged forward. Let's see if your scales are tougher than my twin blades. Clang! His blade struck the chimera's hide, sending a piercing, metallic shriek echoing through the air. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Roar! The chimera unleashed a deafening cry, the sheer force of the sound wave blasting Chen Gei backwards. Stumbling back, he steadied himself, his eyes never leaving his opponent. The pressure is immense. Despite the injury, the chimera's flesh was healing at an impossible rate. Kai stared, unable to believe his eyes. The gash was regenerating in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the chimera roared as its wings unfurled, covered in glowing red eyes. The force of the blast sent him flying backward. Kai landed hard, his arm trembling from the aftershock. He muttered, his voice laced with bitterness. The impact made my entire arm go numb. This creature's hide is harder than steel. The chimera snarled, purple blood seeping from its canine-like head. It was clearly wounded as well. Kai's lips curled into a cruel smirk. However, if I can make you bleed, your time is running out. The chimera roared furiously, its wings erupting in a brilliant, eerie blue light. Kai glanced up, sensing the imminent danger. Thousands of blue energy orbs rained down from the sky, leaving no possible path of escape. He gritted his teeth. Not even giving me a gap to dodge. Huh. Fine, I'll just have to face you head-on. With a roar, he charged straight forward. A sudden warning echoed in his mind. Warning, Royal Demon armor durability has fallen to 0. Kai yelled out, his eyes flashing with raw determination. That's enough. He smirked, a confident grin spreading across his face as if victory was already his. A magical beast with a chimera's level of intelligence would surely abandon its lightning magic during close-quarters combat. After all, in a chaotic brawl, a wide-area destructive spell would end up hitting itself. As the energy orbs faded, Kai kicked off the ground, hurtling toward the monster. The chimera roared, closing its wings in a defensive posture. Kai laughed, his eyes sharp as ice. Good. I knew you'd pull a stunt like this. In a flash, he appeared behind it. With a sly grin, he swung his sword, the razor-sharp blade aimed directly for a weak point. But this attack isn't aimed at your head. A single, decisive slash severed the chimera's serpentine tail. The snake tail screeched in agony as the chimera bellowed in rage, unable to believe it had been outsmarted so easily. Kai stood there, holding the severed, twitching tail, his voice dripping with mockery. Surprise, I believe this belongs to you. He held the tail high, its fangs still oozing toxic acid. Your acid spit is also your greatest weakness. Kai hurled the severed tail directly at the chimera, ending the opening act with a spectacular counterattack. The moment it made contact, the beast recoiled violently, its face contorting from the incredible heat now radiating from Kai's body. The temperature had reached its peak. With an ice-cold expression, Kai squeezed the tail's neck, forcing the remaining venom gland to activate. A deadly stream of fluid shot out, transforming into a powerful ray of acid and flying back toward its owner with a sickening hiss. The stream of acid hit its target, causing the monster to howl in pain as the horrifying sound of sizzling filled the air. A cloud of toxic green smoke billowed from the festering, dissolving wound. A dry, cracking sound echoed as the corrosive acid shattered the final layer of defensive scales on the beast's body. Without its protection, the chimera was completely staggered. Its colossal body tumbled, rolling uncontrollably before crashing helplessly to the ground. Kai calmly walked forward, tossing the useless tail aside with a heavy thud, and coldly declared, "Now, this ends here." He gathered his power and leaped high into the air, descending like a god of war. The great sword in his hand blazed with light, ready to deliver the final strike. The sword plunged deep into the beast's skull, with the sound of metal tearing through bone. A brilliant red notification immediately flashed. Annihilated Level 10 Ultimate Chimera Monarch. The monster's corpse dissolved into 1,000 shimmering purple petals, leaving behind a single rare item. Received, Supreme Dark Gold Magic Crystal. Kai held the brilliantly shining gem in his hand, his eyes filled with satisfaction. It is done. The moment he touched the crystal, he clenched his fist, feeling an intense golden energy surging violently through every fiber of his being. A terrifying pressure erupted from his body, creating a shocking pillar of light that shook the heavens and the earth. Inside his chest, a brilliant golden heart began to glow, beating with a powerful, thunderous rhythm. Kai's entire body was enveloped in a magnificent golden aura. At the same time, the system announced, Armament Heihei Super Evolved. Heihei has broken through to the peak level. He held out his hand, feeling the strange vibration of the atmosphere around him, and wondered in amazement, is space itself responding to my will? In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, only to reappear in an instant at a location far in the distance. He realized this wasn't high-speed movement. Space itself had directly warped his position. To test his new power, Kai coolly extended his hand towards some large rocks and commanded, "Rise." Immediately, a giant boulder was lifted into the air, then crumbled under an invisible pressure. His sharp eyes focused on its center point as he whispered, "Collapse." Everything in the vicinity felt as if it was being pulled tightly into a single point. Looking at the densely packed black sphere of matter before him, Kai couldn't help but marvel, a density so high. It's terrifying. Liu Chen aimed a single finger at the dark orb, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Its power would surely be impressive. In the next instant, he unleashed his energy. A horrifying explosion erupted, vaporizing everything and shaking the very earth. The shockwave was immense. From the epicenter, a cloud of dust billowed out, residual energy scorching every inch of the land. Liu Chen hovered in midair, arcs of violet lightning dancing around him like loyal guards. Gazing down at the desolate landscape, he coldly remarked how dull this world had become. Amidst the smoldering ruins, he looked to the distant sky, his mind made up. It was time to leave. With a decisive motion, he swung his heavy sword, tearing through the fabric of space itself, creating a brilliant rift in the void. A portal opened, shimmering like a mystical galaxy, inviting him on a journey through the dimensions. Suddenly, the scene shattered, dragging him back to reality. He lay in his familiar bed, wearing red pajamas, his breathing still slightly ragged after that long journey. Noticing his strange state, the girl beside him drew closer, her face etched with worry. "Leo, is something wrong with you?" He looked at her and began to explain his condition. "My body has entered an evolutionary phase. I'm afraid I'll be in a deep sleep for the next 2 days." The girl listened, unable to hide her anxiety. She leaned in and warned him gently. During these 2 days, you absolutely cannot wander off. You hear me? Liu Chen closed his eyes, feeling himself about to drift off. He thought to himself, if things go wrong, he could just wait for Mrs. Huang to bring his meal. After all, she always brought food right on time, every single day. As his consciousness sank into a state of hibernation, a bright system notification flashed into view, confirming the evolution process. Liu Chen's soul seemed to detach from reality, floating in an endless void where his body radiated a brilliant golden aura, undergoing a divine transformation. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, the phone on his bed was lighting up relentlessly. The screen read, "Tiana Situ is calling." Elsewhere, Tiana Situ stood waiting in an elegant black dress. She glanced at her phone, a hint of disappointment on her face as she heard the automated voice. "The user you are calling is unavailable. Please try again later." A faint blush colored her cheeks, her eyes a mix of eager anticipation and a little bit of poutiness. I really wanted to share the good news with him, that I've officially become an evolved human. But Liu Chen, why won't you pick up? The next day at school, a student gnawing on a chicken leg curiously asked his friends, "Hey guys, have you heard about the famous Tiana Situ?" In cafeteria, number 1 of Ningde University, the air was buzzing as students discussed the latest hot rumor. "I heard she's officially Liu Chen's girlfriend now. Is that true?" His friend with glasses panicked, quickly clamping a hand over the gossip's mouth. "Just shut up and eat. Don't spread nonsense like that." The student next to him hastily shoved another chicken leg in his mouth to prevent any more trouble. "Here, have another one. I can't believe we can't shut you up with this." Just then, a long-haired girl sitting across from them showed her clear annoyance. She commented coldly, "Liu Chen definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. How could any ordinary woman possibly be worthy of him?" Her gaze was sharp and full of pride as she continued to press her point. "If you ask me, Liu Chen would prefer someone with real power." Her provocative words silenced the entire table. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. The friend with glasses leaned in close again, whispering with a mysterious look on his face, "That dress she's wearing? It costs 80,000 yuan. And that handbag? Liu Chen bought it for her. It's worth over 100,000. He continued dishing out the juicy details. Ever since the day Liu Chen took Tiana Situ home, she started telling everyone she was his girlfriend. Hearing this, the long-haired girl shot up from her seat. She slammed her hand on the table and stormed off coldly. "I've lost my appetite. You guys take your time." The student next to him turned pale with fear. He grabbed the informant by the collar and yelled, "Damn it, Lucas. Why'd you have to bring that up now? You scared the hell out of me just now." But the friend named Lucas looked completely unfazed, replying with genuine confusion, "Everyone at Ningde University knows about this. It's not a secret, so why can't I talk about it?" His friend worriedly reminded him that even if it's common knowledge, adding fuel to the fire right in front of Linda Lin is extremely dangerous. He feared that during the upcoming combat practice, her wrath would be unleashed directly on his head. In the midst of the tension, a girl in a pink shirt approached their table, asking curiously, "Have you two seen a highly talented evolved human who just registered?" The two guys looked back blankly, saying they hadn't heard about any major figure joining their ranks. Immediately, the girl narrowed her eyes at them, questioning them with a look of deep suspicion. What were those two idiots whispering about? Their eyes followed the arrogant girl's figure as she slipped around a corner. The student in glasses murmured thoughtfully, "That highly gifted, evolved she was talking about. It has to be her." Every head turned towards the center of the cafeteria, where the air grew thick and dead silent. Someone gasped with excitement. The two most famous girls in school looked like they were about to throw down. Just then, a poised woman wearing glasses stepped forward, shattering the tense atmosphere. She greeted Lin Ruoya with a warm smile, offering to introduce the two and clear the air. "Your senior, Lin Ruoya, here, is not only an upperclassman but also an elite evolved warrior serving in the Special Agents Division." In turn, she introduced Situ Tian Tian to Lin Ruoya, emphasizing the junior's immense potential after awakening a body-engulfing flame power in class just this afternoon. Facing this up-and-coming junior, Lin Ruoya's smile was laced with a hidden meaning. "Congratulations, Situ Tian Tian, for officially joining the ranks of the Evolved." Situ Tian Tian didn't flinch. A cold, arrogant smirk touched her lips as she replied. It was nothing more than a stroke of luck. Her eyes flashed with defiance as she delivered the sarcastic jab. "Compared to being handpicked by the government to become evolved like you, Senior Lin, my little bit of luck is hardly worth mentioning." Watching the fiery showdown from afar, their friend Lunzi clutched his head, his face twisting in utter despair. "We're doomed." As the tension became suffocating, an authoritative voice cut through the room. "Student Situ, before we can finalize your evolved registration, we must first measure your combat data to determine your precise power level." The imposing, bearded leader sized up the young woman with a scrutinizing gaze, then issued a firm command. "If you're free now, let's proceed with the test immediately." Lin Ruoya nodded slightly, a strange glint in her eye as she replied with perfect obedience. Not a problem, Director Guan. She then stepped forward, addressing the leader with a very pointed suggestion. Director Guan, since we're both students at Ningde University, why not let me escort my junior, Situ, to the examination? The director nodded, giving his approval. He placed his trust in her completely. That's a fine idea. You understand the testing protocols best. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Witnessing this play out, the two male students nearby turned pale as they whispered frantically. Now Lin Ruoya has the perfect outlet for her rage. Situ Tian is definitely in for a world of pain. The group made their way to a door marked Evolved Examination Chamber. Inside, Lin Ruoya gestured to a machine, her voice cold. The strength test is simple. All you have to do is hit the impact sensor with everything you've got. The machine will then calculate your exact power output. Situ Tian stepped before the machine. She clenched her fist, her eyes shut tight in concentration. She focused her energy and whispered to herself, just put all my strength into this one punch, everything I have. She unleashed her full power, slamming a flaming fist straight into the machine. Billowing white smoke exploded outwards, engulfing the area. Lin Ruoya narrowed her eyes at the number on the screen. 4,700 kilograms. A wary expression crossed her face. This girl was no pushover. Stepping toward the device, which still radiated intense heat, Lin Ruoya crossed her arms and gave her junior an appraising look. 4,700 kilograms. Your strength has already reached the very limit of a 3-star evolved. Not bad at all, junior. Outside the window, the two students' faces were plastered against the glass, distorted in absolute shock. No way. How did she do that? The other student trembled, sweat pouring down his face as he ran the numbers in his head. When I first evolved, my punch was barely over 1,000, but her very first test is nearly 5,000 points. She's about to break through to the 4-star rank. Immediately after, Situ Tian moved to the speed test. Her body blurred across the training room floor, leaving streaks of light in her wake. Lin Ruoya stood in silence, watching the digital display track her peak velocity, 68 meters per second, also at the very limit for a 3-star evolved. A powerful shockwave suddenly erupted from inside the room, knocking the two spies flat on their backs. Situ Tian's hands were ablaze with crimson fire as the energy analysis panel lit up. Power type, fire. Attributes, extreme high temperature with explosive condensation properties. Through the thick smoke and dust from the test explosion, the final assessment data on her attack capabilities appeared. Confirmed, power materializes as malleable fireballs, with a maximum throwing distance of 20 meters and destructive power equivalent to a high-explosive grenade. Lin Ruoya crossed her arms with an air of authority, delivering the final summary. Comprehensive assessment, peak level, 3-star superhuman evolved. Behind the glass, the students witnessing this were completely stunned by her raw talent. She just evolved and she's already at the 3-star limit. Situ Tian's starting potential is way too high. Another person nodded in agreement. That's right, they had run into yet another genius. Just then, a girl named Wu Yumei approached the group of boys with a mocking smirk. You two just broke through to 3 stars today, didn't you? And only because you used the captain's spirit crystals. One of the boys shot back defensively. Wu Yumei, you've got no room to talk. Didn't you just hit 3 stars yourself? The boy in the black hoodie raised a hand to his chin, his eyes filled with doubt. This isn't right. The higher-ups said our group had the highest evolutionary talent in all of N City. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his face twisting as he realized the overwhelming difference in their power. But now, they had Chen Chu ahead of them, and Situ Tian right behind. How the hell is this even possible? The bespectacled friend, however, remained calm, trying to rally his team's spirit. Stop worrying about others. Talent only decides your starting point. How far you can go in the end still depends on your own effort. Besides, our evolution is undoubtedly a product of nature. His gaze sharpened as he looked towards Situ Tian, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. It's still too early to tell who's truly stronger. Standing to the side, the captain stroked his beard in thought, inwardly stunned by the rapid growth of these new talents. A 3-star evolved, and already on the verge of breaking through to 4 stars. Later, in his office, the bureau chief sat with an air of authority behind his desk. He looked directly at Situ Tian and asked, "Have you given any thought to your future?" Situ Tian bowed her head slightly, her expression thoughtful. "For now, I haven't really decided what I want to do." The bureau chief gazed at her with high expectations. "Miss Situ, your talent is in no way inferior to the genius Lin Ruoya. I'm certain that before long, you'll break through to 4 stars, 5 stars, and maybe even become an awakened one." He gently placed his hand on a non-disclosure agreement and began his proposal. "I see great potential in you. Have you considered joining the Special Agent Division?" His gaze grew more serious as he continued to press the young woman with his offer. Miss Situ, would you consider joining the Special Agent Division to serve the country? More importantly, the resources from the government can help you avoid unnecessary detours, allowing your strength to multiply with half the effort. He narrowed his eyes, carefully watching her reaction as he waited. So, what do you say? Situ Tian lowered her head, a hesitant blush rising on her cheeks. Thank you for your generous offer, Chief, but I'd like to discuss this with Chen Chu first. The bureau chief was stunned, baffled by her need for this young man's approval. You're joining the bureau. Why do you need to discuss it with Chen Chu? She clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes shimmering as she mustered the courage to confess. Because Chen Chu is my boyfriend. A knowing and amused smile spread across the chief's face as he recalled Chen Chu's immense power. So, you're his girlfriend? How interesting. Situ Tianqian let out a soft sigh, a flicker of worry in her heart. Chen Chu probably wouldn't want me to join the Special Agent Division. At this, the bureau chief nodded with understanding. He pulled a green card with 3 black stars from his pocket and spoke calmly. I see. That's fine. The records department has already prepared your evolution certificate. Situ Tian accepted the important item with both hands, her face full of gratitude. You can leave once you have it. Thank you, sir. Just as she took the card, the chief suddenly remembered something important and added a final instruction. Oh, right. Please pass a message to Chen Chu for me. The matter with the Hangqing Merchant Guild has been resolved. He stood proudly as he explained the results of the recent purge. All 3 related corporations have been completely eliminated, all thanks to the information he provided. Situ Tian smiled gently, her eyes shining with pride for the man she loved. I'll be sure to pass on the message, Chief. As he watched her figure disappear through the door, the bureau chief fell into deep thought, a touch of regret in his eyes. I'm afraid Situ Tian won't be joining the Special Agent Division after all. Meanwhile, at Chen Chu's luxurious villa, a girl with brilliant golden hair stood on the upper floor. Her thoughtful gaze was fixed on the hero, who was lost in a deep sleep. She leaned in, bringing her face close to his. But her expression suddenly shifted to shock as she noticed some unusual physiological signs. She muttered to herself in confusion. Strange. Why is his body temperature rising so high? Curious, she reached out a finger to gently touch Chen Chu's forehead, where a radiant red light was beginning to coalesce, emitting a sweltering heat. But the moment she made contact, she recoiled instantly. Her face contorted from the terrifying wave of heat radiating from his body. So hot, she cried out. Lost in his unconscious state, Chen Chu's spirit seemed to be adrift in an endless void. His bare form glowed with a dazzling golden aura, enveloped by swirling masses of pure energy. The blonde girl watched the unmoving hero with concern, her eyes filled with doubt. Is he dreaming? Chen Chu had been deep in sleep for 3 days now, which meant there were only 6 days left. The final doomsday attack was about to descend. On every television channel, broadcasters relentlessly updated the public on emergency protocols. To better protect the public when disaster strikes, the government will implement an orderly evacuation plan over the next 6 days. Throughout residential areas, the air grew thick with urgency as rescue workers with megaphones announced the immediate evacuation orders. All cities and villages within a 10-kilometer radius of the Doomsday Gate must relocate to neighboring cities for shelter and will return after the attack has ended. An officer yelled into his megaphone, trying to use sheer volume to cut through the chaos of the panicked crowd. To better coordinate our forces in the coming attack, we will be taking unified control of critical supplies, such as food. Hearing this, the crowd's anxiety erupted into full-blown outrage. They swarmed the security officers, screaming their fierce opposition. It wasn't that simple. Where are so many of us supposed to go? What are we going to eat? And who's going to manage the farmlands we're leaving behind? The coordinator, drenched in sweat, tried to pacify everyone with a firm declaration. Everyone is completely free to choose which city they go to. We will absolutely not force anyone. He continued making minimal promises, desperate to de-escalate the tense situation. But as long as you agree to gather in the designated shelter cities, we will make proper arrangements, at least guaranteeing tents and clean water. We will also do our best to ensure an adequate food supply. In a dimly lit office, a short-haired girl sat curled up in a chair, her eyes glued to the television screen. Listening to the news anchor promise that they'd try to rescue everyone and leave no one behind, she let out a small, sarcastic smirk. Only a fool would believe that. The government's forces are already stretched too thin. They have no choice but to focus on population control now. Amidst that gloomy atmosphere, Lin Ruoya, a woman with vibrant red hair, walked into the room holding a small box to reassure the young girl. With the boss here, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. He already made arrangements for everything long ago. He teamed up with the top tycoons in Ning City to build a doomsday base, saying we could all take refuge there. She gently placed the box on the table, revealing several shimmering blue crystals glowing from within. Lin Ruoya explained. The boss had these express delivered early this morning. He said everyone in our company should take one. The short-haired girl stared blankly at the strange stones, her curiosity overflowing. What are these? The boss sent them. What are they for? Lin Ruoya picked up one of the crystals to examine it, guessing. Maybe there's some kind of gemstone? But the instant she touched it, a blazing red energy suddenly erupted, engulfing her body and knocking the terrified short-haired girl to the ground. Lin Ruoya, what's happening to you? The crimson aura surged violently, lifting Lin Ruoya's body into the air as she stared down in utter disbelief. She gasped in astonishment. Is this the power of an evolved? When Lin Ruoya landed, her hands were now shrouded in a brilliant, fiery aura. Her eyes became sharp and full of confidence. To test her new abilities, she used her will alone to summon a knife from the table, sending it flying right into her hand. The short-haired girl stared at the box of crystals, then back at her friend, her mind reeling in absolute shock. Lin Ruoya, how did you do that? Was it because of those crystals? Lin Ruoya swung her hand toward the ceiling, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of red energy that tore through the solid concrete, leaving deep cracks in its wake. She pointed to the box of glowing blue crystals, explaining this incredible gift to her still gaping friend. This is the gift our boss brought back for us. Just using one of these stones can make you evolve instantly. Her eyes burned with determination, her hand clenching into a fist brimming with power. To face this doomsday attack, we can finally protect ourselves. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a student rushed over to his friends, shoving his phone in their faces to show them the shocking news that was spreading like wildfire. Dude, you gotta see this. There's some crazy drama blowing up on the Vibe app. Some influencer is live streaming an expose on a celebrity. On the phone's screen, a blonde man in warrior gear stood proudly, declaring boldly to the camera, "All right, everyone, the whole world, look right at me. I'm about to drop some seriously explosive news." The people watching the video began to buzz with excitement, captivated by this new online hero. The blonde man continued, his eyes filled with contempt and smug satisfaction. "You all know about that so-called hero, Chen Chu, who's been all over the internet lately, right?" He sneered, making a provocative claim. "Today, I'm going to expose that ridiculous lie." With that, he swung his sword, creating a small explosion at his feet for dramatic effect. At the same time, a faint image of Chen Chu appeared behind him as a backdrop. He then screamed, "What superhuman hero?" But in reality, it was all just a carefully staged performance using special effects. Back at the office, Director Guan grimly watched the live stream, which was flooded with negative comments supporting the takedown of the fake sword saint, calling our hero trash. He frantically tried to contact Chen to handle the crisis, but the other end of the line just played a cold, automated message. "The number you have dialed is currently switched off and cannot be reached. Please try again later." Director Guan slammed his hand on the desk in a fury, his face flushing red with indignation. "Damn it. That punk Alexander from Country Y has the audacity to challenge us right at our own doorstep. Chen. So you just wait." At a skyscraper, the headquarters of Chen Chu's company stood proudly in the city center, where the female receptionist gently touched her chin. Her face showed clear unease as she faced the high-ranking official. "I'm sorry, sir, but the boss hasn't been in the office for several days. He said he needed to enter secluded training to prepare for the apocalypse." Director Guan stood in the middle of the grand lobby with his arms crossed, an eyebrow raised in utter disbelief. He exclaimed, "Secluded training?" His expression suddenly darkened as he slammed his hand down on the wooden desk, startling the receptionist. "Are you kidding me? What time does he think this is to be meditating?" The receptionist trembled, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks. Her eyes pleaded with him. "Sir, that's just how our boss is. He acts first without any warning. We honestly can't get in touch with him either." Director Guan turned to leave, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked at the colleague who came with him. Alexander from Country Y is live streaming himself exposing all the so-called evolvers. He's already taken down no less than 100 of them. The director's eyes narrowed with anxiety as he strode quickly toward the exit. "Chen Chu is the face of our nation now. If he doesn't show up to fight, we'll lose all of our international standing." The director gritted his teeth, his expression incredibly grim. In this apocalyptic disaster, losing the people's trust would have unimaginable consequences. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. "If he wants a fight, he'll get one. Just name the time." A stunned Director Guan spun around, staring at the young man before him. "Chen Chu, is that you? Why do I feel like I don't even recognize you anymore?" With a few days left before the next apocalyptic attack, Chen Chu walked with calm, clear intent. It was time to update his online image. Flashing back to 10 minutes earlier, the scene at Chen Chu's luxurious villa was completely silent under the sun. Standing at the gate, a red-haired woman in a tight black outfit eyed the young maid carrying a bag of groceries. "Hey, little sis, has Chen Chu finished his secluded training yet?" The blonde-haired girl nodded. Not yet, but he should be done soon. The young girl quickly walked past, leaving a short farewell. The food's delivered, so goodbye. The red-haired woman stood frozen, a look of complete bewilderment on her face. She furrowed her brow in thought, a strange comparison popping into her head. What's all this about an evolver going into secluded training? Why does that sound exactly like some kind of cultivation technique from a novel? Oh, whatever. As long as the man I like gets stronger, he can train however he wants. Just then, a man's voice from behind made her jump and spin around. Little sister Xian. Xian crossed her arms with an air of arrogance, facing the acquaintance with a sharp gaze. What is it, young Master Li? Are you here to see Chen Chu too? The pink-haired man known as young Master Li looked surprised. What? You mean you haven't been able to see brother Chen, so either? Xian turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a warning. Chen Chu is still in secluded training. Don't you dare disturb him. In that instant, a blinding explosion of energy erupted from the villa. It forced them both to shield their faces in alarm. What the hell was that? What on earth is happening? From down the street, a child stared in wonder, pointing at a beam of light shooting into the sky and shouting, "Mommy, look, it's an immortal. Mommy, look." Young Master Li looked up at the massive pillar of light piercing through the clouds, his eyes wide with terror. My God, that's Brother Chen. Did he just ascend? Xian smirked, looking up at the sky with a sarcastic expression. But she couldn't hide her pride. Ascend my foot. That just means he's evolved. The brilliant blue energy continued to surge straight into the sky, tearing through the atmosphere and creating shockwaves that rippled through space itself. In the vast, star-filled universe, Chen so slowly tilted his head back, closing his eyes to feel the miraculous transformation happening within every single one of his cells. This feeling of being reborn. He looked down at the blue planet from thousands of miles high. A satisfied smile crept across his face. Not bad at all. Suddenly, a brilliant system notification appeared next to the silhouette of a colossal black dragon. Radiating an ancient aura, it detailed his evolution into an ancient tier black annihilation dragon. Emperor gene acquired. You can now seize gene fragments from slain demonic beasts and learn their abilities. Chen Chu stared at his own hands, his glowing purple eyes revealing his sheer excitement. Oh, this is very good. The next step is to test out this brand new body. Back in the present at Chen Chu's office, Director Guan stood with his arms crossed, looking severe, looking at the young man, fresh from his seclusion. I must warn you, Sword Saint Alexander is a huge star in the International Evolver Alliance. The director's face was incredibly tense, his gaze sharp and direct. His tone was a clear warning. If you lose to him, the reputation of our special agent branch will be utterly destroyed on the world stage. Chen Suo calmly rose from the sofa, an air of pure confidence around him. Don't worry. This is a trivial matter. Director Guan's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Hey. He gave a thumbs up in approval and began to lay out the plan. If you're that certain of your victory, then there's nothing more to say. I will send an official challenge to Nation Y in the name of the Special Agents Bureau. However, his expression suddenly turned unusually grim, his next words heavy with caution. But I have to warn you about one thing. In the face of this apocalypse, international relations are as fragile as paper. He pointed at Chen Suo, his hopes resting on him. In this battle, you must not only win, but you must win beautifully. Don't make it an ugly victory. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Chen Suo scratched his head, his face twisting into a grimace as he complained about the complex demand. Damn it, now I have to worry about international politics, too? That's actually harder than just beating the guy. The young man's lips curled slightly, his violet eyes flashing as if he'd found the perfect solution. I get it. I understand. So you mean I should go a little easy on him, right? Meanwhile, in Nationwide's Evolver Arena, the atmosphere was electric with the roaring cheers of the crowd. Undefeated Sword Saint. Make that fraud kneel in 3 seconds. The Sword Saint is unbeatable. Alexander stood tall in the vast arena, gripping his colossal greatsword with a disdainful smirk. Humph. He sneered arrogantly before the lenses of the international media. Oh, hero of special effects from Nation R. Today, I will personally rip off your mask and show the whole world your true face. Alexander stared at the screen flooded with praise, confidently declaring, just sit back and watch the Sword Saint expose this clown. He stared intently at the empty arena entrance, his expectant look turning to disappointment as it remained vacant. The man scoffed, standing defiantly in the middle of the arena to taunt his absent opponent. What's wrong? Too scared to show up? To think Nation R's strongest evolver is such a worthless coward. Cutting back to the office a few hours earlier, Chen Suo listened intently as Director Guan revealed the match's harsh conditions. A few hours ago, the duel is in Nationwide's territory. Tomorrow at dawn, he calmly calculated, he only had 6 hours. The director narrowed his eyes, explaining the distance and the enemy's scheme. Nationwide's capital is at least 10,000 kilometers away from here. When it comes to recognizing an evolver's true power, their speed level is a critical factor. I believe he's using this extreme speed challenge to expose your limits. Chen Chu smirked, his violet eyes flashing as if he'd already seen through the entire game. What a cunning plan. If I can't make it in time, he'll have successfully exposed me. Director Guan pointed to the design of a modern jet on the screen, offering a solution. That's right. The agency will arrange a private jet for you. This transport's top speed can reach Mach 2. Including mid-air refueling, we can get you there in about 5 hours. He looked Chen Chu straight in the eye, completely confident in the organization's logistics. You must trust our mobilization capabilities. But Chen Chu simply gave a casual wave goodbye and turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. No need. 5 hours is still too slow. The director scrambled after him, his face draining of color as he realized the young man's insane intention. This is the Special Agents Bureau. Don't you dare cause a scene. A brilliant surge of energy erupted, shattering the office window as Chen Chu shot into the clouds, leaving the director behind, grinding his teeth in helpless rage. It's true. The stronger they are, the harder they are to control. That damn brat. Chen Chu hovered in midair, purple lightning crackling around his body as he adjusted his altitude against the vast blue sky. His brilliant violet eyes narrowed sharply, focusing on the scene unfolding far below. Gazing down at the classic architecture of City M, he frowned slightly as he sensed unusual tremors of intense energy. In the city's central bank district, black smoke billowed upwards, plunging the area into chaos. In the eye of the storm, Chen Chu remained calm, quietly using his abilities to assess the situation. Through his clairvoyant sight, the image of criminals frantically grabbing cash became crystal clear. His lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. Oh, a bank robbery in another country? Chen Chu streaked across the sky like a flash of lightning, his face etched with pure boredom, completely uninterested in playing the hero. What a waste of time. I should just mind my own business. Down below, inside the bank, a masked robber stood guard. Another man in black stood by the window, his cautious gaze sweeping the street. He clenched his fist in excitement, his voice dripping with confidence as he reassured his accomplices. Relax. All the powerful evolved have been sent to guard the Apocalypse Gate. There's no one left to stop us from making a little withdrawal. The scene descended into chaos as his crew hastily grabbed massive bags of cash, scrambling to escape through a hail of bullets from the security forces. A special agent, drenched in a cold sweat and his face pale with terror, screamed into his radio. Our sidearms are completely useless against these evolved, requesting heavy weapons from command, now. The robbers, weighed down by the money bags, burst out of the bank with arrogant smiles on their faces, but those smiles vanished in an instant. One of them froze, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at the sky, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to speak. The entire crew was rooted to the spot, watching in horror, as a bolt of violet lightning tore through the clouds, descending right on top of them. The lead robber's face twisted in fear as he pointed a trembling finger at the sky. He's back. That evolved from before is back. An immense surge of violet energy slammed into the ground, creating a devastating shockwave that sent the criminals and their money bags flying through a thick cloud of dust. Chen Chu emerged, scratching his head with a look of utter annoyance. He really didn't want to get involved, but whatever. He'd just call it a warm-up. Seeing their opponent reveal himself, the criminals frantically raised their weapons. The leader, his face contorted with rage, screamed as he opened fire. Despite the storm of bullets raining down on him, Chen Chu stood unmoving like a mountain, his eyes filled with defiance as the rounds were deflected by his energy field. He casually slid both hands into his pockets, glancing at the trembling robbers with an expression of pure contempt. Is that all you've got? How pathetic. Chen Chu smirked, his brilliant violet eyes flashing with a chilling light. Instantly, an invisible pressure erupted, and the space around them seemed to crackle with streaks of blue energy, plunging the criminals into absolute terror. One of the robbers collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach, as he began to vomit violently, unable to withstand the crushing force. The muscular leader stepped out from his vehicle, clenching his fists and growling with frustration. To think you could take down my men with just a look? You really are an evolve with some skill. But you've picked the wrong opponent. I'm one of the evolved, too. I wield the power of metal manipulation, and I can turn all of this into an arsenal of razor-sharp spears. Before the man could even make a move, Chen Chu unleashed a devastating thunderclap, slamming him into the pavement and creating a massive crater crisscrossed with deep fissures. He stood over the defeated robber's back, his gaze cold and full of warning. In your next life, try using your powers for something decent. Chen Chu followed up with a wind-slicing kick, crushing the last remnants of the criminals' resistance amidst the smoldering ruins. He coolly turned his back and walked away from the stunned media crews, leaving the robber embedded deep within a brick wall. Up in the sky, shocking news was spreading like wildfire. A mysterious evolved had resolved the hostage crisis in the blink of an eye. That speed. Did he fly here himself? Wait a second, that looks like Chen Chu from Country L. Wasn't he supposed to be in Country Y for a duel? So what is he doing in City M? Can he actually teleport between cities? Meanwhile, down in the arena in Country Y, Alexander waited silently, his eyes fixed on the countdown clock as it ticked towards 0. He spread his arms wide for the cameras, laughing arrogantly. Ha ha, everyone. It seems today's live stream is ending in disappointment. The so-called evolved Chen Chu turned out to be nothing but a worthless coward who didn't even dare to show up for a fight. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck the center of the arena, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Alexander shielded his face, his expression turning sour. Ugh, what the hell was that? Don't you know how to use the main entrance? Absolutely no manners. A hand holding a bag of potato chips emerged from the smoke, followed by a nonchalant voice. Sorry, I took a little detour. It's not every day I get to travel for work, so I had to try some of the local specialties. Alexander stared at the newcomer, raising a skeptical eyebrow. You're Chen Chu? Chen Chu just casually munched on his snack, ignoring his opponent's disbelief and contempt. That's me. Alexander sneered mockingly. Are you seriously going to fight me in your pajamas? You don't look like a top-tier master at all. Chen Chu looked Alexander straight in the eye, completely at ease despite still chewing his food. What's wrong? I don't look like a master to you right now. Watching the scene on a monitor, the bureau chief buried his face in his hands, his expression twisting in utter shame. Damn it. I completely forgot to tell him they were live streaming. This is a complete international embarrassment. He slammed his fist on the desk, his face flushing red with anger. I have to remind that brat to pay attention to our country's international image. In the middle of the arena, Chen Chu casually pulls out his phone, ignoring Alexander, who's already in a fighting stance. Director, don't rush me. I need to take this call, just 5 minutes. From across the field, Alexander ground his teeth, his eyes bulging with pure humiliation. How dare this punk answer his phone in front of him and the entire world? It was the ultimate show of disrespect. But Chen Chu completely ignored his opponent's fury. He leisurely turned his back and spoke clearly into the phone. Don't worry, I'll go easy on him. Alexander froze, his entire body trembling with rage. His face twisted in utter disbelief. Go easy on me? Ending the call, Chen Chu slowly turned back, his vibrant purple eyes glinting with a lazy indifference. Sorry to keep you waiting. Alexander channeled his energy, causing blue lightning to erupt around his sword as he roared with fury. It doesn't matter. You're going to suffer a humiliating defeat anyway. All those fancy clothes will be covered in mud in a minute. He pointed directly at Chen Chu, his eyes blazing with determination. Today, I, Alexander, will rip off your fraudulent mask. The stadium exploded with thunderous cheers. Sword Saint, go, Sword Saint. Alexander gathered his strength and shot forward, tearing through the air. Sword Saint, taste my blade. Suddenly, Chen Chu held up his palm, forcing his opponent to a dead stop mid-charge. Wait a second. Hold on. His attack interrupted, Alexander panted, his face flushed with rage. What the hell are you doing? Still looking completely unfazed while munching on a bag of potato chips, Chen Chu pointed at his opponent's great sword, which was crackling with blue lightning. Your sword is a lightning type, right? Alexander smirked arrogantly, tightening his grip on the energy wreath hilt. What? Are you scared already? Chen Chu narrowed his eyes, offering a sincere warning. Don't use the lightning element. It'll backfire on you. Alexander gritted his teeth, his expression filled with contempt for what he thought was a baseless threat. There's a limit to your bluffs. Chen Chu leaped into the air, calmly explaining the laws of power. Even a normal person knows that to cause an elemental backlash, you need an element of the same type that's at least 100 times stronger than the user's. He stood there, an immovable force, his radiant purple eyes seeing through every fluctuation of energy. I don't know about your theories, but my observation Haki is telling me. The young man tilted his head, his expression turning ice cold. If you swing that sword down, I'll be fine, but you will die. Alexander was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing arrogantly. His eyes were filled with scorn. Ha ha ha. Do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound? He leaped into the air, swinging the brilliant electro blade with overwhelming killing intent. I won't give you another chance to spout nonsense. Die, Chen Chu. Thunder roar. A massive pillar of light from the slash slammed into the ground, creating a cataclysmic explosion that sent dust and energy blasting everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Alexander lay crushed amidst the rubble. His scorched body smoldered as the audience screamed in shock. The rescue team scrambled onto the field with a stretcher. Urgent shouts echo through the arena. Sword Saint, get up. Medics, hurry. Suddenly, a blackened hand shot up forcefully from the debris. Alexander struggled to his feet, his grimy face filled with defiance. That was just a moment of carelessness. He stood firm and signaled to the support team, his eyes blazing with fury. That last sword short-circuited. Bring me another one. A new weapon case was dropped down. Alexander drew a flaming sword, his confidence slowly returning. I admit, it was my mistake to waste such a fine blade, but as the Sword Saint, I have plenty of them. He raised the fiercely burning fire sword, a defiant smile spreading across his soot-stained face. Now, taste my fire element greatsword. Chen Chu frantically held up a hand to stop him, his face etched with worry. Wait a second. Alexander roared like a madman, charging forward with the greatsword. Damn you, I'll kill you right now. An explosive impact shattered the fire sword into 100 pieces, the immense pressure sending Alexander flying backward. He lay motionless in a deep crater, his body charred black, the whites of his eyes showing from the horrific backlash. In the stands, a spectator broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in disbelief. Could it be that the Sword Saint is actually a clown? Chen Chu casually scratched the back of his neck, looking at the plume of smoke with a weary sigh. I was about to tell you, the fire element won't work either. You should switch to something else. Alexander staggered up, dazed, clutching his head as his vision blurred. Damn it. My consciousness is fading. What in the world did I just hit that was so hard? A whole new series of weapon cases dropped into the arena. Alexander frantically grabbed two greatswords, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. How dare you make me lose face in my own home turf? Even if you have some weird elemental advantage, it's useless. This time, I'm using non-elemental greatswords. I'll chop you into 1,000,000 pieces. He leaped high, pouring all his remaining strength into a dual slash, aiming straight for his head. Just die. But in that critical moment, Chen Chu suddenly raised his phone with a look of surprise. Hold on, I'm getting another call. Alexander collapsed to the ground, grinding his teeth and roaring in a fit of rage. Pure, unadulterated fury. Are you freaking kidding me? Ignoring his opponent completely, Chen Chu pressed the phone to his ear, explaining in a serious tone. Hello, Director. To be clear, I didn't make the first move just now. You can't blame me. He turned his back, keeping an eye on his enemy as he continued. I understand what you said about our international image, but he literally ran headfirst into a stone wall. I couldn't stop him. Hearing those words, Alexander's eyes went wide as he screamed. He was completely unhinged. What do you mean, ran into a stone wall? To hell with the international image. Just die already. He swung his greatsword, charging forward. But Chen Chu dodged with effortless grace, never breaking the conversation with his superior. You see, he's the one who disregarded our image first, launching a sneak attack on someone who had no intention of fighting back. The young man performed a masterful flip in midair, holding his phone steady as he asked, I've been patient enough, haven't I? Can I fight back now? As he landed, a smirk played on Chen Chu's lips as he replied with confidence, Got it. I know my limits. Alexander glared at Chen Chu, his resentment boiling over. What did you just say? What nonsense were you spouting on that phone? Are you looking down on me? Chen Chu's piercing purple eyes narrowed, his voice firm. I was waiting for the perfect moment. Meanwhile, back at the office, the director was watching a breaking news video with rapt attention. Chen Chu has resolved the terrorist crisis in M City. On the grand screens of the international arena, footage of Chen Chu's heroic battle was being broadcast for the entire audience to see. The announcer narrated, We've learned that at the time, he was on his way to a duel with a self-proclaimed exposer, Alexander. A murmur rippled through the crowd. They looked from the screen down to the arena floor in utter disbelief. Could this man really be the same person the Sword Saint was trying to expose? Alexander stood frozen, drenched in sweat, his eyes vacant. How could a man like this possibly be a fake? Chen Chu strode forward calmly, phone in one hand, the other spread wide for the cameras with an air of defiance. The real heroes are out there right now, fighting against the tide of the apocalypse, pushing back the chaos that engulfs our world. While the fake heroes are here, putting on a show like a clown, using the excuse of exposing others to sow conflict and profit from people's trust. He stopped, locking eyes with his opponent, the pressure from his sharp gaze becoming immense. So let me ask you now, who is the one that truly deserves to be exposed? Public opinion flipped in an instant. The roar of the crowd turned on Alexander. Sword Saint, you've exposed so many evolved humans. Could it be that you're the most worthless one of all? The Sword Saint is a fraud. The Sword Saint is a fraud. The rage and humiliation drove Alexander insane. He swung his sword, charging recklessly. Chen Chu, you're the fake one. You're clearly the clown here. But Chen Chu merely flicked his wrist. A light, simple strike, yet it held so much power that it sent his rival crashing to the ground, shocking the entire world. Alexander lay flattened, staring at the back of Chen Chu, who was calmly putting his phone back to his ear. Chen Chu here. Yeah, it's done. I'll be back in a bit. He stood tall beside his defeated foe, looking directly into the livestream camera with a solemn expression. The apocalypse isn't supposed to be a live stream. The apocalypse is a bloody, harsh reality. But ironically, some people are using the lens of tragedy to farm for clicks. His glowing purple eyes seemed to pierce the souls of the viewers as his voice rang out like steel. Today, I want to ask all of you. When the darkness of the end covers the world, who are the real heroes? Chen Chu spread his arms wide, gesturing toward the horizon, his voice echoing with passion. I see them in the ruins teeming with monsters, ordinary people quietly transporting supplies, people using their own bodies to shield the elderly and children in shelters. The audience was stunned. A few people began to wipe tears from their eyes. Chen Chu continued, his voice dropping to an emotional, low tone. They may not receive a single like, but these nameless people are fighting to protect the last spark of civilization. Their right to be called heroes was never defined by a power-ranking chart. The young man clenched his jaw, a fire of righteous fury blazing in his eyes. So what right do we have to stand here and call them fakes? The entire stadium erupted, the crowd leaping to its feet and cheering wildly. He's right. He's absolutely right. In his distant office, the director smirked with pride. That's our Chen Chu, all right. A beautiful victory. In another luxurious space, a man named Gosa sipped his wine, his brow furrowed in calculation. Katarine, what is the meaning of this? Are they really preparing to let everyone evolve? Do they even have that kind of power? Katarine took a sip of her own wine, her sharp gaze fixed on nothing. If evolution were that easy, we would have no need for the ARC project. Our project ARC and their Pure Land project have been in the works for over a decade. Now, we finally see which path was the right one. Gu Sha leaned forward slightly, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. Such a low-quality evolution crystal. The Pure Land project only turns ordinary people into cannon fodder, using them to ease the pressure on the apocalyptic battlefield. After all, the more living people willing to fight, the more monsters they'll attract. This plays perfectly into our strategy. Catherine's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a mix of insane ambition and chilling cruelty. We'll strike while the spatial tremors are erupting and the apocalyptic gate is unstable, joining forces to completely suppress that apocalypse-level beast during its weakest moment. Once we succeed, we will possess a true arc to ride out the end of the world. Gu Sha raised his glass, his victorious purple gaze swirling in the shimmering liquid. No. Very soon, we will possess 2 apocalyptic arcs. Catherine spun around, her eyebrows shooting up in pure astonishment. What do you mean? The man pointed towards a large screen displaying an image of Chen Chu in an arena, his voice dropping to a calculating whisper. We've detected a massive primordial energy signature within our borders, estimated to be on the scale of another apocalypse-level entity. He's currently at the site of Alexander's BF fortress. She stared intently at the target on the screen, her expression a mix of fascination and curiosity. Oh. Catherine stood with her arms crossed, observing the data chart as her tone grew cold and sharp. The primordial power of a monster is manifesting in the body of an evolved human. Based on the data, the one at Alexander's location is likely just a clone. The real body must be lurking somewhere in the Atlantic region. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning venomous as if to pierce through the truth of her new rival. No wonder Alexander lost to him. He can't even be considered human anymore. Fine by me. If he isn't human, then a little. Accidental, friendly fire is unavoidable. Gu Sha's face hardened with resolve as he gave the order to eliminate the target with heavy weaponry. If the target is spotted again, eliminate him at any cost, even if it means using a tactical nuclear missile. A sharp confirmation echoed back. Roger that. Chen Chu tore through the air, leaving a brilliant violet streak and a piercing scream in his wake. Suddenly, the sea erupted violently. A colossal water beast rose from the depths, unleashing a world-shaking explosion of water right at him. Boom. Ignoring the attack, he calmly glanced at his phone, which was displaying an incoming call from Su Lingyu. While soaring through the sky, he casually answered his associates. Boss, we've arrived. Head inside, we'll meet in the villa's backyard later. Immediately after, Chen Chu plummeted like a violet thunderbolt, ripping through space and creating a powerful impact with the sea's surface. On the grounds outside the modern villa, a man stood dumbfounded, staring up at the energy trail that had just scarred the sky. The streak of purple light landed in the villa's backyard, and Chen Chu materialized before the waiting girls. The short-haired girl beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy seeing him return safely. Boss, I heard you finished your training. She pressed her hands to her cheeks, completely flustered, unable to tear her love-struck gaze from his new, captivating appearance. Boss, Why is your hair suddenly so long? You're so handsome. I love it. What do I do? Sob. 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 Chen Suo ran a hand through his long, silky black hair, smiling confidently at the girl who was swooning over him. When your cultivation breaks through, your hair naturally grows longer. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, so cultivation can make your hair grow, too. Chen Suo turned to Lin Ruoya with an appreciative look and a calm smile. Lin Ruoya, I heard you became an evolved. Congratulations. Hearing this, the short-haired girl's eyes went wide with shock. She rushed over to Lin Ruoya, demanding to know everything. Sister Lin Ruoya, you're an evolved now? Since when? What's your power? Lin Ruoya calmly raised her hand to inspect it, her face serene as she recalled the accidental event. I'm not really sure myself. The other day at the office, I accidentally crushed the boss's red crystal, and just like that, I successfully evolved. To demonstrate, she gestured towards the tea table. Instantly, the fruit knife began to vibrate violently before levitating into the air. Whoosh! Lin Ruoya powerfully swung her hand, controlling the knife in a sharp arc that made her friend jump back in surprise. Thunk! The knife embedded itself in its target. Lin Ruoya smiled. Just like this, Chen Suo lightly touched the handle of the knife, nodding in recognition. Weapon manipulation. The short-haired girl asked curiously. Weapon manipulation? What kind of power is that? A smirk played on the young man's lips, his expression intrigued as he recalled past opponents he had faced. It's a manipulation-type ability. I just ran into someone with it yesterday. A memory of a crazed bank robber controlling a giant block of iron flashed in his mind. As Chen Suo silently analyzed Lin Ruoya's true power, a thought crossed his mind. That guy picked the wrong opponent. I'm one of the evolved, too. Anything Lin Ruoya defined as a weapon, she could freely control. Chen Suo paced the villa courtyard, his mind racing. He compared the different levels of matter manipulation he'd witnessed. He recalled a man with the power to manipulate metal, turning any of it into razor-sharp spears, an ability that could even amplify its own destructive force. But that manipulator's gift was limited only to metal. His brilliant purple eyes narrowed with keen insight. His face held the certainty of someone who understood a deeper truth about power. To be more precise, it was iron atoms. Lin Ruoya stared at the paring knife in her hand, her eyes downcast with disappointment. No, this is still far too weak. Chen Suo stood in the garden, observing everyone, slowly dissecting the power gap between them. Although she was stronger than a normal human, compared to the transcendent evolved who commanded ice, fire, and lightning, she was leagues behind. Lin Ruoya clutched the knife's handle, her insecurity about her own combat prowess written all over her face. On a real battlefield, against evolved beings who could unleash devastating long-range attacks, controlling a tiny knife was completely useless. An image flashed in his mind of enemies wielding rampaging green lightning, annihilating everything in their path. Chen Suo narrowed his eyes, tracking the object's path. His mind formed a series of sharp conclusions. From what he'd just sensed, when that paring knife was flying, it wasn't being controlled by psychic power or telekinesis. There were no electronic fluctuations. It was simply levitating in midair. He brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought. His eyes flashed as he realized the unique nature of her energy. And when Lin Ruoya held the paring knife, a power similar to my own blade enhancement appeared, instantly multiplying the knife's power 100-fold. Chen Suo looked directly at Lin Ruoya, his tone becoming reassuring and filled with understanding. Your ability seems weak because you're using the wrong object. But honestly, that's not your fault. Chen Suo spread his arms wide, a calm smile on his face as he pointed out the flaw in their current situation. Because besides this paring knife, there's nothing here that can truly be called a weapon. A powerful electromagnetic charge crackled in his brilliant purple eyes. He was about to change everything. But what if I were to bring out an unbreakable long sword? Or even a transcendent weapon? A colossal greatsword, cloaked in blinding blue lightning, materialized in his hand with a heavy finality. Your weapon manipulation ability will cause your power to skyrocket instantly. The massive greatsword, known as the Azure Tyrant Blade, slammed into the ground, creating a brilliant explosion of purple energy. The young woman trembled, her eyes wide with terror as she witnessed the weapon's horrifying power.
So powerful. This is the boss's personal weapon.
Lin Ruoya broke out in a cold sweat, her face contorting as she struggled against the invisible pressure crushing her body. Such immense pressure. Chen Suo stood casually beside the purple-flamed blade amid the storm of energy, his eyes filled with expectation for Lin Ruoya. Lin Ruoya, if your armament ability can control this Azure Tyrant Blade, your power will ascend to a whole new level in an instant. He clenched his fist, his sharp purple eyes blazing as he explained the very nature of an evolved's power. That's right. Your ability is bound to the quality of the weapon you wield. The stronger the weapon you control, the greater your power will become. The short-haired girl stared up at Chen Suo's imposing figure, her eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and utter fear. "Boss." The young woman swallowed hard, her face pale as sweat streamed down her temples. The suffocating, killing intent from the blade was unbearable. "Your sword. It's terrifying." Chen Suo's eyes turned cold, a domineering aura exploding from him as he spoke of the divine weapon's reputation. "Of course it is. Countless souls have fallen before this tyrant blade. Even just sitting here, the killing intent it releases is the very aura of an overlord." Lin Ruoya stared intently at the blade's radiant purple halo, shocked by the sheer power sleeping within it. To have such a commanding presence even at rest, it's truly worthy of being the boss's weapon. Refusing to back down from the pressure, Lin Ruoya stepped forward and decisively gripped the hilt. A sharp clang echoed through the air, sealing the connection of power. Lin Ruoya gritted her teeth, her face flushing with pain as she struggled to hold the divine weapon while purple energy erupted into the heavens. Arg! Sweat poured down her face. She looked up at him, her expression a mix of disbelief and shock at the weapon's impossible weight. "Boss. You. How in the world can you swing a great sword like this and cut down enemies so easily?" Pushing with every ounce of her strength, she let out a furious roar as the ground beneath her feet cracked and shattered amidst a violent storm of purple energy. He stood casually with his arms crossed, watching with a steady breath, while the women behind him recoiled in terror from the crushing pressure. The moment she lifted the massive blade, Lin Ruoya was stunned, feeling a new power surge through her body as the violet aura faded. Just by drawing the blade, his power surged to a whole new level, the feeling of exhaustion vanishing completely. Chen Chu strode forward with a look of pure excitement, making a provocative offer to his subordinate, Secretary Su. "Would you care to try a swing?" The young woman standing beside him just stared in disbelief. "Huh, is that really okay?" He narrowed his eyes with a confident smirk, his expression radiating absolute certainty. "Of course." Lin Ruoya decisively swung the azure sky tyrant blade, unleashing blazing purple vortexes of energy that tore through the air. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed in her eyes as her entire body shot forward, executing a world-shaking strike that obliterated every obstacle in its path. Slice. Chen Chu stood tall with a mysterious smile, while the other two girls trembled behind him. After the attack, Lin Ruoya collapsed, hands on the ground, sweat dripping from her face in utter helplessness. "I'm sorry, boss. I couldn't do it. This weapon, it's still far too powerful for me." Chen Chu knelt and gently lifted her chin, his gaze filled with encouragement and warmth. "You did exceptionally well, Su Lin Ruoya. Even if it was just the power of a single strike, it was enough to cause world-ending destruction." Chen Chu glanced up at the shredded roof, his face twisting in anguish over the damages. "Damn it, who in the hell dares to tear the roof off my house in broad daylight?" Lin Ruoya stared blankly at the wreckage above, her face smudged with dust, eyes wide with shock. "My slash, just now, did that." Chen Chu stood up, watching as the divine weapon's power receded, his usual calm expression returning. "That's right. You're just lacking a bit of control. You need a supernatural weapon that's a better fit for you." He spread his arms wide, a bright smile breaking through to dispel the tension. "All right, let's put this aside for now. Your boss is treating everyone to a huge lunch today." The two girls cheered. "Awesome." As the group prepared to leave, Chen Chu turned to Lin Ruoya with a meaningful look. "After we finish lunch, Secretary Su, you're coming with me." He smirked confidently, seeing the curiosity flash across his partner's face. "Boss, what do you mean, go with you?" Chen Chu's reply was short and to the point. "To the Special Agent Bureau. I'm going to demand a supernatural weapon for you from Guande." On the radar screen at command headquarters, a monstrous claw appeared, tearing through the fabric of space as operators watched in horror. Reports flooded in. An energy source reaction has been detected. The number 2 Apocalypse Gate fissure has expanded to its limit. The target's physical form has breached containment. It is now visible to the naked eye. At the number 2 Apocalypse Gate, rows of tanks were already in formation, ready for battle beneath a menacing, crimson sky. Apocalypse Gate 2. Estimated time until full breach is 120 seconds. The tank cannons erupted in unison, unleashing a torrential barrage toward the spatial tier, creating a dense curtain of firepower that covered the city sky. Immediately after, a series of heaven-shaking explosions rocked the ground, as fire and smoke consumed everything in the combat zone. In the command center, the staff held their breath, watching the emergency data flash across the main screen. The creature's body is being hit by heavy artillery, but it's not stopping its advance through the Apocalypse Gate. Estimated time remaining until full breach is now 90 seconds. A grotesque green beast with a blackened, gnarled body roared furiously, forcing its massive head through the eerie purple glow. It hummed menacingly in mid-air like some ancient evil, dwarfing the surrounding squadrons of fighter jets, making them look fragile and small. Suddenly, the monster lashed out with its claw, aiming directly for a helicopter. Its crimson eyes flared with pure killing intent, shattering the last line of defense. A terrified technician spun around to report, his face contorted in fear as he watched the aircraft icons vanish from the radar. Our attack helicopters are losing power for unknown reasons. It seems a powerful energy field is being deployed, disabling their engines. A confident smirk spread across Catherine's face, her own red eyes lighting up with excitement before this worthy opponent. How powerful. This time, it's a monarch-class ancient beast. She strode decisively through the office and gave a ruthless command without batting an eye. Abandon all conventional tactical weapons. Authorize the immediate launch of a tactical nuclear warhead. The young soldier beside her stared in horror, his face drenched in sweat as he screamed in desperation, trying to stop his superior's insane decision. But Colonel Catherine, we still have our own soldiers on the front lines. Catherine leaned in close to the comms officer, her crimson eyes burning with overwhelming pressure, her steely expression unwavering. Just do as I say. The soldier trembled and replied, yes, ma'am. In the distance, a massive warhead tore through the clouds, rocketing straight for the purple vortex, where the beast was materializing. The monster bared its jagged teeth, its blood-red eyes glinting with malice as it sensed the approaching threat. The technician stared silently at the radar screen, where urgent notifications blinked, a look of complete confusion on his face. The tactical nuclear missile lost its momentum, beginning its freefall toward the target far sooner than expected. In that razor's edge moment, a figure tore through the air at terrifying speed, heading straight for the colossal piece of metal. The person landed hard on the warhead's shell, pouring every ounce of strength into a single kick to forcibly alter its trajectory in midair. At the same time, the green beast took a direct hit from a crimson energy blast, its massive body convulsing violently. A sky-scorching explosion erupted directly beneath the spatial rift, the shockwave blasting the mysterious figure backward. They vanished into the billowing clouds of dust and smoke. Catherine turned away, her eyes dark and filled with cold calculation. Ordinary people had no idea that behind the gates of the apocalypse, nations had long been using superweapons to suppress monarch-level beasts. It was the only reason humanity had managed to hold on against the endless tide of monsters for all these years. Facing massive assaults from king or monarch-class beasts, the use of nuclear, hydrogen, and three-stage bombs had never ceased. Catherine stood with her arms crossed, her expression thoughtful as she watched the fiery nuclear blast on the monitor. Whether for wide-scale annihilation or precision strikes, humanity's most powerful weapons were the only means of delaying the inevitable end. A faint smirk touched her lips, her crimson eyes glowing with a coldness that questioned reality itself. But for how much longer could this truly extend humanity's fate? 3 months, 3 years. Or would the next 30 years simply vanish? The fragments of the beast's corpse slowly disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind only unanswered questions. Catherine narrowed her eyes, her face filled with contempt for the futile struggles of others. Humph, how foolish. She spread her arms wide from her high vantage point, grandly declaring the price of their species' survival. For now, we must give our all to retrieve the core essence from the monster's remains. Even if it means facing the radiation, we must forge a new future for mankind. Your deaths will ultimately become the most glorious sacrifice for all of humanity. Catherine's expression turned steely, brimming with ambition. She affirmed their ultimate goal, because we must board the great ship and cross this apocalyptic gate together, to pioneer a new home for the entire human race. This is the Great Arc Plan. Chen Chu brought Lin Ruoya to the imposing Special Agent Bureau building to find her some new equipment. The secretary looked up at the massive structure and asked quietly, "Boss, is this the Special Agent Bureau that manages the Evolved?" He said. "Director Guande and I are close. We'll definitely find the perfect weapon for you here." As they were walking, a brilliant yellow supercar suddenly zoomed up and screeched to a halt right in front of them. A stunning blonde in a black dress stepped out of the car, her bright eyes locking onto Chen Chu with a flirtatious pout. "Senior." Chen Chu stood frozen, staring at the strange woman with a puzzled look, while Lin Ruoya's face was a mask of pure curiosity. "And this is?" Chen Chu stood between the two women, gesturing with pride as he introduced his subordinate. "My company's secretary, Su Lin Ruoya. She's also a newly evolved." "Lin Ruoya, this is Situ Tiantian." Lin Ruoya bowed slightly, her expression perfectly polite as she took the initiative to greet her. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Situ Tiantian." Situ Tiantian waved back with a radiant smile, but her eyes narrowed, sizing up the other woman. She silently compared their looks. "Hello. Her figure isn't as good as mine, but she'll do." Chen Chu strode nonchalantly toward the building, turning back to warn the two women in a cautionary tone. "We might end up fighting together in the future, so don't make your relationship tense right from the start." Inside the office, Guande was leaning against his desk, his face showing clear admiration upon seeing Chen Chu. I have to say, your battle with the sword Saint directly boosted our international image. Everyone's saying our evolved have the bearing of a major power. That's all thanks to you. Chen Chu held up a hand, cutting off the empty pleasantries with a firm expression. Skip the flattery. I'm here for something else. Guan De raised an eyebrow and said, Go on. What is it? Chen Chu smiled faintly, then mysteriously snapped his fingers, signaling his associates to enter the room. The door swung open, and the two women peeked in. Director Guan, we meet again. Hello, Director Guan. Guan De froze as he stared at the women. He pointed towards Situ Tiantian, then turned to Lin Yue with narrowed, questioning eyes. Situ Tiantian. And this one's face is a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. At your transportation company, right? Lin Yue stood tall with a professional smile, her eyes shining with confidence as she officially announced her new identity. My name is Su Lin Yue, and I am our boss's private secretary. Guan De squinted at Chen Chu, his face full of hidden meaning. So, you sure love putting on a flashy show. But Transo remained completely unfazed. Cut the pointless chatter. I'm here to register as an evolved. Director Guan leaned back casually in his chair, gesturing towards Situ Qianqian, who stood behind him. No need to go out of your way. I've already issued Miss Situ Qianqian's evolved certification. Chen Chu smirked, then motioned towards Leng Yu. No, there's still one more. Secretary Su also needs to register as an evolved. Director Guan's eyes shot open in shock, his face betraying his utter disbelief at this news. What is going on? Your secretary is an evolved now, too. In the third-floor test chamber, Leng Yue began the examination, while Director Guan stared at the rapidly changing stats on his tablet. Strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 51 meters per second. Her physical condition is close to a low-tier, 3-star evolved, but her superpower is quite unique. It doesn't enhance her own body, but rather strengthens the melee weapon in her hand. Director Guan nodded in admiration, continuing to explain the secretary's real-world combat potential to Chen Chu. In other words, her power resonates with her weapon, effectively boosting her level by another star. In theory, she could reach the standard of a 4-star evolved. Situ Qianqian stood pressed against the observation glass, her eyes narrowing competitively as she felt the pressure from her rival. Her total combat power is no less than mine. Back in the office, Director Guan sat across from Chen Chu, his face now incredibly stern and filled with suspicion. If it were only Situ Qiantian, I could let it go. But for two, evolved to suddenly appear by your side, both at a 4-star level, Chen Chu, are you hiding something from me? Chen Chu casually leaned back on the sofa. His brilliant violet eyes looked directly at the director with complete sincerity. Since we're already here, let's speak frankly. It's true. There's a method that can force an ordinary person to evolve, similar to the psionic crystals that your special agent division distributes. Director Guan's expression changed instantly. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he asked, completely stunned. How do you know the special division's secrets? Psionic crystals? A mysterious purple-blue light flared in Chen Chu's eyes as he activated his perception ability, seeing right through the director's mind. Nothing can be hidden from me. The young man held his hands out, completely unfazed by the director's confusion. Director Guan, you can relax. I have no interest in items like those psionic crystals. What I want to discuss is this. Chen Chu flicked his finger, and a brilliant red stone suddenly materialized in the air, causing Director Guan to lurch forward in shock. Director Guan, do you recognize a wave of corrupted energy? This is a demon crystal. He crossed his arms, a confident smile on his lips as he answered, That's right. Director Guan was stunned. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide as he stared at the stone, which pulsed with an intense crimson glow. Where did you get this thing? Chen Chu slightly closed his eyes, his expression calm with a hint of playfulness. I found it. What's the matter? Don't believe me. Director Guan was sweating profusely, his face turning deadly serious as he began to analyze the situation. Do you realize how powerful a demon's core must be to crystallize into a demon crystal, the size of a grain of rice? This one, by any measure, is as large as a chicken's egg. Chen Chu glanced down at the table, then asked with an indifferent expression, Do you think this type of stone is very valuable? Director Guan stated firmly, It's not just valuable, it's priceless. He narrowed his eyes in thought, his expression becoming sincere as he revealed a core secret. To be perfectly honest, the psionic crystals that our special agent division distributes are actually refined from this very type of demon crystal. He bowed his head, staring at the blazing red stone on the table with eyes full of reverence and desire. In the worlds beyond the 5 apocalypse gates that currently exist, the most precious resource is the demon crystal. But a demon crystal, with this level of purity. It's the first time I've seen one in my entire life. The only issue is that its corruption is too high. Just being in close proximity to it is incredibly dangerous. Chen Chu casually prepared to take out more. Director Guan stopped him in a panic. I still have a lot of these. Don't take any more out. At our division, this thing is classified as a hazardous material. I don't want to see this entire building get destroyed. Director Guan analyzed grimly. This precious mineral not only accelerates our own superpower development, but it also has many other tactical uses. It's one of the materials used to— The director looked him straight in the eye, his expression grave. I'm asking you seriously this time. Where did you get so many demon crystals? Chen Chu smirked, turning away with a playful look. I found them behind a small apocalypse gate. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Director Guan stood frozen in thought, finally realizing the source of his opponent's power. No wonder this brat's power level has been growing as fast as a rocket. It was all thanks to demon crystals. Chen Chu strode away casually. However, that small apocalyptic world has already been destroyed. The gate to it is now permanently closed. He tilted his head back, a confident smile on his face. Fortunately, I managed to bring back a lot of red demon crystals from that place. Director Guan spread his hands open in invitation. Let the negotiations begin. All right, name your price. I'm sure our special agent headquarters is prepared to make you a very generous offer. Chen Zhe's violet eyes glinted with sarcasm. We both know that in this dark, god-forsaken apocalypse, cash is completely worthless. Guan Day's gaze sharpened, studying him intently. Then what is it you're after? Chen Zhe stood tall, his ambition laid bare. The most powerful weapon in your agency's entire arsenal. Your agency's hero squad pairs evolve humans with compatible weapons. The team I'm building needs access to that same armory. He met the director's gaze, his expression unwavering. I'm prepared to trade the magic crystals in my possession. A fair exchange. Inside the armory, Lin Ruoya examined a razor-sharp blade. Guan Day explained. That is the Wandering Dragon Blade, forged from a meteorite found in the ruins of a fallen world. Chen Zi watched his secretary, nodding in approval. Compared to my Tyrant's Sky Blade, the Wandering Dragon is perfectly sized for her. Lin Ruoya gave the weapon a light, experimental swing. Guan Day, standing nearby, asked, how does it feel? It's a recent transfer from the main agency's Apocalypse base. Surprisingly light, but suddenly, Chen Zi picked up another dagger, his brow furrowing with suspicion. What's this one? It resembles the Wandering Dragon. Guan Day gestured towards it, calmly explaining its history. Ah, that's the hidden scale. It was forged from the leftover meteorite material used to create the Wandering Dragon. Because the materials were scarce, the blade is rather short. It's not very effective in a real fight. Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes, sensing a strange aura connecting the two weapons. No, that's not it. I can feel some kind of energy link between the hidden scale and the Wandering Dragon. Perhaps it's because they share the same origin. But Chen Zhe's lips curved into a smirk, his violet eyes fixed on the strange glow now pulsing from both weapons. The Wandering Dragon and the hidden scale. One of light and one of shadow. He held up the dagger, making a firm decision that left Guan Day completely stunned. I'm taking the hidden scale, too. What? Isn't the Wandering Dragon enough for her? Chen Zhe casually tossed the small weapon toward his secretary. Secretary, Su. Catch. Lin Ruoya reacted instantly, her hand snapping out to firmly grip the hilt. As a brilliant blue aura flared to life around both blades in her hands, Chen Zhe explained, it seems your agency never understood the true purpose of these weapons. The Wandering Dragon and the Hidden Scale were clearly meant to be wielded together to unleash their full potential. A thrilled smile spread across Lin Ruoya's face as she felt the powerful energy resonating between the blades. So they truly do resonate with each other. Guan Day finally conceded. Since you had the insight to uncover their secret, consider it a 2-for-1 deal. But Chen Zhe was adamant about a fair trade. No need. I'll pay their full value in magic crystals. Just make sure you don't hold back on showing me your best equipment. His eyes were then drawn to a strange item on another pedestal, pulsing with a crimson-violet aura. It radiated an immense fire element. Incredibly powerful, yet shrouded by a thick, corrupting energy. Guan Day stepped forward to explain. That is the Violet Flame Wings, a support-type artifact. Wearing it won't directly harm an enemy, but it dramatically amplifies the fire-based abilities of its user. It can even manifest a pair of flame wings, granting the user the temporary power of flight. A smirk played on Chen Zhe's lips as he made a decision that left the director utterly dumbfounded. I'll take this one, too. He turned, placing a hand on Situ Tian's shoulder, causing her to flinch in surprise. Tian, your ability is fire-based, isn't it? Yes, it is. Guan Day cried out in alarm. No, that piece of equipment is different from the others. Because it was salvaged from a fallen world, it's tainted with an incredibly powerful corrupting energy. Until that corruption is cleansed, no ordinary evolved human can equip it. But Chen Zhe simply closed his eyes and snapped his fingers, calling a familiar name, Xiao Si. An orange-haired little girl suddenly materialized, playfully clinging to him to Guan Day's absolute astonishment. Where did that child come from? Chen Zhe calmly explained as the girl began to absorb the dark energy from the artifact. Don't be alarmed. Xiao Si is my daughter. She's immune to corrupting energy. In fact, she feeds on it. After completely devouring the foul energy, Xiao Si rubbed her tummy with a satisfied grin. Xiao Si is full now. Cold sweat dripped down Guanday's face, his expression twisted in utter disbelief. What in the world is she? My God. Our institute's $500 million corruption purifier is less effective than this little girl by his side. Just how many more secrets is Chen Zhe hiding? Unfazed, Chen Zhe handed the now purified bracelet to Situ Tian Tian. She squealed with delight as she admired the artifact. This necklace is gorgeous. It's so beautiful. But the moment she put it on, a violent surge of fire erupted from it, causing Tian Tian to cry out as her face contorted in agony. Ah, it hurts. It's so hot. Guanday rushed forward in a panic, trying to help. No, this is bad. Her evolution level is too low. She can't control it. Get it off her now. Transo's purple eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with absolute confidence in the girl's potential. You can do this. Amidst the raging inferno, Tian Tian stood tall, her eyes firm and unwavering. In her ear, Transo's voice echoed, sharp and clear, urging her to break past her limits and master this new power. Use your strength to tame this ferocious beast. Tian Tian gritted her teeth, bracing against the overwhelming heat. Sweat poured down like rain, streaking across her face as it was engulfed by the crimson glow. Just then, a team of agents burst into the room, rushing in with fire extinguishers to put out the blaze. But Guanday threw up a hand to stop them, his expression resolute. One of the agents cried out in alarm. There's a person in there. She's on fire. Shouldn't we save her first? Guanday calmly waved them off, signaling for them to stand down. Everything is fine here. All of you, head back downstairs. Nearby, the corner of Transo's mouth curled into a knowing smirk. He nonchalantly explained the true nature of the special constitution TNTM possessed. She possesses a body with a natural affinity for flames. Not only can she not be burned, she can even use the fire to heal herself. The raging vortex of fire began to stabilize, resonating rhythmically as it coiled around Tian's wrist. That blazing energy quickly condensed, transforming into a pair of magnificent golden phoenix wings on her back. Feeling the scorching power merge with every fiber of her being, Tian thought to herself, as this blazing strength becomes part of me, I think I've finally adapted. Guanday, witnessing this incredible sight, stood with his eyes wide in astonishment, unable to hide his admiration for the miracle before him, so incredibly strong. As expected, none of Transo's followers are ordinary in the slightest. I never would have imagined a 4-star evolved could control 6-star equipment. Transo strode forward majestically, leading the two women. The triumphant and confident smile never left his lips. From this day forward, you two will be my right hands. From a hidden corner, Ruoya quietly watched the group. Her gaze was a mixture of deep thought and indescribable jealousy. She muttered to herself, so they're the first members of the Transcendent Squad. Witnessing the bond between Transo and the other women, she quietly gritted her teeth, her hands unconsciously balling into fists. The Transcendent Squad. How annoying. By what right do those two get to be so close to him? Tran so casually walked over. Noticing her strange expression, he asked, Ruoya, what are you staring at? Ruoya whipped her head away in a fury, her eyes burning with pure frustration as she spat out her bitter words. The Hero Squad. The Hero Squad. I think we're just a bunch of useless clowns. The young man beside her was stunned, sweat beading on his forehead, completely baffled by his teammate's sudden rage. Did Ruoya eat gunpowder for breakfast today or something? The girl crossed her arms and turned away, her face a cold mask of resentment. Even though he's right behind you, you idiot. Meanwhile, just as So arrived, something was happening at another location. A man stopped in his tracks, terrified, staring up at the strange transformation in the sky, his face filled with dread as he watched the purple clouds gather. At the military base, red alert lights flashed violently. Sirens wailed incessantly under the haunting, purple sky. Apocalypse base alert. Warning, warning, the doomsday tide has begun. The crowd descended into chaos, trampling one another in a desperate attempt to escape the imminent danger. A broadcast echoed everywhere. Warning, warning, the doomsday tide is here. Run for your lives. But amidst the chaos, in the Hero Squad's lounge, a girl stared blankly at the remote, her favorite show suddenly cut off. Hey, where'd my superhero cartoon go? Staring at the static-filled screen, she grumbled in annoyance. They say normal people have to hide indoors when the doomsday tide begins, but now there isn't even a TV signal. How is anyone supposed to put up with this? A male member of the squad sternly reminded her of their duty, but the girl just stared at the ceiling, completely unconcerned. The hero squad needs to move into the city immediately to protect the civilians. Forget about your silly cartoons. The door was suddenly thrown open, and Chief Guande strode in, his expression grim. His voice was urgent. Are you ready? The entire squad assembled instantly, their eyes fixed on their leader, ready to deploy. Guande narrowed his eyes at his subordinates, his tone turning to steel as he entrusted them with their critical mission. The time has come for you all to prove your worth. He stood before a map, now covered in a sea of flashing red warning signals. The analysis began on the sheer scale of the spreading disaster. A new apocalyptic tide was upon them. Besides the main doomsday gate activating, countless secondary gates were tearing open across every region. This means the monsters aren't just numerous and varied, but their locations are completely unpredictable. The director glanced over the group of young evolved, his eyes filled with expectation for their abilities. All of you are newly minted 4-star evolved. Dealing with incursions from common 3-star demonic beasts should be more than enough. Guande stared grimly at the strategic map, his face etched with worry over the new threat. However, intel suggests a small number of 4-star demonic beasts have appeared in the city districts. They're on a destructive rampage and are incredibly dangerous. A male member of the team stepped forward confidently, pounding his chest to assert the squad's power. Director, even the weakest member of our hero squad, Peng Lin, has reached the early 4-star level. Right now, even facing a 4-star demonic beast won't be a problem. The team captain standing beside him broke out in a cold sweat, his face twisting in embarrassment at his subordinate's boast. He quickly whispered, "Don't say things like that out loud." Despite this, Director Guande spread his arms wide with pride, looking warmly at the young evolved. "There's no doubt about your strength. After all, you are all promising seeds that I've guided with my own hands." He clenched his fist, raising it high to ignite the team's fighting spirit. In this coming apocalyptic tide, you must hone your skills even further and strive to reach the 5-star rank. The entire squad raised their fists in unison, their faces burning with raw determination. We won't fail the director's mission. The long-haired woman standing nearby was lost in thought, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Did Chen Chu promise he would help later? Guande stood silently with his arms crossed, his expression hardening as he thought of the young man's power. That guy, Chen Chu. I'm sure he'll help. At the villa, little Xiao Si stood on her tiptoes, stretching to ring the doorbell. She mumbled to herself before slipping and falling with a thud. Inside, Chen Chu was relaxing on the sofa, smiling with satisfaction as he watched 2 girls training in the backyard. It seems they're getting the hang of their gear, Xiao Si said, scrambling back to her feet and pointing at the door to signal a visitor. Chen Chu asked blankly, "A visitor? Is it a girl?" The girl in the fox mask outside the door cheered with excitement, her eyes sparkling when she saw him. "You're Lord Chen Chu." "Whoa, it really is Lord Chen Chu." Chen Chu squinted, trying to place the familiar figure from his old organization. "Which one of the 8 banners are you from?" The girl smiled brightly, proudly announcing her name and codename. "That's right, I am Inaba Yuko. In that organization, my codename was Inari." He raised a finger, as if suddenly remembering the petite girl's special ability. "You're the fox spirit with the intelligence analysis ability, right?" Yuko shyly clutched her bag strap, her face blushing as she recounted her journey to find her savior. "It's all thanks to you saving my life, Lord Chen Chu. After I returned, I tried to find any news about you. I never expected you to be so famous here, Lord Chen Chu." She flashed a knowing smile, proudly revealing her formidable information-gathering skills. So, Yuko quickly found Lord Chen Chu's address online. Chen Chu scratched his head helplessly, looking at her with an expression that was both amused and resigned. "So much for trying to hide my identity. Why did you come all this way? Is something wrong?" Yuko winked playfully, stating her intentions clearly. "I've come to pledge my loyalty to you, Lord Chen Chu." Chen Chu placed a hand on Yuko's head, turning to calmly explain her origins to the 2 bewildered girls behind him. "Here's what happened. Inaba Yuko is someone I saved while dealing with some trouble on Okumachi Island. I heard she couldn't find food back home, so she came here seeking shelter." Hearing this, Situ Tiantian broke into a nervous sweat, while Lang Yu raised a hand to her chin, deep in skeptical thought. "Couldn't find food." Yuko decisively raised a hand to her mask, activating a brilliant purple spiritual energy that enveloped her 2 new teammates to analyze them. "Ha! Divine Mirror Manifestation, a mid-tier 4-star fire element manipulator, and a high-tier 3-star weapons master. But with her weapon, she can reach the high-tier 4-star level." Chen Chu smiled, pleased with Yuko's ability, while the small girl shyly removed her mask. "That's spot on. Your intel-gathering skills are powerful. Our Supergirl squad was missing an intelligence specialist. Yuko replied humbly. Compared to you, Lord Chen Chu, my divine mirror manifestation is just a child's trick. Situ Tiantian narrowed her eyes at Yuko with disdain, silently making her own unflattering assessment. Just a little girl who knows how to flatter. She doesn't even look fully grown. Against a real woman, she stands absolutely no chance. Chen Chu strode forward, leading the group away, his face showing complete confidence in his new team. This will be the first mission for you three as a team. With Yuko as our intelligence officer, we will definitely make it through this apocalyptic tide safely. Situ Tiantian thoughtfully touched her chin, looking up at him. But Chen Chu, aren't you going to stay and fight the invading monsters? Chen Chu gazed at the sky with a resolute expression. I have a far more important mission. Just then, Xiaozi rushed over with terrible news. Chu, the gate. It's open. Leng Yue clutched her chest, her face etched with worry. Tiantian, standing behind her, looked just as uncertain. We just evolved. How can we possibly handle such a monumental task? Chen Chu spread his arms wide, his eyes filled with absolute faith in the trio before him. There are three of you now, and three is more than enough to save the world. You have to believe in your own strength. Yuko smiled brilliantly, bowing politely to her two new senior teammates. I look forward to learning from you both. In the central commercial district, a massive explosion erupted, sending civilians fleeing in absolute terror. A symphony of chaotic screams filled the air. The People's Mall, what was that? The crowd shoved past one another, their faces pale with fear. A monster. Mom, run. Special agents immediately formed a defensive line with heavy weapons, their eyes locked on the thick cloud of dust and smoke. Whatever comes out of there, we stop it, no matter what. From the rubble, a menacing, humanoid figure of pure violet emerged. A soldier gasped in horror. What in the world is that thing? A dread fiend. The agents unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, but the commander's face quickly twisted in despair. Maximum firepower. Protect the civilians. But their weapons were completely useless against it. The monster swiped its razor-sharp claws, tearing through space itself as it began a brutal assault on the soldiers. It unleashed a volley of deadly purple energy beams, targeting the panicking crowds. In that critical moment, a member of the hero squad shot down from the sky like a bolt of lightning, decisively activating a radiant protective barrier. Spiritual power shield. Two orange shields materialized just in time, blocking the monster's entire onslaught and saving everyone below. Another squad member charged forward, his face a mask of confidence as he yelled, "Fall back. The hero squad will take it from here." The agents stared in stunned silence before breaking into cheers, realizing their saviors were from the Special Agent Division's own hero squad. Thank goodness. We're leaving it in your hands. The orange-haired captain adjusted his blue glasses, sternly analyzing the contamination data on his screen before issuing a command. Contamination levels are off the charts. A secondary doomsday gate must be nearby. Reporting to all Special Agent Divisions, Dreadfiend discovered at the People's Plaza. Power level estimated at 4 stars. Hero Squad, you have your orders. Cleanse the contamination and seal the secondary gate. The members brandished their weapons in unison. A brilliant spiritual light exploded from them, their fighting spirit blazing. Roger that. A young man in the squad flashed an arrogant grin, rocketing forward to kick off the confrontation. Let's see what tricks you've got. While the Dreadfiend roared, he vaulted into the air, his spear crackling with blue lightning aimed straight for its head. The spear struck its target with terrifying force, but the blue-haired warrior immediately gritted his teeth in frustration. His attack hadn't left a single scratch. Its defense is insane. My spiritual energy spear can't pierce it. In the next instant, the monster swatted him away like a fly. The captain moved in a flash to assist, his hands weaving together to create dazzling threads of blue energy. Spiritual power. Weaving. A gigantic net of spiritual power materialized, catching the young warrior's body in midair. Saved from a deadly fall, he flashed a grateful smile. Thanks, Captain. The captain narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly grave as he screamed, "You idiot, get down." From high above, the female agent with long, dark hair pivoted, concentrating immense spiritual energy into the barrel of her massive rifle. The blue-haired boy's face went white with terror as he felt a destructive wave of energy streak past, inches above his head. The energy slug scored a direct hit, creating a blinding explosion on the Dreadfiend's head that sent it staggering backward. And yet, the monster remained standing amidst the smoke, its body steaming but completely unharmed. The young warrior was floored. He frantically pointed at the beast, urging his teammate on. Your sniper rifle can break through its defenses. The female agent smirked with pure arrogance, focusing all her firepower on the enemy's weak point. Then I'll just blast right through it in one shot. The beam of green energy shot forward, tearing through the air toward its target, but was suddenly bent by an invisible force, sending it completely off course. It slammed directly into the building behind the monster, triggering another massive explosion. Wu Yimei was frozen, her eyes wide with utter disbelief as she watched the blast detonate in the completely wrong location. Before the smoke even cleared, the captain's furious voice roared in her ear, chewing her out for destroying public property. But the girl was having none of it and immediately snapped right back at him. Mei Wu, any more property damage and it's coming out of your paycheck. Don't be ridiculous. I was clearly aiming for the Terror Fiend's weak spot. Through his scope, Commander Li Zongwen analyzed the beast, searching for any unique traits his team could exploit to adjust our tactics. Stop arguing. The Terror Fiend must possess some kind of spatial distortion power. Any weapon that relies on a precise trajectory is completely useless against it. Hearing this, Wu Yimei's eyes narrowed with a cunning glint as a bold idea sparked in her mind. Oh, really? Precise trajectories are useless, you say? She stood defiantly, raising the glowing spirit cannon in her hands, confidently laying out her plan to overwhelm quality with pure quantity. If I create a storm of unpredictable shots all at once, it'll never be able to deflect every single one. The captain's furious shout cut through her reckless proposal. He demanded the stubborn agent follow protocol. You will adhere to my command. His eyes narrowed as he reminded her that the entire squad was just reprimanded for their terrible teamwork, while Wu Yimei just held her weapon with an air of defiance. Weren't we just chewed out by the chief himself because our coordination was an absolute disaster? Until we find the Terror Fiend's true weakness, do not launch a full-scale assault. After a moment's thought, Li Zongwen devised a new battle plan. It's simple. Peng Lun will draw its attention. I'll move in for a close-range surprise attack. Wu Yimei stared down their foe, her gaze radiating a cold and deadly resolve. If one shot isn't enough, then fire two. Turning to the swordswoman at his side, the captain gave the orders with grim finality. Ruoya, you'll cover Wu Yimei as she circles around back. The Terror Fiend's weak point is the nape of its neck. A point-blank shot there should damage its core body. Lin Ruoya raised her brilliant emerald blade without hesitation, ready to execute the command. Understood. The commander then directed the two male members to form a front line and draw the enemy's fire. Peng Lun and Pan Hao. You two are our vanguard. Draw the Terror Fiend's attention from the front. Understood. Li Zongwen centered his mind. Crossing his arms over his chest, he began to channel his spirit energy. I'll use my spirit power to bind the Terror Fiend and restrict its movement. The entire squad, brimming with fighting spirit, charged into the fray, their glowing weapons tearing through the darkness. Hero Squad. Engage. The Fiend let out a terrifying roar as the agents swiftly closed in, forming a pincer attack from all sides. The captain threw his arms wide, pouring all of his spirit energy into his signature binding art. Weaver's Net. Threads of emerald light shot forth, ensnaring the Terror Fiend's legs, stunning it as its advance was stopped cold. Li Zongwen's concentration was absolute, his hands moving in a blur as he manipulated the razor-sharp threads of spirit energy to envelop his target. Strangling death vines. The Fiend thrashed wildly within the trap as the emerald threads began to slice deep into its flesh. As the commander maintained his suppression technique, he thought, my spirit threads can take any form. The strangling death vines will hold you. The Terror Fiend roared in agony as a barrage of attacks from all sides tore into its body. Ruoya and the others coordinated their assault, using their spirit weapons to deflect the flying shrapnel. Seizing the moment the Fiend was immobilized, Pan Hao dove from above like an avenging angel, the spirit spear in his hand blazing with power and aimed directly at their foe. The young warrior gripped his weapon tight, pouring every ounce of his strength into a thunderous hurl. Taste my spirit javelin. The spear flew like a comet, striking its target dead on, and a blinding explosion of light erupted from the top of the Terror Fiend's head. But then, the monster's head split wide open like some grotesque, flesh-eating flower lined with razor-sharp teeth, trying to devour the spear whole. The young attacker collapsed to the ground in stunned disbelief, his face a mask of horror at the creature's impossible reflexes. Such terrifying speed. The Terror Fiend stood imposing amid the smoke and dust, one of its hands, clutching the spirit javelin just inches from its maw. The entire team was frozen in absolute shock. The commander frantically yelled for Peng Lun to seize the opening, and his teammate responded instantly with fierce determination. Peng Lun, now. Drive it home. Right. The warrior focused all his spirit energy, erupting in a golden aura as he shot forward, a look of triumph on his face. I've been waiting for this moment. Condensing all of his power into a single point, he drove his spear straight through the Terror Fiend's body, causing vicious streams of green blood to erupt from the wound. Let me run you through. The entire team held its breath, praying this was the turning point. Did he do it? But the monster was still standing, stubbornly enduring the blow. Slowly, it reached up and grabbed the shaft of the spear, then ripped the deadly weapon from its own head with a single, horrifying pull. Li Zongwen realized with dawning horror his fatal miscalculation. Meanwhile, Wu Yimei had finished reloading, ready to unleash her heavy artillery, so the head wasn't its weak point after all. Eat a face full of my spirit shotgun. Seeing his teammate about to waste her attack, the commander screamed in desperation, his face pale with dread. Don't aim for the head. That's not its weak point. Ignoring the warning, Mei Wu pulled the trigger anyway, unleashing a blinding explosion. But as a young warrior watched in horror, his priceless spirit lance was shattered in the blast. His eyes went completely vacant. My spirit lance. Mei Wu casually slung her rifle over her shoulder, smirking at what she thought was the monster's headless corpse. See, it's over. In the end, my rifle is all that matters. But a cold sweat broke out on Commander Li's face as he frantically shouted into the comms. All members, fall back. Get away from the terror fiend, now. Mei Wu was completely stunned. She spun around, only to see the monster wasn't dead at all. And it was closing in right behind her. In that terrifying instant, Lin Ruoya bravely leaped forward to shield her comrade, defiantly raising her energy shield to meet the attack. But the monster's counterattack was absolutely devastating. The brutal impact sent Lin reeling, blood pouring from her mouth. The terror fiend then mercilessly thrust its bladed tail, impaling her right before Mei Wu's horrified eyes. The young woman stood frozen in agony, tears and blood streaming down her trembling face. Seeing his teammate hoisted into the air, Pang Lun's eyes bulged with rage as he roared her name, Lin Ruoya. He gritted his teeth and slammed a fist into the ground, cracking the very earth beneath him, his face twisted in a mask of pure fury. What have you done? You dare to harm Lin Ruoya. Die. 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 I'll kill you. A brilliant aura of spiritual power flared around him as he grabbed his shield and shot forward like a lightning bolt, intent on revenge. Spirit shield rush. With eyes blazing with anger, he poured every ounce of his being into the attack, desperate to save Lin. But in a shocking move, the monster hurled Lin's body directly into the path of the charging warrior. The commander watched in terror as his squad mate fell, immediately focusing his spirit energy to cast a rescue technique. As Lin plummeted through the air, she was caught by a newly formed net of blue spirit energy, just in the nick of time. Li Zongwen breathed a sigh of relief, having saved her in mid-air. But in that moment, the monster vanished without a trace. The commander scanned the area, his body coiled with tension. It's gone. Meanwhile, Mei Wu collapsed, sobbing into her blood-stained hands. She was drowning in an ocean of guilt. It's my fault. I did this to Lin. It's all my fault. And as the girl knelt there, broken, the terror fiend silently materialized behind her, looming like the Grim Reaper himself. The captain's eyes widened in panic as he screamed, Mei Wu, what are you doing? Get out of there, now. He gave a decisive order to Fan Hao, telling him to retreat with their teammate while he held the line. Hao, get Mei Wu and leave. Leave the terror fiend to me. Fan Hao clutched his chest, trembling, his face a mask of helplessness and regret. Without my spirit lance. Charging in now is just suicide. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Captain Li Zongwen gritted his teeth, witnessing his entire squad's morale shatter because of one high-level monster. Damn it all. My elite squad, broken by a single powerful fiend, their will to fight is completely gone. He glared at the enemy with hardened resolve, knowing that the will to fight was the most critical factor. A gap in raw power can be overcome with teamwork, but once the fighting spirit is lost, the battle is already over. The stern words of General Guanda echoed in his mind, a sharp reminder of a captain's true purpose. Li Zongwen, you may be in charge of intel and coordination, but do you just stand by and watch when your team is in crisis? Remember, you are not just the team's brain, you are also a warrior. If you continue to see yourself as nothing but an observer, you will only lead your comrades to a pointless death. The commander launched himself forward, the weight of his own safety crashing down on him. He had always stood behind the formation, giving orders from a safe distance while his squad risked their lives. He just watched as his members threw themselves into the jaws of death. Through his visor, his eyes began to glow with a deep blue light. His face was a portrait of deep remorse, as tendrils of spirit energy began to coil around his body. He had finally accepted his mistake and was ready to enter the fight himself. This was my failure as a commander. The ferocious monster raised its claw to deliver the final blow, while Mei Wu was still on the ground, lost in her despair. The captain activated a brilliant energy ring on his gauntlet, his gaze now burning with an unshakable will to fight. You mutated freak. You aren't the only one here who knows how to manipulate energy. He shot towards the terror fiend, ready to affirm his role as a warrior and protect his team. Now, allow me to fight as a warrior of the hero squad. With that, Li Zongwen used his spirit energy to bind the monster's arm. You want to challenge me? He shot forward with incredible speed, unleashing a storm of razor-sharp spiritual threads. The threads coiled tightly around his enemy. Spear in hand, Li Zongwen moved like a blur around the monstrous beast. A glowing ring of power constricted his target. Seizing the moment the terror demon was restrained, the commander focused. His power condensed into a colossal spirit weapon, a phantom battle axe. A thunderous strike slammed the demon into the ground. The impact created a massive explosion of dust and devastating force. Amidst the swirling smoke, Li Zongwen stood firm. His eyes were sharp, cautiously observing the outcome. The purple demonic entity began to stir within the wreckage. Its massive form had been completely buried under shattered concrete. Sweat trickled down Li Zongwen's forehead. The captain narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the epicenter of the blast. His face tense. Did I even break its armor? But suddenly, the demonic entity began to rise from the smoke. The gruesome wounds across its body began to seal themselves shut. It was a grotesque sight. It stood up, completely healed. Through his visor, Li Zongwen's eyes widened in horror, realizing the creature's terrifying regenerative abilities. This is bad. Not only did its armor hold, but the shell that was about to crack has already started to heal. Instantly, the terror demon lunged, its sharp claws tearing through the very air. Li Zongwen gritted his teeth, pure energy blazing around his hands, his face a mask of determination. He had to unleash an even more ferocious attack. He decisively flung out azure spiritual threads, binding the monster's limbs to completely restrict its movements. Binding art. With his enemy immobilized, the captain launched a powerful kick straight into its chest. He then spun, compressing a brilliant spiritual energy into his fist, preparing for a follow-up strike. The direct hit created a violent shockwave that enveloped the demonic entity's entire body. The devastating force sent the terror demon staggering backward as surrounding rubble was blasted to bits. And Li Zongwen shot forward like a lightning bolt, his sharp gaze locked on, giving his enemy zero chance to escape. Don't even think about running. But suddenly, the beast's body began to swell unnaturally, radiating a dangerous purple energy. Through his energy visor, Li Zongwen's eyes widened as he saw it. He had pinpointed the creature's core. I found your weak spot, the heart. Faced with a relentless barrage of attacks, he stood his ground, his will as unbending as iron. If I fall back now, I'll lose my only chance to defeat it. I cannot retreat. I absolutely will not retreat. With unshakable resolve, Li Zongwen charged straight for the monster's chest, accepting the ultimate risk. To retreat now is to fall into the abyss. Success or failure rests on this one blow. Instantly, an explosion of green spiritual energy erupted from the demon's vital point, causing its blood to erupt everywhere. After the attack, Li Zongwen collapsed, fresh blood trickling down his chin. I did it. Seeing her exhausted captain, Wu Yimei rushed toward her wounded comrade in a panic. Captain. But suddenly, the girl froze, her eyes wide with a new, unfolding horror. Li Zongwen, stunned, followed her gaze. He turned his head toward the distance. And before them, a colossal army of terror demons was advancing. The sight made him grit his teeth in utter helplessness. A joke. Is this some kind of sick joke? Is this fate's way of mocking us? As this horrifying truth dawned, the other squad members collapsed onto the street, faces etched with grime, sweat, and absolute despair. We're too weak, Captain. We're just too weak. At the same time, high-level demonic entities approached, overwhelming the young warrior's vision. Even with the power of 4-star hunters, facing a beast just one level higher had cost them this terrible price. So how could they face an army of 5-star monsters? Finally, Li Zongwen lowered his head. His hair shadowed his eyes. All of you, run. He fought through the pain, his gaze pleading with his team. Take Lin Ruoya and Pang Lun with you. He braced himself as his green spiritual energy began to flicker and fade. He struggled to force out his last words as blood streamed from his mouth. The Special Agent Branch. They must still have the power to protect you. You must survive this apocalypse. The captain's eyes still burned with hope for the future of his subordinates. Even as he faced certain death, he believed they could still grow stronger. Witnessing this, Wu Yimei stood frozen, tears of defiance filling her eyes. Captain, we can't just abandon you. Li Zongwen roared with a mix of fury and despair, trying to drive them away from the kill zone. Get out of here. You can't win. Don't throw your lives away for nothing. But in that exact moment, a ferocious demon lunged from behind, causing the young woman to stare in frozen terror. The captain was seized by the monster's claws. He was lifted into the air, but even then, he used his last ounce of strength to repeat the team's most vital rule. Every one of you is responsible for your comrades. This is the supreme principle the director taught us. Live. If you step onto the battlefield, you leave it alive. You hear me? He screamed through the agony of the demon's grasp. His face contorted as he fought to protect his team, roaring one last time. All of you, get the hell out of here. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from above, shaking the entire area, followed by a commanding voice. "Be gone." The overwhelming presence was so immense, the very air grew thick. Chen Yi appeared with a confident smirk, his ice-cold gaze fixed straight ahead. "If that command was meant for me, isn't it a little too soon for that?" Li Zongwen's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the newcomer, while Chen Yi's powerful silhouette emerged from the dust and smoke. As Chen Yi stood there, Wu Yimai trembled, feeling the terrifying power that now dominated the space. His face was pale. "That pressure is insane." Wiping blood from his lips, Li Zongwen struggled to his feet, both annoyed and relieved to have survived. "It's Chen Yi again. Damn it, why do I always run into the one guy I hate the most?" But in the end, cough, I'm saved. Chen Yi immediately turned his sharp gaze toward the horde of demonic beasts. He decisively drew all of their attention to himself. "Your target is me." He casually loosened his collar, revealing his disappointment in the enemy's strength before declaring their end. "I thought you'd be some powerful demons, but you're just five-star trash. No need to bother unsheathing my heaven-shattering blade for this. I'll send you to hell with my own two hands." Watching this, Li Zongwen followed Chen Yi's every move in utter shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What? Does this Chen Yi guy really plan to fight them barehanded? Just as the ferocious beast lunged, Chen Yi raised a hand glowing with crimson light, stopping it dead in its tracks. A moment later, an explosion of light erupted as his hand made contact, blowing the monster's body into countless pieces. Amidst a shower of splattering green blood, Chen Yi smirked with absolute arrogance, showing nothing but contempt for his opponent. "Too weak. For me, you're not even a warm-up." He calmly walked through the fallen corpses. Spreading his arms wide in defiance, he challenged the entire monster army to attack him at once. "I'm in a hurry. All of you, come at me together." Pan Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face covered in a cold sweat before Chen Yi's unimaginable power. He's strong, unreasonably strong. He destroyed a 5-star demon with a single flick. That was a target the 5 of us 4-stars could barely defeat together. Just then, a frantic Wu Yimei rushed to support her severely injured captain. Even while suppressing his agony, he urged his teammates on. "Don't just stand there gawking. Save the others first. Don't worry about me. Go help Peng Lun and Lin Ruoya first." In front of them, the monster horde began to tremble, backing away into the dust. Faced with such an overwhelming opponent, they retreated. Chen Yi let out a mysterious smile, his sharp eyes tracking the 7 terrified demons. "So you know fear, do you? Good. If you're going to hesitate, then I'll just have to be a little more proactive." Suddenly, a brilliant blue electricity erupted from his body, and with a ruthless expression, he began to vaporize the cowering monsters. They vanished in sheer terror. What followed was a bloody massacre as Chen Yi unleashed a relentless storm of lightning-fast attacks. He obliterated scores of demonic entities in a series of spiritual energy explosions. Witnessing the carnage, Li Zongwen collapsed to the ground. His face was a mask of utter disbelief. This is basically a hack. It's impossible to understand him with normal logic anymore. My eyes can't even keep up. What in the world did he just do? It's a good thing Chen Yi isn't our enemy. At that moment, Wu Yimei and Pan Hao could only stand frozen, staring at the devastated battlefield with terrified eyes. This Chen Yi guy is even scarier than the monsters. Chen Yi strode forward, stopping before the exhausted captain. Streams of blue spiritual energy coiled around his body. Finally, he nonchalantly tossed a brilliant red crystal toward Li Zongwen. "Use this to save Lin Ruoya. It's the only thing that will work." Li Zongwen froze in shock, his trembling gaze fixed on the treasure in his hand. "This is?" He clenched the glowing red crystal in his palm, his face a mixture of fury and humiliation. To casually toss aside such a priceless treasure like charity, is this guy trying to insult us? The captain then gritted his teeth and roared in bitter frustration, but Chen Ye's figure had already vanished completely. "What does the survival of our hero squad have to do with you? Damn it, he's already gone." At that moment, Chen Yi hovered in the burning sky, calmly watching the endless swarm of demons pouring in from all sides. Monsters are flooding the city from every direction. Blue lightning crackled around him as he narrowed his eyes, calculating his next move. He hoped his comrades could buy him more time. Hopefully, they can withstand this next wave. Just stall for me a little longer. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a delivery person in tight black gear gunned their motorcycle, tearing through the night at high speed. The coolest delivery driver, faster than your hunger. Right at the Huanshan Villa district. A monstrous werewolf was closing in fast, forcing the terrified delivery girl to scream for help near the Huanshan villas. "What the hell is this thing? I was just making a delivery for my junior. I have no quarrel with you monsters." A desperate glance through her visor confirmed the horrifying truth: the beast was right on her tail. "It's over. Stay away from me." In the next instant, a horrifying impact sent her and the bike flying in a shower of shattered metal. Finally, the delivery girl tumbled violently, crashing hard against the pavement in a thick cloud of dust. Panic-stricken, the redhead leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the massive werewolf's claws snapping at her heels. Gritting her teeth, her face streaked with grime, she realized the power difference between them was just too vast. Damn it, a monster of this level. Only Chen Chu could possibly handle it. Her mind flashed back, remembering her father standing by the window, gravely explaining why their family had spent a fortune to move here. Do you know why we paid such a high price to move to this godforsaken place? It was so that when the apocalypse arrived, we would have someone truly powerful to protect us. He stared out at the chaos unfolding below, his expression a mixture of impatience and dread. Look, the bells of the apocalypse have already rung, and the streets are swarming with monsters. So where is Chen Chu? Where is he? Hearing his frantic words, the girl lowered her gaze, her faith in the man she awaited unshaken. I refuse to believe Chen Chu would abandon us. After all, he gave us his word, and Chen Chu has never broken a promise. But her father's eyes narrowed with doubt, warning his daughter about the harsh realities of human nature. Ziyan, you think too highly of him. When faced with true danger, a man will always prioritize his own survival. With that, she turned on her heel and left, her eyes burning with resolve to find him herself. I'm going to find him, Dad. I'm going to find Chen Chu right now. Back in the present, the ferocious werewolf loomed over her, its razor-sharp teeth dripping with a foul green drool as she froze in terror. She collapsed to the ground, squeezing her eyes shut and whispering a final prayer. I don't want to die. Someone, anyone, please save me. Suddenly, a massive fiery blast slammed into the monster's head, engulfing it in a roaring inferno. The redhead stared in awe, looking up at the mysterious figure who now stood before her. Sitting on the ground amidst the swirling smoke from the explosion, she whispered the name she had been praying for, Chen Chu. However, the figure standing triumphantly on the monster's corpse was an unfamiliar blonde girl, leaving both of them stunned as their eyes met. Junior Chen Chu, is that you, Senior? Zian's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the old acquaintance, baffled by her incredible power. You're Qiantian. When did you become an evolved? Situ Qiantian calmly stepped through the wreckage, her serene expression dismissing the question to focus on the immediate threat. That's a long story. Now is not the time to get into it. Just then, a squad of young women appeared, explaining the special mission they were on. We're out here clearing the demonic creature infestation. Per Chen Chu's orders, the area near the Huanshan villas is a top priority. Hearing Chen Chu's name, Zian's brow furrowed, curious about the connection between him and this group of beautiful women. What is your relationship with Junior Chen Chu? Leng Yue crossed her arms, a faint, proud smile on her lips as she affirmed her position. I am the boss's personal secretary. Yuko chimed in eagerly, her face beaming with absolute devotion for her savior. Lord Chen Chu is my benefactor. I've come all this way just to repay his kindness. Finally, Qiantian glanced at her senior, her voice ringing out with a declaration that silenced everyone. My senior is my boyfriend. Huangfu Zian's eyes shot wide open in shock, her mind reeling from the news. Chen Chu, a boyfriend? The redhead pressed a hand to her forehead, completely bewildered as she tried to process it all. Hold on, wait a second. Your group's dynamic is complicated. Zian glanced around at the squad with a look of resignation and muttered with a hint of sarcasm. So, you're all just Chen Chu's women. Is that it? Qiantian tilted her head, her gaze turning sharp and questioning as she honed in on the familiar way Zian addressed him. You just showed up here, Senior. And a moment ago, I believe you called Chen Chu Jr., didn't you? The blonde girl then pointed directly at her, demanding a crystal-clear answer about their connection. Senior Zian, what exactly is your relationship with Junior Chen Chu? Zian froze, her gaze turning distant and thoughtful, as if lost in a forgotten memory. Our relationship? Yeah. What is our relationship? Exactly. Her mind flashed back to an awkward memory. The day she bravely confessed her feelings to a very skeptical Chen Chu. He demanded to know her motives. Was she trying to gather intelligence? Of course. I'm pursuing you. The girl in his memory turned back with a confident smile, declaring her name before she left. Remember this. My name is Huangfu Zian, and I live nearby. Back in the present, a triumphant smirk spread across Zian's face. That's me, all right. With a final, confident twirl, she struck a pose, ready to proclaim her one-of-a-kind status. I am the exclusive personal delivery girl for my junior, Chen Chu.